It's been a long time. Just 30 minutes since I last streamed. Was it an hour ago? 30 minutes ago? It was before 1 o'clock on that for sure. But shout out to you guys who are with me this morning. Another day in paradise. Repping for the original colonies, the first colonizers in human history. Shout out to my granddad. How you guys doing? I'm gonna start with Sticky Fingers jacking for beats, just to get the mood right. Drop a like, drop a like. Shout out to John Lee. You know the types.
Labels better get it right, rappers better give me that beat, fool. You been jacked now. You ain't heard Sticky Fingers on your track now. Somebody said you number one in the street, that's why I'm coming for you first.
He's responding to 50 Cent.
Come on. I took the beat and rearranged it on some thug shit. I robbed on the radio.
Well, everybody, but 50 Cent. How to rob.
The thugs loved it, it's not a game.
And Ice Cube.
Went solo on an ass, but it's still the same. Beat robber. Jacking rappers piece to make them hotter. Stealing all your spins plus your dollars. Killers if you feel me, just follow. What, come on, take it to the streets on the wax, we bustin' heat. Even if it's off your plate, I got to eat. I'm on some bullshit for no apparent reason.
I'm all the right beats.
I'm ready to die breathing. It's the rappers I rob, the beats that I take, the labels I snake. For 30 grand, I'll perform with the weight.
You should have been an A&R.
Everything I touch, I take. Hate me now, but later gon' be too late. I murk you. Everything that spit is controversial. I'm the illest killer they ever signed the universal. Stardom, I'm awesome. As soon as they blink, let the bottom dollar, I'm gonna rob it. My Sticky Fingers turn.
He was outside when I was a kid, boy.
That's a real life at the Source Awards. The real 50 from Brooklyn. God bless his got
Sunside Park, nigga. You stars, bro.
I got a new deal for a few mil. Shoot 2 kill.
You fruity like Drew Hill.
Still change. You ain't even half a man's cuz.
Matter of fact, you're not even half the man's your mom's words.
Oh, you thought you would save her. Thought you could escape her.
His mom was gay. That's crazy.
Oh, you thought I was gonna get your tape, huh? Thought that beat from the 37 was gonna get raped, huh? And birds wanna have Sticky baby, huh? Dogs run around saying Sticky crazy, huh? He ain't got no type of sense, huh? Don't tell him what I do. Even check my own food. The original. Take him out, bring him out dead. Coming at me wrong, kid, I put this thing in your head. Sticky Fingers go over self. Call the cops, don't even talk to me about the onyx shit, you get shot. Clock in the morning, killers at your door. Go for a floor, cop putting chalk on your floor. Find you up the block when your house dead in the store.
I thought the UK did that first.
Pictures and I'm plucking them all. Pressure lucking you fall. Never seen nothing this raw. I'm what the world been waiting for. Wait no more. This wax shit I can't take no more. Should have been banned in the streets. Should have made it a law. I'm ready for war. What y'all niggas want?
Y'all wasn't outside when they be playing this shit on radio, was y'all?
All y'all niggas sweet. Even Rob Smith producer getting 50 G's.
He gonna rob Smith.
Can I get my track for free? Jerk through for your pub, I ain't paying a fee. I just loop it up
on the NPC.
As long as you live, never seen nothing this high. Took the beat and flipped it right in my style. Just paying back, niggas be biting my style.
He said bust your rap like Onyx.
Life in the cloud, God's tip on the underground, running them down, gunning them down. Empires come tumbling down. The end of the world is coming around. Throw your guns in the ground, nothing to lose. Changing the rules, playing for keeps. So short in these waters, it ain't safe on the streets. The Sticky Fingers, and I'm jacking for beats.
What? It wasn't outside, Shogun. It wasn't outside. Shout out to Stephanie Graham. They wasn't outside, Shogun. They don't know about that. TBFB said that Sticky had the energy. Come on. That was based on a true story, too. He was based on a true story, I promise you. That little Israelite right there is everything he's talking about. Just a small version of it. Him, Fraser, Star, all of them. So Naughty by Nature, too. I think they used to tour together. Can you fucking imagine? Naughty by Nature and Onyx on the same tour. And maybe you could sprinkle in Bone Thugs and Harmony with them niggas. They got Tupac Outlaws. That was the shit in me. Shit, even if they wasn't like that, those the crews acting like it, shitting me. Fire track fire, no matter who got it. Understand everything. They survived that though. Shout out to them. Same thing with the Locks. Shit, you hear Fat Joe tell his crazy ass stories. His stories be so crazy they be true. Fat Joe's stories be so crazy they be true. But back then, that energy was in the air. That's the Fat Joe back then. That's not the Fat Joe right now. One may say, like, if Gucci Mane got cloned, Fat Joe got cloned. Let's talk about it one day. I don't know what Miami does to these people next to Epstein Island, but all I'm saying is, that's not the Fat Joe that Fat Joe be talking about on his podcast. That's not the Fat Joe that was outside back there. Nope. Y'all seen Big Pun for real? I need y'all to look at Big Pun again and then quantize him for everyone else outside at the same time. Not for today. It doesn't look the same if you weren't outside. They look like that back then versus the outside of back then, which most people don't get a chance to see because music videos have wardrobes. All I'm saying is that cap that Pun wears, that black one, that long one with the braid on the back, that's some nigga shit, man. That's some nigga shit from East Orange and Newark, too. New York would have it, obviously. They're just, you know, they're two different stops on the same train track. And those niggas right there, they're dressed like that, at a time like that. You know, you gotta understand everything. For him to even have a hat like that, to be in a store or neighborhood with a hat like that, and he Puerto Rican? Mm-hmm. I don't know where y'all, do y'all know where Puerto Rico at? I want y'all to look at the map real quick. He Puerto Rican. He in Puerto Rico when you meet him? So who you think he lived next to? And that's just one example. That's just one example of the osmosis effect of sending some Tainos to go live around niggas. That's all I am saying. Listen, you can't help it. It's in the air. And they move away. And they lose it just like that. And action. And cut. Yup. Yep. Who did Big Pun go to middle school with? In New York? Puerto Ricans? After the blackout? Oh, shit. You right down the street from my daddy, and them. That's crazy. The Bronx? Oh, yeah. All them Indians out there. All them orange colored, yellow colored niggas out there. I remember. On my TV, I remember. The Bronx. Uptown, baby. Them Peter Guns looking niggas, you see them? Swear to God, they're like quarter Indians. So yeah, shout out to Puerto Ricans out there. They mixed with something lately. I don't know what's going on with Fat Joe for real, but you know what I'm saying. Shout out to his grandma though. He probably a real nigga for real. We don't know about the other side of his family. His daddy, you know what I'm saying, your father to somebody, but that's grandma. That's only a grandma baby to tell stories like that. That's only a grandma's baby right there. Because only grandma babies become bullies like that. It don't make sense, but it do. Only grandma babies get to bully the neighborhood like that. And you could tell he was a grandma baby because he had a tribe. Terror Squad. Chief. It's the chief. He had a tribe. Grandma's baby. Of course he would. Grandma from Puerto Rico? Mm-hmm. Of course. Naturally. These are Puerto Ricans from the island. Come back and make a tribe. Terror Squad. Wow. Very hip-hop. Hooray. Yeah, like the story starts in 1993. That is not why they did that. But I get it. I told you I saw them niggas out there in Raleigh. In Durham, where all the other Puerto Ricans and Mexicans go. They're a little too dark for TV. Same story. Look, to be continued. Previously on X-Men. Fat Joe and them is that migration of people. I'll get this video fucking banned. But y'all go ahead and take it. If you can, per chance. I want you to... Man, I wish I had a picture of me with braids. But go ahead real quick. Go ahead and do yourself a favor. Go to Google Images real quick. And type in Don Omar. And look at a few of his faces over time. Because he's old now. But Don Omar back then, same time period, same story. That's why his ass out there in New York. Same story. That's why Daddy Yankee in New York. Same story. I've been sure. Shut up. Same grandmothers, same time period, same neighborhoods. It's Fat Joe and friends. Now look at Don Omar real quick. Look how Don Omar look for real, bro. Stop fucking playing with us. You see Don Omar, Jonathan? You see it. You see it. They see it. Like, hello? Where his grandma stay? So you have him, a Puerto Rican, and you have Fat Joe, a Puerto Rican. What's that mean? I'll just say this. Don Omar looks like my cousin. That's all I'm gonna say. The guy that looks like my cousin, family moved down the street from my Indian family from South Carolina. That's all I'm saying. They all knew to go to the same epicenter. You get a Don Omar that look like he a Cherokee. That's crazy. With cornrows and everything. On Indians. On Indians. On Indians. On Indians, he out there. You see it? Saw the music he made on Judah, right? That's crazy. That's crazy. He pioneered a whole new genre of music for them. That's crazy. That's crazy. And it's off of the rhythm and drums of Jamaica. You know, Israelites. Come on. Come on now. Hello, how you doing? You're trying to figure out why the Israelites in Puerto Rico were using the locked-in rhythms of the Israelites of the tribal lands of Yamaka. Y'all niggas crazy as cat shit out here. Oh, man. Motherfuckers act like people spawn on islands and just stay frozen in time for thousands of years in one island only. Like, who gave y'all passports? Y'all had canoes and boats. There was no permanent parking, nigga. Shit, I'm about to go swim to Florida real quick, y'all. Y'all need anything? Granddad at Cape Verde looking for mermaid bitches, but I'll be in Haiti next week. Like, what the fuck y'all think was going on outside? They had to, like, set an alarm clock and go to work on Monday? What the fuck? What kind of life they think niggas had in America without this bullshit, bro? What type of people they think we are currently? Like, because they'll remove all the rules and civilization irregularities for usury. You're like, you from Haiti? Okay. How's my aunt doing? You're from Puerto Rico. Ooh. Right. Where were you last weekend? Barbados. How's my grandmother? Like, who told niggas they had to stand with like bandanas on their arm and just stand still until white people go, action? Like, no. Cut it the fuck out, please. That's why Israelite supersedes all that foolery. As soon as you just cast the spell Israelites, you're like, oh, of course there's Israelites all down there. Yeah. It's right next to Jerusalem. That's where Israelites will live. Oh shit, why they keep going to the north? What are you talking about, New Jerusalem? Why some of the Israelites going back and forth there? That makes sense. The beeline from Boston to Peru. Since BC 1500 modern timeline. Like, the whole time, kid. South America, Jersey. South America and Jersey. South America and Jersey. Like, the whole time. Jersey is their pilgrimage. If they're Jews, it's New Jerusalem. You may not understand what that means. Jews don't have to live in Jerusalem. But if they're particularly serious, or rich, or noble, or royal, they would make a trip to Jerusalem, do whatever it is that they do, Malachi 3 and 8, and go back to the islands and start over. They'll then take the 10% from their islands, get on the road, I guess, wherever that shit starts in Florida, get on the camel or horse, or a fucking elephant, or niggas got canoes and boats too. Maybe they figure out how to really, speed their ass up there like that. But however the fuck you do it, on no feasts, on no jubilees, they taking their ass to New Jerusalem. And you just look at the United States highway one more time, nigga. From the bottom of Florida, ports, right through the heart of New Jerusalem. That has never not been there. The only thing been there is white people talking about they built something and it's theirs because the federal highways are considered their territory. So it's like the veins of Nuremberg. It's the veins of DC. That's why you need licenses. because they think you're trafficking, and they take a fee. They're 10th. However, they're on our land using our shit, and we ain't get shit. But if you were using shit in America without these niggas, you would bring that to New Jerusalem. Because it's Jerusalem. And it's not technicality. It's not the land. This is New Jerusalem. So all that shit we did in the old Jerusalem, that's where we're gonna build that temple to do that here. But you have to update it to how that would look and be like after Genghis Khan. So it's New Jerusalem. It's Jerusalem, not just after the Bible, but New Jerusalem after Mortal Kombat, New Jerusalem after arrows and gold-tipped spears, New Jerusalem after that, and we have what we call Tartarian, Victorian, Moresque, Arabesque, Mohammedan culture, math, calculus. So it's New Jerusalem after technology. Hence Nikola Tesla going straight there. Buffalo, New York. That was already made. He helped the Germans reverse engineer some things, I'm sure. JP Morgan, look. You keep seeing it. You keep seeing the same story. That's what I'm saying, but that's our story. So, as long as people can manage to integrate that somehow into your imagination book about the ancestors. I need a jacket for it. It's chilly, but it's not TLC. Israelites is just, it'll explain everything so much easier. Because we're talking about Jacob's kids. Jacob's kids should definitely be all over America. It's kind of like his grandfathers. You understand? It's Jacob's kids going back to his grandfather's house, Abraham. Chaldean, Egypt. That's what this is. Brahma. Abrahamic. Mohammedan. Hindu. Brahma. Fundamentals. Right back into the core. Right back to the core. Plugging the ashes back into the core to unash them. Phoenixes. Resurrections of genetics. To resurrect our genes in case they whited them out, raped them out too much, bring it back to the source. So, America Online, Sanford. It was downloaded, I'm sure. At all. We don't understand time correctly in their history. The way they tell history, they out me as a just so that's why it's fundamental to know the difference. His other name, because he's an immigrant. Return. They'll still be Israelite. They'll still be Israelites no matter where they colonize them. That's why that term is universal. It takes you further back in time. It's almost permanent. What is it? This ain't goofy. Hold on. Hananana squash banana. Refresh. There it is. Am I here now?
Right here.
Is the 3 in the chattel slavery?
Original Dandada. That is it. Daddy.
Oh, it's got a short flame. And it's still playing no matter what. Yo, YouTube, you're on drugs. Hold on. Hold on, close out. So goofy. They got AI, bro. Like Google and YouTube got AI now to fix code, and they shit more broke than it's ever been broke before. Weird fucking story. Some data centers, I'm sure of it. They're getting sloppy. There's no competition, that's why. Now they're just maintaining it like a subscription. They're not even innovating no more. Crazy story. Hundreds of millions of dollars and degrees and pilots later. Feels like Kmart again. Life, social media feels like Kmart. It used to feel like the mall or the Galleria, but now it feels like you're going to Kmart. Shit, we get to a point where like some of the actors feel like they ought to be in Dollar Tree. We're at a Kmart level of our social poverty. Wait till that shit get to Dollar Tree. Y'all think Walmart bad? Shitting me. Walmart's a decent place to be for the internationals compared to Dollar Tree and Family Dollars. Or a dollar store. A dollar store in the same plaza as like one of them old people stores. Consignment shop. Next to a laundromat or cleaners, like that block right there. Nah. Thrift stores, beware. And some church that no one ever seems to go to. You know, wrong side of town. They already gentrified that shit by now, though. But back in my day. Back in my day. These old school black Jews. Thrifty as fuck. Stingy. All these stereotypes. That might be the tribe of Ben, though, and not Judah. Whatever. Scrooge McDuck. Scrooge McDuck. That's the funniest thing. Yo, fuck these niggas, bro. Yo, this Disney nigga hilarious. Yo, that Walt Disney nigga was trying niggas, bro. I need to hear him speak, bro. Because y'all know how it is when someone has an agenda to talk about you and how you thought and how you did things, but you're dead, so it's like you can't say not him. But Walt Disney's a wild ass nigga, bro. Bro, he whitewashed the classics, bro. And what I'm saying is he could have created anything else. He's very similar to the Japanese in that way. But life is like an airplane in Duckburg. Might solve a mystery, or we might be history. DuckTales, woo! Shuriken, woo! Yo, y'all sick. Yo, America, bro. The immigrant NDA passport of 1920 is crazy. What the fuck happened in the damn Great Depression? This World War I, World War II Destiny Swap companion citizenship program they had an ill-ass NDA for some reason. I have no fucking clue who did that. For it just to be so few of us to even play in the face of it. Like, you can play anybody face you want to for years, but they chose us, like, as if we needed help, right? Life is like an airplane. We might solve a mystery. or rewrite history. There it is. Woo! Might have to rewrite history while y'all here. Huey, Bluey, Dewey, ass niggas. Montezuma headdress ass niggas. Triplets, 3 cons, 3 kings, ducks, I guess. Duck king, king duck palace. Oh my god, young boy. You do fight well. And you know what I'm talking about? They got a grandfather. He's like a Banks. You know what I'm talking about? Scrooge McDuck Banks. I'm pretty sure he is. He had his own vote of coins, didn't he? Real money, legal tender, right? Nigga stingy as fuck. Nigga stingy as fuck. Nigga had homeboys with tech. Bruce Wayne and them niggas. Launchpad, like that nigga was on some other shit. Like them Jews were good with technology if they were bankers. And you see the whole story, like, but Scrooge McDuck wasn't really checking and jogging though, for real. He was teaching very important Jew morality codes from the Old Testament, specifically, and not the Talmud. So I guess it's a black Jew story. Anyway, so you know, if you were a little baby like me and millennial watching DuckTales, woo woo. Woo-hoo, dung, 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 woo-hoo. You know what I'm talking about? Like, they do that a lot for them not to be fucking Indians, right? It's crazy. That's crazy. Some Indian chants and some of the most looped songs ever. Publishing checks be damned. We might have to solve a history. We might have to solve a mystery so we can rewrite our history. Oh my God. Think about that. The spirit of music strikes again. You gotta solve the mystery in order to rewrite your history. A woo-hoo, nigga. You get the holy vows again too. That's how you know it's Jew shit, by the way. Indian. So, same story. So, yeah. Disney was talking about us per usual. Every story that he curated, actually. It was almost like Walt Disney was King James of animation. Walt Disney's the King James of animations. He picked whatever fucking cool story he could find from Al-Andalusia, whitewashed it for the culture, of course, right? He wants to make some money now. But the story, if you go back to the old Disney that we grew up on, 80s and 90s, you'll realize how Jewish it is. I'm talking about Old Testament Jewish. I'm not talking about refried beans, World War II Jewish. I don't know what that is. How they get blonde hair, bro? Did they read the description of Jesus yet? Anyway, where they bears at? So, yeah, man. This shit's heavy-handed. And it's crazy that they filed it under entertainment for kids. It's underhanded. So if they're underhanding this type of stuff, passing the culture forward, if you will, the clues at least, the sciences, but they don't say nothing. They don't clean it either. They just happen to have a fucking an exorbitant amount of it to reference, but you don't, right? No one else like them horizontally ever did the same thing with any of that stuff, but they did. Weird, fucking weird. Very particular family, like, right? You'll see it repeat. But fuck them, right? I ain't tripping on that. I'm tripping on their references. It's not theirs. So, like, where them people at? They're regardless, right? Whoever gave it to us, it's not theirs. So you'll see the same thing happen with religions and Bibles. They did it again with Disney. That's just not theirs. Those stories are not theirs. Not their people, not their lands, not their languages, none of the values, none of it. But they made a media empire using it as references and samples. What it did, though, because that disrespect was what it was, it then became a sigil, a reference point over a whole generation of people. So right around now, the Great Jew Awakening, it's like, oh shit. What they use for bad, God will use for good. But from the Bat Signal to the Gargoyles to David, Goliath, Metal Gear, Solid Snake, like, it's the same 33 stairs. Like a clock, or like the little hand on your watch. If I don't do anything, I'm a ball. I'm going all day with that clock on the wall. Go and get your money, little duffel bag. Yeah, same story. I'm damn sure I ain't about to pay that data. So I'm here. Harut. Smyth-EL, sure. Fake Chris Thompson. Chemtrails, yeah, man. I can feel it in my nostrils. Shogun says, yo, him and Tego Cauldron. Witchcraft. Can you imagine? Jonathan says, Tailspin and Darkwing Duck 2, though. Come on. Oh, dear, Tailspin. Oh, dear, Tailspin. Friends for life through thick and thin. No, Tailspin. And then the breakdown. They put a bridge in it. Ooh. Who were they talking to? What little white baby were they targeting with that audience? Cut it the fuck out. Yeah, hey, yo, Disney, stop fucking playing with us, bro. You saw the shit they put on the Disney Channel, but then we got the package that went to the hood, and that's the trippy shit about it. You can see those shows on regular, like, screw the shit in your damn back of your TV cable. Like, Disney had a little package for us. Disney's like, yo, let's put them onto the Jews. What? Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. They don't let that shit slide for real. Hell no. Don't even make no sense. Can't even pathologize. Oh, they're the Jews. They're the Jewish people. They're Jewish too. No, nigga. Ain't they shit either. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Wouldn't matter what you think they call themselves. That ain't their shit. I swear to God. Jesus is clearly copper colored. Don't do that. Nah. Don't let rhyming words fuck up your science. Biology's a bitch. So anyway, you should tell a tree by the fruit that it bears. You're not from that tree. You're not from the Abraham tree branch. Don't do that. You don't have the same color bark. And your fruits are bitter. They're clones. Oh, whatever, you know. You see the law of degrees happening. But that's a cool story. Tell Smith. This is not going to end well for globalists. The fuck are y'all talking about? What the fuck the Gen X? What the fuck Gen X is on right now? What's up with the United States citizens under the classification of Gen X politicians? What y'all going through right now? What the fuck y'all don't understand? We should talk about that. On John Smith, we should talk about that. I'm trying to get a headline read. There's nothing interesting. It seems everyone's delayed. That storm is taking up a lot of airspace though. Freezing means to slow down, to rest, to reflect, introspect. And if nature is asking you to do it, then you might as well sit the fuck down somewhere. So we're on pause. It's like we're on pause. Yeah, I feel it. That's why no one knows what's about to happen. Because it's been on pause. Yeah, all the stories are in hindsight. They're exposing the truth about childhood vaccines. Ghetto, that's old. Someone in Minnesota blasts immigration crackdown. They don't have a problem. We don't need the speakerphone to say that this immigration crackdown sucks. What about all these people getting shot in the face? And then you have Pretty's killing. That's that guy. Okay, rest in peace, Alex. And then CIA. Orshnik destroys Trump something. Oh shit, that's the missile I've been talking about. What do they say? What they lying about now? Theater of War is what they call it.
The CIA colluded with the New York Times to publish an article about how the CIA was targeting in the most direct, intimate way possible, Russian oil infrastructure.
Right.
Precision strikes.
Oil is here, but then say about the residents.
The same drones, using the same guidance, It's the same weapon. It's a CIA-run asset, the 14th Regiment, launching the same drone, using the same chips, directed by the CIA, and the CIA had been working with the New York Times on this article for days, if not weeks prior to. The timing of the release of this article is not an accident. The CIA was sending a signal. We are targeting you.
Smoke signals from targeting.
Are targeting you.
Now, to the untrained ear, he's talking about the CIA, missiles, Russia, and shit like that. But what the hell did he just say? He repeated these phrases. You know how Dr. Umar does. The same thing, the same thing, the same thing, the same thing. They're targeting you, targeting you, targeting you, targeting you. They're sending a signal. Ain't that what the fuck I'm talking about? I'm gonna have to go outside on that one. I'm tired already, bro. We frozen. We on pause. The fuck is going on? What he said, like, same story. Like, you feel me? Same story. That's a weird feeling, though. That white boy was snapping. I don't know him. I saw the word Orshanik, and he said everything I said. Mr. Orshanik. That's crazy. I clicked on the keyword, hyperlink, neuron link. YouTube says, here's your options. Where you want to go? I noticed you like the Orshaniks. Yeah, bro. I was just telling someone in prison about them. They couldn't fucking fathom it. The same CIA drone capacities, same BioWare malleabilities, the same sheepo technology. And I was like, I get it, nigga. You're trying to say Russia or somebody hijacked the CIA's classified technology that we paid for, and now they flipped it on niggas. Boo-hoo. Okay, cool story. Like, all right. But that wasn't the cool, but what I'm saying is, when he said that wasn't the cool part of the story. That's like Call of Duty. Nah, he said because they were targeting Russia assets in terms of transferring energy and power. They were player hating with drones. So Russia just said, same story, right? That's the beautiful part. But he ain't tripping on that. He was like, yo, not only is it the same motherfuckers, however, though, same story, what I'm trying to tell you, nigga. They were smoke signaling this to you. They teamed up with the biggest press corps that they have access to in the United States, CIA, Wall Street Journal. Their press corps, their narrative writers, their academics, and the bullshit they're doing, and the L they're taking, and they're going to say something like this, but they were talking over everyone. If CIA is crafting that story over days or weeks, they're trying to figure out a way to send a signal over the masses. So it's like a public text message, right in the open air. That's just say, oh, that's a Hegelian dialogue. Like they gotta, everyone has to know, no, the fuck y'all talking about? How the fuck are these kids getting killed and all that damn shit if that's the way universal law goes? Fuck you. No, that's not why they do that. Smoke signals is for mass area of effect. It's not for personal communications. So if I'm trying to like, yeah, yo, bitch, where you at? I wouldn't send her a smoke signal. But if like I'm at grandma's house and I send up my smoke signal and you can smell the cinnamon, then everyone who's related to us will know that me or someone like me is there. That's a smoke signal. So CIA used Wall Street Journal and all its publications with agents and intelligences and gray ops everywhere. When they send a smoke signal, what they're saying is a bulletin board message. It's not private. Trust me, they have encryption. So, to send a public encrypted message in King James English right in front of you, this is what I've been talking about. And this is what this nigga's talking about. I'm like, ain't that what I'm talking about? He said, no, that's what I'm talking about. I'm like, the CIA? I'm like, no, over here. KJV, no, the CIA be doing that shit. They be acting like Jewish people. I was like, that's crazy. I've been talking about Jews and shit, but we ain't Jewish people. It's like, same story. And then he's telling his crowd, same story. They're targeting you. And I'm like, targeting Jews. Can you imagine? High enough charge. Can you fucking imagine turn up? Can you fucking imagine some ridiculous shit like that happening today? Not me. You want them Alex Jones types too. No reason why we had the same word cloud. Not today. He posted that today. Same story. It must be in the air. Shout out to Harut. TBFB. Sure then. What y'all talking about? How do you guys feel about synchronicities such as these? What's your best theory? What's your grandma tell you? Mama used to say. What your mama used to say about such ridiculous things like that? Where my lighter at, nigga? That's deep though. I see your point. I never thought about it like that. For real. When did you first learn that? That's crazy. Since you were 3.5? Thumbs up on that one, man. Thank you for the support. think Prestor John is discussed with a dragon as well. You know, our stories can get real fucking ridiculous if you let them. But I think Prestor John and dragons is like Khalifa and dragons. That explains a lot, actually. Shuriken. That would definitely explain the Shuriken part of it. Yeah, that explains everything, actually. That if dragons are real, then all those words make sense, and then you know exactly what they're describing. Who breeds dragons? Israelites. That's why these goofy people love them dragon shows. Same story King Arthur, you know. Matter of fact, they have a story about a Moor in Sega Genesis. Here goes Capcom's ass again. What's that game called? Actually, it was more common on Super Nintendo. It's called Ghouls and Ghosts. Used to be in arcades too, briefly. It was updated graphics arcade from Nintendo, so it's up from Nintendo. But it's called Ghouls and Ghosts. You're this little naked King Arthur looking nigga, Ginger. And he runs around collecting armor and power-ups, trying to kill the Walking Dead and all kind of monsters. Cool ass Al Louisiana soundtrack, by the way. I ain't sleep. And the castles of Moresque, you know the rest of the story, but you know, they put a white guy in it, a bunch of dead people. Necros. So, yeah. There's always a dragon with us somewhere, bro. So what we do know is there were definitely dragons, according to us. The people known with dragons. There was definitely, I could bookmark when we had a dragon. I don't know when it was. For sure. When Daniel was alive. Daniel had to deal with a dragon. And did. Daniel got a lot of books in that Bible that he just tossed out for some reason. He was doing work, bro. Daniel was on some other shit. I gotta finish reading them all. Daniel ain't like the other kids. That's probably why people don't understand Jesus. Daniel was first. Daniel was already on his Jesus path by himself. For real, for real. Daniel is like the fucking Samson of that shit. Whatever that shit is. Daniel's the Samson of logic and wisdom, for real. You know, some other shit. Daniel's different than all of them. They sleep on that guy. Anyway, it's Daniel versus Bel the Dragon. That shit ain't no fucking alliteration. They ain't our fucking paintings. Ain't no fucking alliteration there. Then you go to Genghis Khan and that culture, he's like, oh, they got dragons too. That's crazy. Exactly where the 10 tribes of Israel were captive. There's drawings of dragons everywhere. Cool story, bitch. Khalifa, oh, there's dragons here. Oh, shit, cool story, Game of Thrones. And they like, oh, but over here, though, there's no such thing as dragons. Those are dinosaur bones, whales. All right, Jonah. You know, sure, okay. Like, we got dragon in every fucking language just for a nigga not to exist. What? You got the word dragon in all of our Israelite languages just for the shit not to exist? For you to grow up today as big as we are, niggas talking about reptilians, shapeshifters, and dragon people. What traits are you comparing those to if dragons ain't real? Why would the Chinese, Native American, and island person all have a dragon in their story? They don't even know each other yet. But they all know dragons already. Get the fuck out my face. Get the fuck out my face, boy. Tell them stop playing, bro. That make no goddamn sense. There's a dragon in all those stories in the same time period. What do they think these niggas had? The internet? Like, niggas were sharing ideas? They had mixtape posters or something? What the fuck they talking about, bro? They had, like, traveling sports teams, the dragons? Like, nigga, every motherfucker had to fight a dragon or two, bro. Like, Elder Scrolls still making video games about the same story. Like, they ain't even finished it. Game of Thrones niggas like, I ain't finished stealing this shit. Like, I got a few more angles, like, and dragons and all. Yo. Disney will tell you. They all tell you. Japan tells you. They all tell you. China tell you. All of them tell you. Kung Fu temples, you seen in Shaolin, same story. Dragons ever. Mortal Kombat, it's right there. MK Michael, right there. Dragging people up. Phoenix, too, is the dragon rises from the ashes. They're using the dragon as a phoenix allegory. All right, Native American headdress. Feathered serpent, feathered dragon. There you go. A serpent with feathers means a serpent that can fly. It can squabble on its belly, Genesis I, but if it has wings, it can fly. There you go. You see how easy that shit is? See how the limiter is set to there's no such thing as dragons, so you miss all the alliterations of dragons through all through that bitch. How many times does the Bible describe a dragon? All the time. And people sleep, lyrians. Lyrics, lyrians, the lyre, the guitar, the banjo, dragons. That word show up in Greece. Dragons, like the fuck? How the fuck the Greece and the Hawaiians? Tell me the story about the Greece and the Hawaiians, bitch, on your maps. Tell me this story, bitch. Go ahead. This part of the world didn't exist. Now, how do dragons exist on both sides of the worlds then, bitch? You feel me? Like, dragons don't exist, but dragons show up at both sides of the world that didn't know each other's worlds, though. Like, cut it the fuck out. Don't fucking play with me. Hot potatoes. Well, we discovered America's a new world, or you're a liar. Cool story, but or. Dragons on both sides, no matter who the fuck you think you are on my story. Cut the fuck out. Dragons on both sides of this world, boy. I'm just saying the Israelites are the ones that talk about it. I mean, just think about it. I want you to think about it. Just take a second. Just take one good second to think about it. I saw a shape-shifting manta ray. That's all I'm going to say about it. Just like that dog. I don't need no convincing that something could be strange, like Ezekiel's will or Dragon Ball Z, whatever you want it to be. I'm describing a manta ray to you. That's not what it was, though. Could be a dragon shorty. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Because manta rays don't have that fireball in them, typically. I haven't seen no sea creature with a fireball in the center. Nope, never seen it. Matter of fact, I've never seen that fireball before, and I play every game that had a fireball in it. Nope, never seen that science before. That is not liquid. So, yeah, dragons, I guess. Poor boy, Moses got his face burnt off. Whoever he was talking to was like, hey, yo, I'm about to take off. Hide behind the bush. Nigga didn't want to listen. What's up with niggas for real? What's up with these Israelites from Egypt? I mean, America. What's up with these American Indians? Anyway, so he's peeping over the bush to take a peek. Like, this peeping Tom ass nigga, bro. First of all, whoever you talking to turning around and about to, lace up, boot up, whatever. I mean, what I'm saying, there's a takeoff implied in that story. Don't fucking miss it now. Sunday. Don't fucking miss it. There's a takeoff implied in that story, Mount Transfiguration. Like, oh, he got the tablets of the rules that we can't follow. How difficult are these ass niggas today? The fuck is going on, boy? How the Ten Commandments is difficult? Anyway, whatever. That's the main story. That's not the fucking main story. That wasn't the main story at all. These niggas already know these rules. These niggas have to follow these rules to keep their technology, though. Y'all don't listen to shit. You have to barter with Israelites. That was a contractual agreement. That was the terms of service agreement on your Apple on your update. So my nigga, they didn't have a choice but to accept the terms. Stupid. That's not because they didn't know how to act. They wasn't never gonna act like that. What the fuck y'all think they are? Who the fuck you think they are for real? Who the fuck you think we are for real? Anyway, so it's like, all right, this is the new terms of service for our Promised Land lease agreement. As long as we follow these, we'll be able to stay in. Got it? Nah, let's think about it for 40 years. They wanted to review their options for 40 years. The Warriors that got them there was like, nah, I don't think I want to retire here, man. My back hurt. Nah. I'm talking about. Why she want to swing from the chandelier? Why she say chandelier? Why she say a French word like that? Chandelier, chandelier. Is that Sia? Sia was going through it, boy. She didn't want the world to see her face. She was worshiping Drake. She wanted to protect her face from the world, but she wanted to protect the world from her face? What? Yo. Shout out to Sia, though. She used to be in Destiny's Child. Yo, Sia used to be in Destiny's Child. Nah. She used to be in 07 in a song called Destiny. That's Sia singing on Destiny by 07. And she's singing on Waiting Line. You listen to the lyrics she wrote, and see her come back out as a pop star. Wow. Wow. Very wild. How sensitive she is to energy. But yeah. Sia in 07. 20 years ago. Over 20 years ago. Shit. 2001? 2000? When was that album, White People? I be on my White People catalogs too, man. If they hit VH1. Yep. Sia 07. Destiny. Yep. Calvin Harris was mad late. It was late. It was late with Sia, boy. Sia was out before Adele, for real. Real life. Black Hawk, what's up, bro? He said, I love you, man. Yo, shout out to you, Black Hawk. Appreciate you, bro. We back. Back like Bach, like that. Hey, they gonna tell me that's a white man named Harpo? Nah, I don't believe it. You need more energy levels. Nah, hell no. Those people wouldn't make no music like that aggressive. They don't have no words. They don't have no thoughts that are that aggressive for that music to be like that. For real. A lot of that old music that they claim, classical, Renaissance, all this extra Roman bullshit. You find out all this Roman bullshit's a bunch of niggas. Like, here we go again, Jews. Like they're hiding the fact that Mozart's really a Moor. Ooh, let's be very specific. If he's a Roman Moor, he's a Jew. Ooh, did you read the Bible, bitch? Like, the whole story is like there's a Roman Empire and there's Jews inside of it. Guys, can you fucking imagine my chagrin? Man, about Greeks and Romans in school and IB, AV, it was like these white guys and white drawings and Epstein's daddy's parents' drawings and shit, right? That's cool enough. Then you see Gladiator and shit, like, ooh, finally we get Denzel Washington in one of them. They're finally including Othello into the Shakespearean collection, guys. Oh my god. Right, but hold on. Pause the tape. What the fuck is Jesus, bro? What the fuck is Jesus? Hold on, let's slow the fuck down. What the fuck? To my black Christians on there on Sunday. What the fuck you think Jesus is, real quick? Someone tell me where this makes sense. Jesus is a Jew. I'm trying to walk this down because I'm trying to figure out where the historians and people who went to college got lost at. They looking for Jesus in Palestine. They looking for Jesus in the mud hut. They looking for him in the walled city in the jungle. Where they looking for Jesus at, bro? My nigga Jesus is a Jew, the couple of bronze. He's a copper-colored Jew with long curly hair and shit. He's kind of tall. And he got niggas around him bigger than him. They pimping, they hoeing, and they selling stuff, and they money changing. They badass kids. They're in captivity during a Roman captivity. There's stories in the Holy Roman Bible. The only thing holy about the Romans is who that story's about. A damn Jew. The Holy Roman Empire is a Roman Empire ran by Jews. Why do you think the kingdoms of the Roman Empire was offered to Jesus, the King of Kings, the Empire, the Emperor of Jews, over the Holy Roman Empire, Victorian era, Tartarian, KJV? He's the King of Jews of the Holy Roman Empire. The Romans had us in captivity, man. We won. Jesus came, our King. The prophecy, the Messiah came. On Tartaria, Genghis Khan came back. Temujin showed up for real. That's based on a true story. To free some Jews. Some tall black niggas. He freed some copper-colored bronze niggas out of captivity. And his son Hakata Khan John, St. John Smith. Prestor John Smith. One of these niggas. One of those niggas from the Holy Roman Empire had a kid, St. John, Holy Roman Emperor's kid, St. John, his son, to America. Oh man. 13 generations ago, in the 13th colonies of Jews from the Holy Roman Empire of Tartaria. Yeah, man. Can you fucking imagine? There's no black Romans. But there's a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Roman. All I'm saying, Hebrews, Israelites ain't Egyptians. So I guess we can't be Romans either. A new word applied to the same place and people, right? They so stupid. Jesus Christ, these people can't fucking read, man. Jesus right there in the seat of the Holy Roman Empire. King of Kings in Roman captivity. If he turns out to be Jesse, Yeshua, if he turns out to be like his fathers, what did Judas throw it all away for? For him to free them out of captivity. You know, a bunch of black people, Jews. The whole book about it, bro. The New Testament. They think we took a Sabbath like, we ain't finished writing yet. No, this is a story about, they think we were just hitting the resume button on some shit. Nigga, they are crazy as cat shit. 1611 King James, St. John Smith's Colonies. My grandfather, by the way. Tell them watch they fucking mouth for real. That's my grandfather's story. That's why that shit over here, bro. This grandfather's grandfather, father, one of them niggas was like the Holy Roman Emperor. Shall I continue? Before white people hypothecated number versus unum sanctum against Saracens, the original popes, if you will, that position, that title that was hypothecated, that guy right there, Ablu Khan, meaning Pope Innocent the First, is one of Genghis Khan's sons too. So the Pope Innocent bloodline over there, that becomes the Vedic Khan, but the Hindu Khan, that version of the branch before it turns white. And you go to Vedic Khan now, and there's a black person on their royal crest. That's in medieval times, Victorians. So from 1500 before it, nigga, around then, it's all Khan's kids. It obviously turned, just like the United States obviously turned, just like South America obviously turned. You know where this is going, Europe. But it happened there first, just like MTV. So St. John Smith and Pope Innocent Smith are brothers. Different mothers. Different territory. The father separated it into 7 for 7 sons, 7 seas. We live in the story of John because we're the ones here in captivity here, and the story of why we are here is because John. There's other Israelites over the world in different captivities. They're probably not having the same conversation as us though. They don't have the same captives. But everyone's looking for a Judah or a David. I noticed the Japanese. I think they sent all of those here. Now, that's why the smoke signal makes sense from them. Descendants of Israelites. And then with the Dominican Republic, that's all. We seen it. Sammy Sosa, we saw it. I know how incest works. I saw a whole bunch of shit. It was weird. I saw some pictures too. As soon as they changed colors. It was A and B. There's no in between. Black Asian, white Asian. No light-skinned A. Maries. Weird story. Weird story. The South Americans, Central Americans who have that story do the same shit. Grandma be the last dark person ever. And they're probably all dying off now. That's when I was a kid. I think this is the only place where that couldn't happen. It still hasn't. We just don't have as many kids. But it's not enough of else to change the pattern. If I'm still here. Yep. So I don't know, man. This is the St. John version of the Holy Roman Empire. That's all. Joan of Arc. Type of things. Degrees wise. Degrees. That's where they're borrowing it from. St. John. It's like John Smith or John the Baptist. Like Jesus's cousin or brother, but literally Genghis Khan's son. So it's John the Baptist or St. John, like hypothecated Jesus and his possible brother, cousin Elizabeth's son, John. Quite interesting. But in real life, Hakata Khan is John and his daughter is Elizabeth Smith. Elizabeth, John, Genghis. James, same story, part 3. So here you see what they did. Not only did they try to flip the patina or the worldview of what those people are like, but they also try to scramble the deck on their connections to each other. Another one that shows up in Anatoly Fomenko's work, which is interesting because he lives where the story took place. So he, I think Newell was telling me that he indicated in his documents and references that they seem to have been in the time of the New Testament as reference point. They seem to have been referring to the time, Holy Roman Empire, Tartaria, where Herodotus, or the one that's the Roman part of the current New Testament, that I guess ultimately would be adversarial to what Jesus was doing, but it's really the Jews hating on him. But the guy that the Jews are snitching on Jesus too, the big dude in Rome, that guy. In real life, that's Genghis Khan's uncle. And that's interesting because when you code switch into the story, you have a similar dynamic where before the Jews get to vote for him to be spared or the other barbers to be spared, the Roman side of the Roman authority side, and Roman doesn't tell you what he is. Roman just tells you whose side he's on. Remember, Jews live different. Anyway, his wife is like, I had a dream. So she's a seer, she's a prophet, prophetess, blah, 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 blah. And that's very important to know because this is a story about a bunch of Jews, since Jesus is a Jew in captivity with Jews in captivity. On Judas, right? You keep seeing the words up here. So, but for her to have those gifts in a book about Jews by Jews, that would intonate that she's a Jew herself. Married to the guy that's, in the Roman civil, corporate side of things, if you get it. Just like Paul was. He's on the civil side of things. Just like coons are. You understand everything? But then they'll refer to each other as cousins or, yeah, you got a similar grandfather, but you know how you're of your father, the devil, though. See, it just did it again, because the whole story is about a black guy named Jesus, right? He's in the Holy Roman Empire. Now, come on now. Who's he surrounded by? Other black people, other black Jews? Okay, now. When did they turn white? Never in human history. So why is there white Romans? What are we talking about? Anytime someone's in captivity, there's more of the captives anyway. That's what slavery is, right? Let's wake the fuck up for real. There was more white people living on a plantation than slaves. You've never seen that picture. Never seen that picture. So what the fuck are we talking about? Holy Roman Empire. Anyway. So you see how it is. A tall black Jew named Jesus, Genghis, getting his people out of captivity again, like all his daddies did. That's who wrote the stories. That's the stories that it's part of. That's a collection that it's part of. It's a continuum of those degrees. This ain't the only degrees in Israel, though. Ain't that strange? Some they burned or stole our books. Don't worry about it. We're gonna back one day, but right now we need Judah. So thus, justice, judgment, reset. But this one's a mental reset, a psychological reset. No floods involved in this one. But it is. It would be like that. It'd be like a mud flood. Yep, that's exactly what this is. This is a flood of the nervous system and neurons. Radiation treatment. It's like curing cancer. So instead of feeling negative energy and anxious energy, you probably feel more zapped right now. More calm or more like, fuck it, I ain't got no energy to fight it. Yeah, that's radiation. And then I guess the bullshit mix they sprayed in the sky with that inevitable sun radiation made a weird combo. And then boom, like, oh, iced everywhere. Like, you dickheads. You spraying this shit while the sun's about to explode? Y'all goofy. So extra radiation and the dumb shit they sprayed. Too much cold, but alright, cold shit tells you something by itself because nature chose. But that radiation behind it and because of it is the strongest it's been in years. They'd be too busy trying to hide shit. So I'm gonna say this again. I'm gonna code switch, almost like I'm a descendant of Aramaics. Mainstream media ran by Jewish people. Israelis, 61% allergic to the sun. What are they allergic to? Radiation. Alright. So suddenly, in the last week or two, heads up, a lot of radiation piling in on humans, on NASA, on solar observatories, and on some other strange shit on Beetlejuice. Right? Right. We got the heads up already. A week or two ago, plus the moon, astrology, alignments, Aquarius, Pluto, all that's all radiation. All of it. It's a bunch of attention and energy about the alignments of energies, radiations, magnetism, radiation. You saw the aurora showing up. They started turning red already. Radiation. Now check this out. Can you imagine? As beautiful as it just fucking was out here, 70 degrees, goddamn, just 3 goddamn days ago, and everywhere else was nicest. You can ask Jonathan, he's driving around there, the Midwest, through ice now, and I could have fucking swore radiation's at the all-time high, and the heat was up in January. Who cares? And then all of a sudden, freeze, beware. So what happens when your city shuts down? Oh, oil. Everyone buys all of their necessities. Everyone buying what? What money they got? You gotta be talking white people. So then I just cut my ears off and then talking about Jews. So white people who had money still ran out and bought up everything in the store to prepare for a snowstorm just in case, shit gets scary. White people with money all at once, programmed to bunker down, bunker in, side of their house or their apartment, not in the cars, not in the streets, not in the offices, which you never see them in anymore, but, outside, minding their business. When radiation from the sun is at its highest. We be thinking it's about money and oil or something. That's a weird story. The sun and everything just happens to be at the most radiant. On some New Year's sliding back type shit. It would have been a New Year's for real if they let it happen. But nah, they blocked the sky out. This is the most radiant this energy coming down has been in a long time. You're the fire horse. It's ignition. It's the keys to ignition. Freshen out the kitchen. And they said, nah, fuck it. Cover it up. What? Like, so fuck niggas again. You see what I'm saying? You see how this always goes to our detriment? We needed that. We needed those upgrades. But they're like, we're allergic to it in mRNA, so go inside. We gotta cool you down. Why? Because ice is outside. And if you get caught up in ice, you might die. Right? You learn how to read their word clouds. Since they're telling us they're talking through us, Wall Street Journal. Full circle. Same story. Yep. They tried it though. They tried it. Yeah, they're trying to offset. So you understand how much scarier it is than what we think. I have already disconnected from the group think political word cloud. Like, I don't make the connections they make no more. I took an extra step out of their matrix. So I can see it differently. And they're cooked. They have nothing to talk about. It's catchy despair disguised as irony now. We're at the office level of serious college kids who pay attention to politics. Anyway, while that is happening in the money and the transfers and the energy, weather, oil, wars, rumors of war, just like the Bible said, book about a bunch of Jews being targeted in America. Anyway, the real threat, I think, if I was half as good a scientist as any of my ancestors, is that no matter what they're doing, the Son of Righteousness with healing in its wings is starting to prime its fire. $5G introduced a lot of unfair radiation. When it's near an elementary school, a couple of kids get cancer. It's a thing. It's too much radiation for them. For their biofield, not their body, not their diet. Their biofield can't handle it. Everyone doesn't have the same daddy or grandma. So they know that, but they won't push for 6G anyway. So for now, with your Wi-Fi stuff at home, tuned to your biofield, by the way, they've been using you to transfer light, data, information, and cooking you radioactively. But we grew up through it. So we had a tolerance prior to radiation, Fallout 4. Our generation was like the last ones. And then we ran into a radiation field artificially created by them. And then we got cooked like frogs. Now that shit's piping. That was artificial. That was these niggas. While they were plotting that dumb shit, the sun was like, I'm not yellow and orange no more. Have you noticed? So the sun had its own agenda. Remember we were talking about clocks earlier? So the sun is on its own agenda. These motherfuckers try to cook us from the inside out, but the sun is going to try to cook their ass from the outside in. That's a weird story. Now, hold on. That sounds like a stretch if you weren't paying attention to what mRNA does, shorty. You ever seen Prometheus? You seen that opening scene in Prometheus? I want to call my people's attention back to that movie. He's on fire. But Prometheus, pale giant, consumed some melanistic, exotic, ended his bloodline on that dimension, and then had a stockpile, the type of satellite it was, aimed at Earth, part of their little creation that they set for extermination, but something happened. Delayed. And in that delay, they're able to grow, redevelop technology to go back home. Same story, right? On Elon Musk, that's the same story. But if you think about that external weapon was aimed at your planet, but they never hit go yet, but you're still on your planet. That has a gun, a laser pointer, aimed at you. It kind of works like Donald Trump said about COVID. Bleach in the sunlight will kill it. Now let me tell you a strange thing about COVID. mRNA, bleach in sunlight will kill you. You understand how these demons talk. They have a different language model. They have a different brain. They don't think in Aramaic. So they're very obvious, but they're playing in your face too. You can call them to it. But take them at face value. That's what they told you. So, of course, we would love to believe that the Illuminati playbook of New World Order and weather control to make it miserable so people don't want to work or go outside, that's weird. Why is your playbook us staying inside the house? Like, bitch, why we gotta have a job then? Like, just cut the jobs off, they're yours. What the fuck? You have your agenda done by Friday. Like, you know? Like, we gotta be the jackass here. But you know how these motherfuckers are about writing fantasy novels. But, in effect, to everyone primed to push their agenda that way because they heard about it in college, we are where we are now. Stupid as hell, dumb as hell. But because of the military, World Economic Forum, Jewish demonstration of 2019, and the rollout of this graphene oxide business, what's peculiar about it is that if the right or wrong but type of people have enough of it, they are responding to the temperature differently. The main one is heat. Their body is not processing heat correctly. They might be sounding like they're anemic suddenly. Like, damn, why the heat so high in here? Why the water so hot? And that's not how they've been their whole life. But suddenly after 2019, for some reason, people's internal temperature cannot quantize external temperature properly. And sadly, that's almost a no-duh operator if you understand what graphene oxide is and what it turns into in a body, in a network, such as your nervous system, which is a network already of light particles, crystals, DNA, and that's what graphene oxide can be programmed by them to interact with it. It's encrypting and decrypting in real time. Pulses though, kind of like ones and zeros, not the GUI and DOS, but behind it. Biohacking. They're hacking the biosphere of your system, and that's why your natural immune system attacks it. That's your Norton antivirus, because it knows foreign things can take over you, such as parasites. So graphene oxide functions, if you will, as an artificial parasite. But because they did gain of function research, they found a trick door and weird chances for it to hook onto certain things in your DNA. And whatever that code is very simple. It's very small because remember, you put all the books into a strand of DNA, Japan. So that little mRNA that you're thinking about, potentially, if it's just a gram or less, it can hold all the information from the internet and put that shit right in your arm, and then you get 6 of them. So you don't know if it's a little bit of information or a whole Library of Alexandria worth of data in that modified RNA, which is information for your DNA, if they can do the fucking, the Masonic handshake with each other. Everyone's body don't do the Masonic handshake. They end up getting allergic reactions, or worse. You've seen it. But others, the acceptable designations of blood types and immunities, have a very strange relationship now with heat. And your government is paying millions, if not billions of dollars to artificially make it cold during the winter? This is not democracy, right? Like, how come nature just can't be nature, and how come winter just be as cold as it want to be? Why are we making it colder in the winter? Like, the winter's already cold enough. Like, I'm saying if you're evil scientists with weather control, why don't you flex a little bit, my nigga? Like, let's keep Seaside Heights open through November, my nigga. Like fuck with us on Jersey Shore. On Jersey Shore, we can flex this. On Jersey Shore, MTV would still be on right now if we had the weather machine to make this shit like that all the time now. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Nobody want to do a TV show in Chicago in December, nigga. Fuck out my face. So, Macaulay Culkin, but we gonna get a gay ass, harp ass, radioactive ass, chemical spraying boron ass niggas to make snowstorms in the winter? Like, low hanging fruit much? Like, ooh, the science is so dope. No, nigga. You're magnifying what's already there like a dumbass. But why? That makes everything more inconvenient. Like, in one hand, it's like, we're going into debt, we need more ideas, we need more geniuses, we need more AI, we need more automation, we need more some more things. We need to stabilize the global marketplace. And then on the other hand, it's like,
yes, but all of their evil genius plans is going to make you a subservient slave.
What are they going to pay you with? Negative 38 trillion.
But once you connect it to their Wi-Fi permanently in their smart city.
Hold on. Smart city with what ingredients? Like, they got to pay for that. They're negative 38 trillion.
But no, the radiation, no. And they're changing the weather so that
So you can homestead again, motherfucker? What the fuck y'all talking about? Motherfucker, United States got a power problem. So how is it making it cold, artificially making it better? Are we sure the United States is making itself cold? Or is there indeed something else making the United States cold altogether? Since the United States loves to deny that they're modifying weather, but ass niggas, right? You can't even decide. You can't even get a final answer on this shit. Experiments, labs, hypothecations, potentially, but Dubai did it in one day if, ass niggas. But I've been seeing this shit for 20 years. But you feel me? Fuck them talking about it. Fuck them bringing it open air. Bitch, we've been outside for 20 plus years watching it happen. Like, oh, the thing you're about to do looks exactly like what I've been watching happen for 20 years, bitch. Like, fuck you talking about? This shit like a checkerboard. Bitch, all over the world, too. And that's the crazy part. If it's the United States, then why is it all over the world, too? That changed the whole math problem. That grid, that shape. It's not just military harp. Why is that shit in Britain? Why is that shit in Britain? It's barely in Africa. You don't see too much of that in Africa. Ain't that a bitch? But they're against black people. That's weird. It seems like they're coding where all the white people are. You want to talk about it one day? They're coating white people with whatever that is. The people over there did it because they live under sun, heat, desert. Get it? Light-skinned people? They're coating light-skinned people, right? Think about it, huh? I never been in Jamaica and the Caribbean. Is it checkerboards in the sky out there lately? I don't know. If ever. Weekly. Once in a while, maybe. Experimenting. Epstein Island. You've seen them pictures. But no. Let it be a lot of white people per capita, and all of a sudden your shit look like vanilla sky in this bitch. You know what I'm talking about? And when they do it in winter, it makes it cold. People, they say, adapted in the cold, too. So don't listen now. They ain't gonna complain like you. I'll complain like a motherfucker. But I didn't take the graphene oxide, so I feel the cold that I'm supposed to feel, because bitch, it's cold out here. And Keith Sweat, nobody is playing. This is a crazy loop, bro. In 1996, 97, and 98, that's crazy. But these niggas making it artificially cold, knowing damn well if it gets too warm or too hot, most of them will die. So what I'm saying is, their program, what they use for bad, God use for good. Their program before COVID, supreme lackluster melanin, vitamin D, magnesium requirements on everybody that ain't them ass program for sure. It would seem so. But since COVID, mRNA introduction to everybody, but specifically them, has fucked up their internal heat compass. So now do they have those problems emerging internally? Now they have the extra radiation outside that's going to cook them both time at the same, like a smoker. So them trying to make it cold right now, this decade, this time, fresh off the pandemic, fresh off of Pfizer. Just this timeline right now, these generations alive. Have to really pay very fucking close attention to what they trying to do for it. Because they're never talking to them. They're only talking to white people. The liberal white people are making the videos. Or you see them in the comments now too, like when the black girl gets a little sassy. Hey, white people didn't listen, we ain't telling them. I saw a white person on TikTok, and the white people are like, yes, I'm an old white woman. Amen, sisters, right? It's surface level concrete thinking. But please don't miss the key detail here. Black people and white people are saying that white people were not listening and or acknowledging and or taking serious and or not ranking high enough the things that black people have been saying for 40 plus years. They're acknowledging it. But what I'm saying is they're acknowledging that they never heard us. They're not acknowledging that they remembered what we said either. It's a different type of acknowledgement statement for a group of people to have never understood you. Not because you're black, not because they're white. Whatever the social blind spot was, caused them to not take nothing you said seriously. It wasn't because you were black. It wasn't because the cops were or were not mean, per se. You have an extreme version of white people who don't give a fuck either way, so they'll act like that. But regular white people, sad. Where's his father? He didn't listen to the commands? Man, that criminal element, we really need some funding in these areas. Man. Rest in peace, Ray Ray. Anyway, hey, honey, how you doing? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're not going logging on to Facebook, and their best friend from the office, Deshaun, is talking about, yo, fuck this, fuck that. And it's like his wife, because you know how women are, have a black homegirl at work. Like, did you hear what happened to Sumerian? And then you can already see the rest of that story. It's benign neglect. So, you know what I'm saying? You don't have to be a white supremacist. They don't have to hate us. But because of that, that also means they don't have to know anything about us. They don't have to understand us and or our culture at all if they don't have to listen to us when we're talking about something that's hurting us, destroying us, formed against us, killing us. If they didn't hear those battle cries, then when you get to like playtime, there's a gradient in between that. They only see us when we meet them at their level in terms of the social agreement in the workplace or public. They did not get a chance to hear us in private, seriously. They only got addressed in the public, but someone else controls the public. Jewish media. It was never us erecting our Paul or Jesus or Barbarous to speak up and address the groupthink of whiteness in this country. Never. They picked their favorites. Malcolm, Martin, whoever, right? Them niggas ain't from my neighborhood. Alabama, cool. My nigga, he in Atlanta. I'm in New Jersey. What the fuck's... How the fuck? How can that one man speak for a whole decade of bullshit everywhere else? They do the same shit when they recount wars, too. So, you know what I'm saying? They're cherry picking. They think they're writing a Bible, I guess. But... they are cherry picking. They're leading, yeah. Those stories they pick and those actors they pick. And I'm just talking about actors in their narrative world, their paradigm build. They did whatever they did, but we're remembering them and being taught them for a reason. They've killed so many more people who would have got the party started right. Trust me. So many more thrown in prison that you won't even hear what they did because they don't want you to get no good ideas. Type shit. So we know they actively pursued that, at least from Hoover until whenever now. When they went bankrupt again and started selling their fucking private little equity holds in the CIA and FBI out for other Epstein-like clientele lists, starting at $250 million, by the way. So we're talking about the billionaire boys using this to their advantage. Whatever fucking social game, mean girl shit they do. You didn't hear that from a Jew. But anyway, so... yeah. Yeah, they didn't take us serious, that's all. Rookie mistakes for people who just met you. Had they grown with us for 400 years through all those rebellions and all those back and forths and Gullah Geechee wars and all that shit with the first Moorish presidents that they would have got at least a newspaper or a train reading about, you know, if they had known the Moors in America, then maybe if they were there with us, they would have took us seriously now, in 20 years ago, in the 90s. But because they forgot the Moors, the first 8 presidents of the Continental Congress of Benjamin Banneker in D.C., Chocolate City to this day, and then they forgot New Jerusalem and the Jews and Israelites went away. And then like all that, since they never encountered none of those people to remember, like once upon a time there was people, and now upon a time right in front of me, these are their kids, obviously, and damn, that's fucked up. I remember when we were here and they were there and now they're down here, but since they didn't think that happened, since they don't know who that is, and they don't know who we are, and thus it makes sense why they didn't take us seriously. They have no idea who the fuck we are. I don't even know that's really racism. Because if they came from another place and we're the lowest caste for them, like for their migration, if we're the casted characters of nothingness, they must be like their first few nights sleep around us, right? It must be like, let's just see how it is while we mind our business and we ain't got our things and we ain't got to work that hard because we're already starting ahead of them. And then some of them niggas got a fetish, they want to eat them. Like, that's a whole nother story, Germans. What the fuck's going on with these people? But there's a gradient of that. They're not all that, but the others didn't stop them either. So it's like, oh, that's cool in your story? Cannibalism's cool in your story. Child rape is cool in your story. Homosexuality is cool in your story. Going on a foreign land is cool in your story. Not telling nobody where you come from and changing your names almost immediately if you get famous enough. Part of your story, that's a cool story. Everything you do is crypto. Part of the story, cool story. And we can see you, Otis. We know you're not Indian. Part of the story, but they don't know who we are. What? How come there shouldn't be this many swaths and states and cities of white people who have no language model compatibility with Black/Indians, anyone here since before 1868. To this day, that don't compute. I watch how fast Mexican kids have adapted. In a decade, nigga, just all it took was Toonami, my nigga. Some lo-fi hip-hop and some anime. That was it. It's over. So, like, people who've been parallel with us, north or south, and definitely not west. I know how to read documents, but, you know, this Route 1 from Florida to New Jerusalem, and all the white people attacking it. Can you imagine? How they act like they don't know niggas for real, bro? I'm talking about Moors and Indians and niggas who are free. Like, what I'm saying is they don't know them either. Like, not one cool story, bro. Not one cool city. Not one cool Black History Month fact. And all cool white people. Not one reference in their immediate memory of white history in this plantation of Indians. Do they have a cool story where they coexisted with cool Black Indians? Because you wouldn't have called them Black by then. We can check the dates on the census, right? But still, like, whatever they call them. Friends of the show. White people have been in America since the beginning, and they have no friends of the show from the show that they moved to live in. Like, you know what I'm saying? Every time we hear about a historical figure, they're segregated. Like, Geronimo is these Indians by himself, isolated. This guy is this tribe, he's Cherokee, he's isolated. John Smith, we make him white, blonde hair, blue eyes, Mayflower niggas, isolated. You know what I'm saying? Like, the whole checkpoint system to get here is like everyone got their own story. Everyone do their thing. But none of the stories ever bring it all together. They never mix. That doesn't make sense, right? Like, I'm talking about just purely nigga logic, because I know niggas are behind it. That's how it'll make sense when I tell you. But the way they sold this to us, the program, they all came here to not mix. Weird. You want more workers. Fuck the slavery part. The slavery is required for the work you want to do. So theoretically, you just want more workers, period. And if you're a businessman or a sailor, you would want more sons. If you're a warrior who has his own boat and getting money and getting gold and got us defend it and kill niggas over it, you're going to want your own sons. Period. So to be in that position, that title, how much difficult it would have been back then to come over here and be on fuck shit with other people and you ain't bring no bitches, it's kind of weird. If we're saying men did this, it's kind of weird. Men by themselves, booty pirates, crossing the seas for business and trade and opportunities and violence. I get it. However, the xenophobia we see in the 1800s and the KKK, and these are alleged the same white people from these swashbuckling stories, because white people, why the fuck y'all act like no, during the time of America being found, there's nothing but pirates coming back and forth? Why y'all act like y'all are a different version of humans at that time? I don't understand anything. You seen Captain Hook and Peter Pan? That's that time period. The whole world, Craig, wherever the Moors are, nigga, like, that's the time period. The redcoats came over on boats. The same time period, right? Captain Hook got a red coat. Same time period, right? Same time period. All right now, nigga. That leads you right into World War I, too. That's the 1800s. Did you notice something? For pirates, though. Not royals, not emperors, not magnificent magicians and academics. No, these are the pirates. These are, and then the craziest. Can you fucking imagine? Over here in HD, they have something called a Barbary Wars. 1812. That's just a checkpoint in a bigger war. But that one, 1812, they just giving us Hail Marys on the dates here. Moors and Barbers in the sea. Pirates, 1812. And Thomas Jefferson is trying to go against them. Pirates. Oh my God. George Washington, first president of the United States, talking to Sidi Muhammad. He never met him yet. He hypothecated some shit because something happened. And then HOA ass niggas. And then he was like, oh shit, we owe this nigga, City Muhammad. I wonder who he is. I'm a Mason. I'm not a Christian ass nigga. Okay. Thank you for the Toon Shaws, and basically he's naming all these Moroccan, Moorish pirates, Barbary pirates, and telling City Muhammad that thank you, we appreciate you upholding the treaty covenant with us, Jew, of treaty of peace and friendship, by telling these pirates to back up off of us because we can't get back and forth on our plug. We ain't got much, but you know what I'm saying, if you could back up off the boats, you know what I'm saying, maybe we can get some motion, come back and forth, and we got you. Type shit. Read the letter. George Washington letter to City Muhammad. Read it again. It'll say exactly what the fuck I just said. So you feel me? That's pirates. Piracy. 1775, 1812, Civil Wars with boats. Pirates. The United States was pirated by foreigners. That's the story. French Suave. Fez is on. France. Whether that's one of those islands, whether that's Louisiana, and both because they're here for trade routes, whether it's West Indies and their cousins. We don't know how many people are doing business in France. How many people are fucking on French bitches? We don't know. We don't know. But we know, like, when you put it in a box, it'll be French influencers. So, Suave, French, Civil War, boats, pirates, Johnny Depp of the Caribbean, Napoleon, all that. That's those pirates. We went from pirates to this. Real life. The world. So, like, to have some weird nigga Indian story in Africa and woo and all that shit after the Civil War, during the Civil War is weird, because what the fuck are we talking about? Where do those people live? Not on my plantation. What the fuck you talking about? Our dads would be pirates. Why do you think they call it maritime law? You would need admiralty law. Pirates. Navy, soldiers, builders, masons, carpenters, smiths, carters, bankers, water, Moorish, empire. Same story. Same fucking story, bro. We went from pirates to this. We went to pirates, to mean white immigrants, to try and bring everything together, to playing go fish with imaginary monopoly money. But the timeline changed from Moors and pirates to white people. That's the what I'm showing you is they don't have a history of their parents being pirates. Weird, but your family has pirate last names. There's no other checkpoint in United States history besides pirates, guys. Remember that cowboy and Indian shit is supposed to be a Western story. Cool fucking story. Where's the West at? On the side of the territory the United States didn't have, right? All right, so they should mind their fucking business. So what was going on in D.C., New Jersey, New Jerusalem, Pennsylvania, and all that shit in the same time period? If the whole coast was just attacked by pirates after the Boston Tea Party. So they went from pirate ships, muskets, guns. Let's act like they didn't have fucking electric cars right there in the Civil War, by the way. So if when Morrison has an electric vehicle, you think other niggas might have electric vehicles? But you just imagine one time if we knew everything and put it together in one real story. So pirate ships to electric vehicles. Alabama and Jamaica, where the Jews live. So please don't miss it now. Please don't miss it now. The light of the world. Oh my God, everywhere we go, there's light. Come on, understand Chicago? The sidewalks will light up at night. World Fair, kids. So pirate ships and huge ships during a World Fair building timeline next to waters and ports. Like what I'm saying is, it's right behind us. It's not thousands of years behind us. No. Montezuma's drawn every time, even if they whitewash him or they light skin that nigga or they Chris Brown him, whatever he is, they always put him in the context of Holy Roman Empire. They put him in the front. You see Indians and shit, you see Indians in New Orleans, nigga, but whatever they taking that picture for, behind them is the Holy Roman Alexandria style red roof Tartarian bullshit that one of his grandfathers would have did over there on Shang Tsung, right? So what I'm saying, Montezuma is behind them. So Montezuma is already in a Tartarian background. And then white people sneak their ass into the story after. And then Moors in the United States and murderers and all that shit, 1770 something, Benjamin Banner's clocking niggas, and then Civil War is all on boats and it's piracies. That's why it's maritime law, birth certificates, bottomry instruments. This is all ideas they created on boats, bro. They're pirates. Jesus Christ. The bankers are pirate bankers, crypto bankers. You understand what I'm saying? It's all pirate ships. There is no other timeline in the United States. I'm fixing it for you on Disney. United States, as of the 1700s, if Britain has redcoats and pirate ships, Assassin's Creed, my niggas, so does all the barbers. White boys don't build better than barbers, bro. We're talking about Hebrews and Phoenicians who've been building boats longer than white people have a reference of where they were 500 years ago. So if the white boys are selling the story that British is white in their redcoats and they show you the boats and they're big, because they're a king or something, right? All right, George the first or second or third or whoever cousin that is, right? Let's let them have it. Well, if they have it, then the Mohammedans who did everything classical mathematically, they had it too, and that's all in Alabama, Florida too. Christopher Columbus wasn't the only boat rickety-dickety and through the Cuba, my nigga. What about all the other groups and all the West Indians and East Indians and like the boats that come from India, nigga, where we lived? We were just in Tartary, nigga. You think we couldn't go back and forth? There you go thinking we were white again. No. We set up home shops, started sucking and fucking, sucking from the honey nut, squash banana. Let's go ahead and clean up these World Fair buildings, Montezuma. And anyway, I got some business to do back on the Silk Road. They sell opium now. When do we have time from that timeline, Genghis Khan, to pirate ships, steampunk ships, to the Civil War of a Navy battle, to this bullshit white people be on with cowboys and Indians? Oh, poor black people in the forests and the cabins don't know why people are being mean with fires and crosses. Like, it's not like y'all live next to some assholes and all them ugly ass churches is brand new and your architecture sucks, so I know your boat's worse. Hollywood movies and TV, they'll tell you anything, nigga. I'm talking about reality. Now look at your postal stamp collection from their time period. That was their backgrounds. What the fuck is this shit? Some vain imaginations. From who? The blue dress or the gold dress people? Can't go backwards, Indian. We started with pirate ships when they show up. We already had electricity, bro. They didn't step foot in Israel a day before. Or they wouldn't have blown it all up. Just to rebuild it with aluminum. That's a downgrade, Indian. The lack of understanding caused a collapse and a downgrade of our society. Israelite Jew, it's a downgrade of our society, not an upgrade, not a difference, not a side step. There's been no progress for indigenous people based on those dates. Sure, you can dig up a monkey bone 800 years ago. That's not, nigga, I'm King James' grandson, bro. We're kings already, with castles, weapons, electricity, alchemy, poisons, bombs, fires, smoke screens, scorpions, Sub-Zero, and everyone else in between us. And we practice black witchcraft. Like, that's day one America. Remember there's the Inquisition selling witch trials? Like, day one America, they're practicing witchcraft in the open air, and they have it documented and logged and everything. And they have rituals to get rid of witches in order to dispel the spirits from them. So that's day one United States of America, right? Where white people learn that shit from? They grew up with Jews? Well, how come they, you see what I'm saying? You see how it loops? The loop breaks their story. Like some ChatGPT shit. That means one of the variables are not true. The musical shared the wrong version of our variables, that's all. They dead ended every other story, sloppily, the plot holes in your education. But I don't think they ever accounted for what if a Jew takes ownership of the fact that they're a Jew and the promise on the Jews and are actually one of those relatives and have a timeline of events based on where their own personal migration took them in order to quantize time, grandma, Indian, Jew, and English for 400 years in a row. And what if, you know, like as long as they keep you away from Jews, Israel's, and the Bible, and keep you just Christian buffered or Muslim buffered, the narrative works. If Jews are not black and Native Americans are light-skinned, you'll never find this story. Red, you know, black dress or gold dress. So if there's already 2 false pretenses, there's more. And if there's 3, then there's 4. So Civil War is a pirate battle. Admiralty, Maritime Law, Postmaster General, Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson. All of it's pirate battles. That's why I said, what the fuck does that got to do with Colorado? Where the Indians and Moors live? Nothing. They're battling over the trade routes, the shores, from North America to the bottom of South America. They don't get to decide who the fuck gets to trade on boats. Who the fuck these fat, pig, bitch-ass historians think the fuck they fathers are? Try getting them holographic Charizards and nigga on a shitty fucking wood cabin, but he got the best boat to go up and down those shores. Fuck out my face. Read America's book real quick. Prestor and them came through, and they boats were always fucked up. That means them shits was cheap. And he had to beg a king and queen of hypothecated Portugal to get those. So we must have took our good ones. We be thinking it's taking them time to get here because they don't know where it is. Meanwhile, niggas going back and forth for thousands of years. No, they didn't have the technology. Dumb niggas, poor niggas. Cannot be us then. They ain't write the Bible. We did. The ones with the technology, because our Bible has technology. Their story 400 years ago, they don't have the technology to get here. One more time. Our Bible has technology, and we're here. Their Bible and their story don't add up. They needed technology to get here. He's on fire. Our story in our Bible has technology, flight, and water breaking. Their story is they couldn't afford a boat, nor could they make a good one. Why are they here? Talking about they're Jews and shit. That doesn't make sense. No, you're not. No, the fuck you're not. No, the fuck you're not, because we're here already. You couldn't have been them over there either. Look how long it took you to get to the Promised Land. After 1775? Sure. They had 3 or 4 scouts, maybe, on 2 boats that hold 30 people. All 12 tribes of white Israel. All right, nigga. You never see a white boy talk about he's a tribe of Zebulun. Dan means dark. Like, you never see that happen. Dinksky. You ever talk about Thomas Hopland? Are they German or not? Why are there so many words for black skin colors in Germany anyway? If there's no black people in Germany, why do Germans have swarthy, dusky, sable, and all these prefixes for black skin? Particularly used in the context of describing skin. Why do Germans have so many words describing copper-colored skin gradients if white people just want to color white? Why would the black versions of their intersex with Africans have so many degrees of copper or bronzing? And then black, like, obsidian. Why would their language have that if they never knew niggas before? Why would they be sorting niggas in their color schemes? For niggas, like, hey niggas, I'm gonna break y'all down into 4 different colors. No one ever thinks about that, right? In every society in our language, Abrahamic Judaical religion language, they do that, right? They describe all the Israelites, but they make these people white and say they came up with the concept to call the Israelites the whole spectrum of where their grandmas are. But white people don't have that story at all. They act like they got one more grandmother from one cave and one mountain. So you have a spectrum of colors in your language about people's skin colors. Why would you even identify anyone in your tribe and in your story and in your land and in your kingdom language as skin colors anyway? You identify them at least by their nativity, so nationality. But the nationality wouldn't say that they're not related to you. See how it gets confusing? You have 2 parents? Yeah, but this color thing. Color comes from blood types, so you understand alchemy. Cool. So the word is also telling you the sequence of genes that takes it. So you can go, oh, he's swarthy color. Oh, his parents are from there and there and there, because we know where they are in this kingdom. Benjamin Franklin, 1750, during the age of piracy. He tells you at the bottom of his Issues of Mankind, last paragraph. He lists all of the European country names, and he tells you this whole population, swarthy, this whole population, tawny, this population, except for the couple of new people on the 30-seat boats, wholly so. And each of those are a different degree of copper or bronze until he creates a clause to sneak white people into the story. I understand that. But white people say they come from a story at that time of the story where he's making a reference to their grandma's house, and everyone in their grandma's house is black. And they coming over here to my grandma's house, and everyone over here from here is black. So you see how like white people are pigeonholed in the United States history narrative. Like your $100 biller person says, nah, the whole world is swarthy at this time. And this is who they're doing trade with, pirates. It's a shame because the United States wasn't funded by Africa. The United States wasn't funded by Italy, that water side, or Saudi Arabia, or Asia. So they only have Europe. You feel me? White people in this country today, talking about the United States something. You guys only have after 1750 to get here. As a Benjamin Franklin's letter. And you can assume he's a white boy. He's a white boy in a nigger country, talking about white boys come from a nigger country. Do it again. Indians are copper-colored and red. 1751, 1828. So he's in a nigger country, right, Pennsylvania? Black Jews are there, but we'll just keep them Indians and niggers. Indians and niggers, and of course Jews using our language. But these are all black degrees anyway. So even if Benjamin Franklin was a mulatto or a converso, he's around niggas, okay? The first Moors are presidents. That's 1750. So if the first 8 presidents were Moors before Washington, then that's about 8 generations before when Moors are in leadership of those buildings. All right now, nigga. Come on now, white people, fuck with me real quick. All right, but now the white boy of all white boys on a $100 bill that you go to work for, he said, in his words, King James English, he said, yo, Europe and Germany and Switzerland and all the places that white people say they're European something from, it's all black people in 1751. These are all the places that have ships. Every place that has ships has Moors. Every place that's doing trade that he listed with the United States, trade agreements, were Moors. If everyone as of 1751 is swarthy and turned, as of 1750 worldwide, and I'm talking, when I say worldwide, I mean white people worldwide, the West. The entire West is Western with Moors as of 1751. And in America, an American is a Moor Indian as of 1828. Later applied to the European. 1751, the European is swarthy. So the European by 1828, grandfather, daddy, mixing with the Indians, also swarthy together, have swarthy kids. Hey, how you doing? You're looking at one. Swarthy. So Holy Roman Empire, swarthy. Nuremberg, D.C., swarthy. Chocolate City, swarthy. Indian, swarthy. Tomahawk, swarthy. Jamaican, swarthy. Swart. Arnold Schwarzeneggers. Benjamin Banneneggers. German. Black Jew Europeans. So we're the same colors. Spectrum rules. No room for white people. Spectrum rules. No disrespect. I'm just saying that. Your $100 bill, y'all, they set the date. They set a Sonic the Hedgehog checkpoint, 1751. All right, so they start showing up after. To any calamity, size, or disaster, or political influence, it's after 1751. We have the United States, 1778. All right, slow down. Slow your horses. Slow down. Wait, before you establish the United States as your date of white people doing kosher against British people, Benjamin Franklin said the British people are black. Don't skip that now. And I know George Washington is black. And I know George III is black because they're the same person. Y'all removed the nobles from America. Now let's faggot. No one our color removed that. White people had to remove it. White people, y'all skip a step. Benjamin Franklin said the whole world is black in 1750. He alive during George Washington, so same nigga. 20 years later, y'all talking about the British are coming. Where are they coming from? A pirate ship? A pirate ship from where? Europe? Where all the black people are? Wait till black people realize what I just said. Wait till these black people who watch these videos actually understand what I'm saying to them. We're just using white people as a triangulation point. Of course white people have no idea what's going on, because I just explained why they could never know what's going on. As of Benjamin Franklin in 1751, the whole wide world of trade between Boston, Massachusetts, New Jersey, New York, Maryland, that northeastern New Jerusalem coastal line, whatever the temperament of the people are as of then, 1751, this kid, little Jew nigga, is accounting. So he went to school. He's a smart nigga. Benjamin Franklin, my ass nigga. Anyway, Banneker, he's a Jew. You want to be a white boy, right? Did you read the description of the Jew boy writing about Jew boys in Europe? And they're all black, right? So why would he be a white Jew? But he's a Jew for sure. That's a Jew name, right, Ben? So, Ben in Pennsylvania. Can you do this fucking science? Westmoreland, where my family is from, ancestry. So they're black Jews. But let's pretend he's a white boy. So a white boy telling everybody in the United States before it gets popping, the whole world of Europe doing trade with us, and that Britain we're about to fight in 20 more years from now. It's the empire of black people. The ones that have boats. Moors, Hebrews. You see how the story just keeps solving for itself? I'm quantizing all their variables at once. Because they're stupid. Their IQ, what pattern have they noticed? If this is so easy for me to do. 1751, Benjamin Franklin, their $100 dude. The whole world black, man. All right, British is coming. From where? From the side where the whole world is black, man. All right, Europe. It's just Europe, man. Right? They ain't mentioned nobody else, right? Benjamin Franklin ain't mentioned nobody else. He only mentioned people that speak English. He only mentioned people that be speaking King James English. And King George speaks King James English. Can you imagine? So King James was first. 1611. Come on, dog. It's about 150 years later. First of all, you ain't black strong enough to be fucking with me. You ain't strong enough. And these people can't read. They ain't smart enough. So check that out. The British would have to be swart. So that means the Europeans that went to war in the Northeast were black people. The Indians, Tomahawks, they were black Asiatics. And then all the Indians were copper colored. And then there might be a handful of sprinkle of gingers and white people. That is we the people of the United States. A bunch of black people. Who are not from America. The United States was founded by Moors. Literally. The United States belongs to black people. Reparations. Wait till y'all learn how to read. And take the shit seriously. As they do.
Hey, Bob, you know if that's open? The leasing office?
It closes at 1 on the weekend. Shout out No Rent TV. The story of One Piece. We the Titan Atlas holding the world on our back. Newcon, you got it. That's the degrees of that story, yes. But I hope y'all heard what I said to you. I hope y'all really fucking heard what I said to y'all. Especially if you've been reclassified as African American. You're the founders of the United States, since you're not Indians. You work with Israelites and Jews because you created the United States and New Jerusalem. What your grandmother say though? One of my father's kingdoms in Europe. So you've been black since my father left? And you black when you're British in 1775. You wonder why Baltimore niggas talk like they're British. Maybe because their fathers are Baltic Moors, Baltic, Celtic, Irish. Come on, Jamaicans. Like, all right, Moors. All the Moors come from Europe. The only place that Moors are called Moors in that timeline are in Europe. So Moors, as that timeline, when you talk about Moors, they are in Europe. But if you look at them as Moors and bloodline and pedigrees who descend from the descendants of Egypt, when you come to America, you would see the same thing. Because people in America are descendants of Egypt too, Moors. But they're not the Moors in Europe. See how African women describe that phenomenon? Moors mean from Egypt, America. Whatever kids they had, whatever mixes they had, whatever religions they had, why they fuck white girls or Africans and everything in between them, they did all that mixing without American Indians. And that's how their degrees altered. Then they come back to American Indians, the dead stock of the originals of who their fathers are. Rinse, wash, and repeat. So what are we talking about? If all of Europe is swarthy and tawny, black, then all that English in America comes from black people. Because even if they're not my family, they came here speaking English because they're over there where the Moors spoke English after 1611. The British in 1775 is after 1611, so they're speaking King James English. They're in his kingdom. And when they're sending redcoats here, Benjamin Franklin says 20 years before, they're all swarthy. All right, so black people in red jackets. Cool story, bitch. On blood, that's crazy. That's a cool story, British. On 21 Savage, that's crazy, blood. The British had a colony in the islands with black people. Okay. The British were white people. They ought to. If I was British with a boat and I landed on an island of bad bitches or two, and I was like, fuck these bitches back at home. You saw it, AIDS, HIV, and dirty shit going on, because there's new immigrants. Well, let's go out here and swim. And you're like, all right, shit, I got a colony, we all speak British. You see them people over there that wear them tall black afro hats? Like big barbers? Barbarians. Barbary Wars, 1812. So from 1775, the British are redcoats and black. Up until 1812, same force. They're all alive, Johnny Five. Those forces would be black too. Can you fucking imagine? The language and the country wanted to change their colors. One side or another is trading white girls. What the fuck's I gotta do with transatlantic slavery of black people getting to America? Nothing. Because America was funded by black people. I don't understand nothing. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The only time that changed it big time was the bank changing. Bank low fresh. And that's Federal Reserve for Jewish people. Now white people are in charge of the politics, allegedly, visually. You understand? And they're the bigger population size alleged on second and fucking Olympics, or however they poured them in here from the colonial experience. Plus, ultra. So it's not all white people, but there's a lot of white people that ain't all white people. That's a weird story, bitch. Because they came from the lands of Moors and black people. On their passport. On their little checkbox. On their census. It just says white. Cool story, bitch. You go back 100 and some years and white has a little sub-indentions to it. And then you look up the definition of Black Law Dictionary, 4th edition earlier. What was the definition of a free black person? I'm sorry, no. What's the definition of a free white person as it pertains to law and getting your ass out of jail or captivity? It does not apply to Caucasians. So is that after American Revolution, nigga? So free white people up to the Black Law, 4th edition, all the way to Revolution, all the way back to Benjamin Franklin. So from Benjamin Franklin up to 4th edition, white people and free white people were never talking about white people's skin colors. Cool story. Now imagine if white people learn how to read and then go back and do that history report again for college. What about a worldwide empire they don't understand about our dad, bro? And why wouldn't they understand that? And if they didn't understand that, why they hating still? It's 2026, bitch. It was a long time ago. I don't know, man. You talk about slavery was a long time ago for who? And King James grandson. So maybe it was a long time ago for you. Cool story. We don't need to do that because we're pretty big and we can build by ourselves. But if we wanted some help, why would it be you? We would have to have wanted you for you to get what we have already, right? Like, for you to get the invite to get here and to do anything, what was our incentive per chance? In the 1500s, closer we get to Genghis, we would need you. The closer we get to Shao Kahn, we need you. All them battles we fought in that Bible, and then he's after the Bible, and then after that by ourselves, all over the world with better boats. And then we would need you to help us manage a cotton farm in Tennessee. Meanwhile, the niggas down the street that I could run to have gold-tipped arrows. And I'm waiting for you to reload after 15 minutes. We gotta put this all in the same timeline, right? There ain't no tool. We can't we're going out of these multiple dimensions of parallels all in the 1700s and 1800s. The United States is the 1800s. They try to slide into 1775, 1778. Yeah. All right, nigga, no. You got your shit running when you no longer had those treaties with Sidi Muhammad, and that's after 1812. So the United States is really just it's really just after the Civil War, if you think about it correctly, since all the black people disappeared in Congress. Even if you change the president, the rest of the niggas at the head of their estates of Moorish Indian lands would still be niggas. So, like, you can't even make those white yet. If you just got here to have the United States, you dumb bitch. So who's running for Congress in the lands that they live, you dumb faggot fuck bitch? You. You know what I'm saying? Like, this shit's so frustrating. It don't make sense. You see, like, the congressman of Louisiana has all these black people with different hair types. Come on, stop. Fucking move me, Creole people. Pirates of the Caribbean, ass, Moriscos, nigga. Spain and France flip-flop. I ain't forget that part, Napoleon. Bunch of Moorish people, bro. All through the 1700s, apparently. All the way through the Civil War, Suaves. Moorish fezzes. Then something happened, Noble Drawley. Reconstruction History Part 2. They took so many liberties to insert some white shit into it, boy. They sent them to college to learn how to whitewash nigga shit. In real life. Like, that's what they did. That's what they wasted time in. That's crazy. Like, they got a degree in whitewashing, and that's it. They didn't understand anything that they had to scrub. Because, as I'm telling you, you see how simple the story is now. And now we are triangulating exactly when they got us fucked up. After 1812. Final answer. Everybody else before that's a Moor or a mulatto, because a Moorish daddy had a white slave and had a baby, and he was smart. That's why there's a painting of black-ass Aristotle and light-skinned-ass Alexander. His grandson. Jew. So yeah. Confucius say, Solomon. So yeah, man. What I'm saying is, it's the timeline speeding up, but where they starting to dream, if you will. I'm getting it closer to where we are now. We'll figure it out in due time. I just hope I'm able to just demonstrate to you how impossible the official narrative is. Because you can't tell the story without pirates. And piracy comes from Moors and barbers. Look up the treaties, please, of the United States. Is it not written that the United States' initial treaties are with the Moorish Empire? Tunis, Tripoli, Algiers, Morocco, right? And those are all French persuasions, right? Black Africans and Moors and Barbers. All right. And this land is whose land? This land is my land. For you and me, maybe. I don't know. You're in New Jerusalem talking about it. A bunch of Jews in Jewsburg, Pennsylvania. So maybe not. Maybe the Jews are making contracts originally with their Moorish cousins and Ishmael. That makes sense. But then other people got involved and said, oh, no, this is England dissidents who betrayed England and their soldiers, which would be their brothers and cousins. So you went out there with Indians and niggas and slaves to kill your own family members to keep Maryland, but you came up with this in Boston, and somehow Benjamin Franklin's attributed to Pennsylvania, and all of that's Benjamin Banneker's, and that's my grandfather, not theirs, and that's definitely not a white boy. He's a Jew, so I don't understand anything. Benjamin and Franklin, same story, it was Jews. So Benjamin Franklin is a Jew, lived during the same timeline as Benjamin Banneker, a Jew. Why is Benjamin Banneker black and why is Benjamin Franklin white? In the same time, in the same building, in the same time period, and they're both Jews with Jew names from the Bible. Doing the same thing with the same square compasses in the same fucking Tartarian buildings, Holy Roman Emperors of Jews. How do we get a black Jew and a white Jew in the same degrees on a white $100 bill of fake fiat money? Fiat meaning fake, hypothecate, NASA deceived, same story Jews from Germany, right? So then, for my final magnum opus of when that shit happened, I do the etymon of when does anti-Semitic hypothecation of what a Semite Smith is. I'm right here, bitch. How are you anti-Smith and these faggots ain't Smith at all? Hello, we're in South Carolina. So, Newburgh, hey, how you doing? Columbia, what was that called first? Hartford? Stop fucking playing with us. Turn the map upside down, underworlders, Jews, underground. Come on. Anyway, so see how you don't know one white boy that can do all that. With the same maps, in the same 24 hours, on the same 2026. They don't even know how to do that. They don't even know how to unspin the pirates and the drug trade and the routes, because they don't know the same kids and grandkids still do those routes, still go to the same grandma's house in the same summer, and all the other grandmothers that move close to her. That shit ain't stopped for 350 summers. But they ain't got one story like that. How you live around all these niggas and Indians going back and forth, hunting all their grandmas and grandkids, but you don't have no white people talking about doing that. Once they're rich. No. Niggas is doing this in the hood, log cabins, and everything in between us, in our own bonvilles and plantations. Why you think they had 20 kids? You think, come on, dog, stop playing with us. I showed you my family wrote out 20 kids. How big do you think that house is? Then you go back to the Carolinas and see how big those houses are. And the niggas who had 20 kids. I wonder who they are. Like, shut up. Then they be Indians. Quoting Mighty Beasley. An Indian Jew. Just like Little Richard. A little Jew, Indian boy. Like my grandmother. Whatever that language model was. They're saying the same thing. They look the same skin color too. It's crazy shit about it. The world may never know in this motherfucker. So yeah. Like it's right there in front of us, ain't it? Like everyone said it. The only people that get kind of nervous is Jewish people because they're white. Jews are not white people. So for Jewish people to say they're Jewish but they're white is like the most glaringly obvious benign neglect, awkward moment in human history of pedigrees. Jesus is copper colored because he's a Jew, not because he's in Judah, not because he's in Jerusalem, not because he lived in a cave, not because Mary's his mother. He's black and copper colored because he's a Jew. And Jews are Semites. Semites are Orientals. Orientals are Moors, and those are Afro-Asiatics, down to the bones and the skulls and their heights and averages and their hair types. The only thing that would change it would be a foreign, native, soil mother from some other tribe. As long as the dads are the same for the most part, they'll stay the same. And if the mothers are the same in the projects, then the kids will even out. Pirate daddy or not. Because the kids have to stay on the land where the mother is and get a girlfriend from the land where the mother lives, so it'll wash itself out. Nativity. But if that little baby go back to where daddy's from, let's say West Africa, Wale, and Wale went to Nigeria and had a kid with a Nigerian mother, that baby would be Nigerian as fuck. He would not have the type of hair for cornrows. See what I'm saying? So Papa's a Rolling Stone, doesn't matter because grandma's gonna raise the baby's gonna grow up and get another girlfriend that was raised by Indian grandmother too. But then the culture and the Jews and Israelites and the bow and arrows too is all baked in. If it's here, Native American. But if you take a Indian from here and put it over there, and the mother went over there, and the kid had kids and raised the kids there, and the kids partnered up with a little girl, a little black Moorish girl over there, black and Moor over there. It'll still be a Moor, but it'll be a lot less Indian. Because the difference between those Moors and these Indians is that these Indians came here years before from Tartaria, so they're Afro-Asiatic as fuck. And I go back, look at the Tomahawk Indian woman. Get it? On the Indian side, you got black. On the Europe side, you have black. On the Jew side, you have black. If Jews are black, I'm pretty sure Israelites are blackish. Moriscos, and the Morisco chart from Spain, Portugal is black. Mama Inga is black. Carlos V is black. Prestor John covered his video, he's black. That's all the same time period. Everyone I just named from 1550, 1650. Cool story. All right, now, so when America show up, 1750, they still black. So from time period from 1550, the royals are black all over the world. All the way up to 1650. It must be because they skipped that story. And then 1750, like, oh, Benjamin Franklin said everyone's still black. And then 1828, definition of American, Indo-Europeans, they're still black. And then Civil War is like, oh, you can't be black, you Christian. All right. Why would Christians be in a land full of Mohammedans and Israelites? Like, I'm talking about as like a vacation plan. Like, why would you come here? Jerusalem over here, Israel's over here, Mohammedans over here, Ishmael's over here. Our fucking family, nigga. We freed 10 tribes for no reason. All of them have their own chief now. Different colored feathers, different chiefs, different bloodlines, different grandfathers, different battles, different allotments from Joshua and Moses, honoring their ancestors. But you notice Montezuma has 3 colors in his feathers. Like he's 3 different ancestors. 3 kinds. Same story all over again. Plus 13 tribes. 3 royal bloodlines. Plus everything else. Israel. United States flag. Red, white, blue. 3 kinds, 3 kingdoms, 13 stars, angels, leaders, tribes, chiefs, Jesus, 12 disciples, Jews. Confederate flag, 13 stars too. Mohammedan side, Assalamu alaikum, al Chalike, and all that shit too. Yeah, because they're in captivity by Muslims, remember? After Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan wasn't Muslim. Muslims take their shit from Genghis Khan. It's a different story. But the people in Genghis Khan's book, the Sabaeans, Sabbath, Israelites, Jews that wrote the prophecies, that's them. They're the people in the book. They're not the people that used the book to create white slaves. Just like we're the people in the book, and not the people who said they had the book and it's in the head to make us slaves. So you're going to see the same story to us. And it's only us that do that to. They only do that to Israelites and Jews on this planet. After the Civil War, I think they had a head start on that side of the water, which is what brought the war here. They couldn't hold it down without us. Look at your world now. Benjamin Franklin said just 200, 300 years ago it was all black. The world. The modern civilized world of King James English speaking trade routes for admiralty and maritime and postmasters and laws and treaties. You know, the people who can afford to have enough kids to survive. Yeah, it was black. Yep, the United States is black. The Moors and Indians lands, those are black. South America, black. Montezuma, Mexico, black. Mamanga, Peru, Venezuela, Colombia, Guyana, oh my God, black. Cape Verde, black. Jamaica, black. Haiti, black. I'm not black, I'm Dominican, then take your ass back to Dominica. Where's that at? They're black. So what are we talking about? You think our fathers had enough kids or not? 13 tribes of goofy ass niggas on the only side of the world where anyone else that's not us had no idea existed in their own fucking story. We here already. That ain't our fucking story then. What other story can we be if we all over this bitch till this day? If you're in King James English over here on this side of the world that didn't exist to them, is because King James English kids must have came here. And I'm King James kid, John Smith, the 13th of the Holy Roman Empire of Jews and Israelites. Listen. You ain't got to write them no letters or nothing. But we did that. I just need you to understand everything. It's just, the world's a crazy place. Obviously, look what was over there that came here. We did that. You feel me? Like, woo! We freed some niggas enough time to get them a head start over here to start fucking again. And then we had the niggas who had the books and technology, whatever was the remnant was after that reset, came over here. It's like, woo! Finally got rid of these niggas off of me, man. I had to shit, nigga. I had to go into captivity and shit and find grandma's fucking little tree, little scribe in it. Had to turn the compass inside out and shit. Finally, niggas. Woo! Woo-doo! Yerp! Oh, the European is here. Yerp! You sound like you from New York, nigga. Nah, I'm from Kent. So what brings you to Trenton? Stop fucking playing with me. Where my granddad at? Right? That's the real story. That's the real story. It's about my family. The United States started as my family. Those 13 colonies are Jew colonies. The United Israelite Jew, and this their bourgeoisie. These are niggas with money. Families, royals, nobles. That's what the United States started as. And they got whitewashed and then became Jewish. So it went from Jew to gray to Jewish. Yeah, obviously. That's probably why it fits so seamlessly for other cultures and civilizations. If they have reference points, Jews and Israelites should be there thinking. I don't know why they're looking for us if they've never seen this side of the world allegedly. But Siberia don't got that story. Mongolia don't have that story. Japan don't got that story. And China can't because all of its culture in Peru is similar. It's the only people that don't have this world exists in their worldview story of King James English speaking faggots are the ones that are not our color. And they cannot explain where they come from in a world full of black people that speak English. As of 1611. That doesn't rob any other nigga ancestor you have who come from a different lineage or something else too. Yeah, cool story, bitch. All I'm saying is white people ain't the reason why you speaking fucking English. King James, king of the Iberians. Iberians are Moors. Must be his mother's side. I know who Genghis Khan is. So Genghis Khan, the emperor, so Hakata Khan's dad, well, if Hakata Khan's a Moor or Ethiopian, then his dad, Genghis, picked a woman who's a queen or royal of Moors of Europe. And that makes sense because that's Solomon and Sheba all over again. Jews tend to do that. So Prestor John is part Genghis Khan and part Sheba, or the Queen of Ethiops. Morocco, Northwest Africa, Mauritania, Iberia, España. Those royals, that story. Queen Sheba, one of her granddaughters, I'm sure of it. So Genghis Khan and Sheba Khan all over again. All over again. It's all of this, a different cycle, if you will. So that's who John is, who came to America. So that would be all the Jews, his dad's the king of Jews, and then all the Moors, who are us, the other tribes in the Bible, like the Amorites, the Canaanites, like Moors. The ones who are not Jacob's. Different pedigrees a little bit, but they still MR. And then you got little niggas, Berbers and Barbers, they're smaller. Although for whatever reason, barbarians lore as a barber, the word, they're borrowing Tartars' actions. These are giant niggas on my granddad. So Tartars are the giants that they're calling barbarians. No, those are Tartarians. Berber and Barbar are little niggas. But the little niggas they all do it. The Barbars are Tartars in the stories, like Conan the Barbarian. They're talking about Conan the Tartarian. Battle of Tors, Thor, all that. Tor. No, those are talls. Those are not smalls. B's are smalls. M's are average. T's are talls. It's small, medium, large. Tartarians are large. Moors are medium. Burs are small. And then you have smaller than that. And some other shit. And then you got taller than us, which is like closer to the other flood. So we're 3 tribes of sizes too. You know, see this equation do the same shit all over again. You got 3 sizes of niggas in the same same kingdom, same empire that includes many different types of kingdoms. So that's what the Holy Roman Empire is. Everyone's Roman because it's a mixed empire. It's not saying the people are mixed. It's saying that the empire has different persuasions and ways of doing things, different respect for fathers and their fucking family members. But we're all trading and coexisting and fighting with each other because ain't nobody messing up this fucking trade route, faggot. That's why there's so many Hindus and Indians conflated in the description of us. The Indians in America look like the Indians in India because Bharata and Maratha are in America. We call that sister colonies. The colony your sister comes from. Y'all have 2 different parents or mothers or something like that. So we start there. The kingdom does. Genghis starts there and comes back. We're here now, so we were just there. And we're just moving back and forth. But in the context of why we got the game fucked up now is because we're over there. So we're over there to come here. Cool. While we were over there, it was us over there. So us over there in Tartaria, us over there in India, us over there came here. Us over here came to people who are us too. separated by water, time, and culture. When they start sucking and fucking, it made us right here who you're looking at, but to anyone else. When you read the Americas book, they go, these niggas look like Tartarians. So right away, whatever they're looking at is tall. But the person writing should be tall too if they're a barbarian. They can be a tall black person. We've seen them in the pictures of Portugal and Japan, 14th century. So they're writing this book 100, 200 years later, so they're still tall too. They're Moors. But they're saying that the niggas that they saw are taller than them. So the first thing they thought of is to compare what they saw in America to something taller than them. How the fuck could that be Siberians and these little ass powwow people? If they invoked a Tartar. Genghis Khan is the king of Tatars, by the way. So the first view of an American Indian in these first-hand accounts, references, they say, yo, these might be the Tartarians somehow. Fuck if they are. It doesn't matter if they are. It doesn't matter if we are or aren't. Just don't get it twisted. First of all, proof that the kingdom of Tartaria existed. Proof that the kingdom of Tartaria expanded to an unknown direction, and this could be the direction since this land is unknown to them and they think they see a Tartarian. So that's the big gasp of air for them niggas. Like, oh shit, Genghis Khan really made it to America. His son John did. Yeah, Hakata Khan made it to America, just like we said he did, faggot. Are you Portuguese or not? Because it's in your fucking language. On Genghis Khan. All right, Jun Kazama wins, but same story. So understand everything, nigga. Tekken 2, be damned. This ain't another Tekken story, nigga. So like, so yes. As soon as they get off their boats to do their little Holy Roman impression Christian version of it, this is the Christian versions. These are the Christian writers, the conversos. I guess others who didn't have a bloodline to the book. And or it was lost due to slavery and war. You know how the story goes. And that's probably why some of their members go harder than them, because they're related and don't know why or how. Or what, slavery and rape and bullshit. And girls running away, you know how it is. How girls are about niggas. It could happen in a good way too, right? Understand it? But you grow up with your grandfather part two. So that's them niggas coming here and seeing us and going, these are the tall niggas. Damn, they're here. Let's see if they remember anything. It seems like they could be Judaical. So wait, you said there's some Indians here that remind you of Tartars, and there's a whole other book from the same time period, London, that they could be Judaical. Well, before you get caught up in churches and Bibles, what word did they use? They didn't say Israelical. They didn't say Benjical. They didn't say Demarchical. They said Judaical. They're talking about the tall ones. So there's a probability that the tall Indians that we keep seeing in America are Judah related. Especially in terms of height, skin color, copper colored, and a whole bunch of other mannerisms, including their language. Different dialect by now. They're minding their business. They're not trying to write papers for a king or something, right? They're Judah's kids. So, in Judah's private land, at his grandma's house, Mama Andrew and all them niggas, right? Like, can you imagine? You're at your homeland. Like, we're having a family reunion at grandma's biggest acres in Mississippi, and we just been chilling for the holiday, and niggas like, how come you niggas ain't getting to work? Bitch, you know what a Sabbath is? Even God rests, nigga. We're Genghis Khan's grandkids. You don't think God should rest? Shit. When Genghis Khan stopped, the world rested, didn't it? Everyone dead, nigga. Everyone that was a fucking problem ain't a problem no more. Remember? Read Genghis Khan's story. We're in America after that, during the Sabbath, where the Khans are resting. The fuck is going on? That's weird. They don't seem to be so high-strung dealing with bullshit and invaders. Yeah, you learned our secret. We had a secret hideaway, Bruce. We had a bat cave. Oh my God. Stock genetics. Why are you here writing about it? We don't even know you. We're so far removed from you, we don't even quite know who you are just yet. Why are you asking so many questions? But don't worry, the people you're asking questions to just left Tartaria, so they ain't no suckers. But y'all got some nice cool little things we didn't get a chance to pack all of that. Oh, I'm sorry, no. Joshua, I'm sorry, the greatest warriors of Israel decided to be faggots when they got old and die in the desert. We ain't carrying that shit, so we gonna have to start over again. Sabbath, how you doing? Our last known kingdom and whereabouts centralizes over there. We didn't bring all that shit with us. We was running from something, nigga. I don't know which I heard. It was all good just a few centuries ago. Yeah. But we came over here as the Tartars, like, because it wasn't all good still. After Dad died. After Dad died. We talking about 1611, my niggas. You know what I'm saying? That golden era of the 1400s and 1500s in Tartaria is a bitch. On the way down, that's when you get that Muslim Christian shit start popping off for real over there. And then it finally caught up to us by the 1700s, apparently. So it's not even a different story. It's the same story. It started in Tartaria, Russia, Mongolia, China, Europe, and then followed us all the way to North America. That's at least 550 years in a row. They've been trying to overwrite our memory card for 500 years in a row. Whatever group started to whatever group it is now. They still might be niggas though, behind it all, like the system. Persian, I bet you they're Persian, Parisian, France. France is something French or something part French, something part Parisian, Persia, Black Persian, Moor Persian, but Persian when it was Moors. Because everyone forgets how light-skinned girls are made. But the Moors of the story back then, when the whole world is black, when the Persians were black like that, I think it's something to do with them. Persinia, that's where we get Parisian and Paris and arcades from. And the Eiffel Tower, what it really represents. And they say France, modern, gave us the Statue of Liberty that we have now, which is Attis, a homosexual Greco. So then you get French, fresh, African, Haiti, ID, and you get like those West Indian, East Indian tea company as a corporate title, but their pedigrees is what I'm describing to you. Point du Sable, the real Napoleon, the Moorish one, during Moorish piracy, and the whole world's black, but Napoleon's a little white guy. No, he's a little nigga. And if he's a little nigga, he's a barber, and he is, so he's a Moor. He's a French barber, claiming to be the Emperor of France, hence why he's proclaiming the islands in Louisiana because of the Louisiana Purchase with Indians. But if France of the Holy Roman Empire are uniting and buying this territory, they have to buy it because their grandfather isn't the tribe that's assigned that land in the Old Testament. So they're not even buying it, they're borrowing it because they're pirates. They're saying, we want the lumber, we want the water supply to get here to Corpus Christi, to here, Louisiana, to get here to, those places. They want permission. They didn't buy it. You can't buy land, and they know that. They're part of a kingdom. They'll be more civil than anyone that you ever hire to do civil rights. Because this is the rules that all this civics comes from. They wouldn't break that for no fucking Indians who are their damn cousins. They wouldn't be to no benefit. They're here already. They're mixed already. That's why you see so many black French girls with Latoya names. Those are the French Moors. Suave, those are light-skinned ones. That's when they start mixing with white people, Creoles. But they say they're foreign tongue, Germans. Those white German Boers after 1750. So who are the plantations of black people if everyone's Moors? So who's on the plantation with black people? Black people, huh? And that's why I fucking told y'all niggas. The evil thing about plantations is the nigga that owns the slaves is your damn father. You're not a slave, you're his damn daughter. You working like a slave because he's a businessman trying to go legitimate. What the fuck is wrong with you niggas? Oh, is that white people that never exist in America with a fetish of holding Africans that turn into Indians when they get older when you add hip-hop? Fetish of a white person thinking they had an African slave that turned into a tall 6'3" nigga in NBA because we listen to hip-hop. Think about it. I find it weird they only show video AI images of white people in Tartarian footage like they had technology. They did have technology. Tartaria had technology. You hear what I'm telling you? We don't have technology right now. White people started over. We started back over with 8 bits, 16 bits, 32 bits, 64 bits. They looped over. We are not in bits no more. We're not in a binary math system. They are. That's why their banking is broken. Their literal calculator is broken. Terrence Howard, Flower of Life problem. That's just a cool little paradox. No. But why is the calculator broken? Their math sucks. They're gray when it comes to genders, and I don't know why. But they also see a blue dress. Because they gender queered gender of all polarities when we're writing the story and learning our language. Well, you know what it probably is? I mean, the most fair and honest answer is that those people who have parents or villages or wherever they're congregated as a whole to start turning pale or mixing with Caucasians or whatever those pedigrees are, wherever that took place, they're all together. Whatever language they shared influenced their talking and worldview. And then of them, they trained some up, obviously. But they have that double language like we do. They have like where they come from, where their mother stays, and how they use language and how they talk and see things. And then when it comes over here to like Israelites and Jew descendants, we use gender specifically. They don't. You know what I'm saying? If our word intonates it's a woman, they'll still write it as a man because ultimately their agenda, it doesn't matter what the truth is. The gender doesn't matter. The reason why I'm hypothecating this or referencing it is what matters. And I want my superhero to be a bitch, but that's a white boy instead of a black woman. Then they'll run with that. Their brain and their emotional, their nervous system doesn't feel a block from that. I do. It's just not right to me. I don't mean not right like I'm judging it. I'm talking about like I can feel a block. Like, no, let me make sure I get this right. Algebra is feminine. Algebra is codified Gabriel. Gabriel's a woman angel, not a boy. And is that it? And that's it. And then that makes everything else make sense too. Why she would show up for 2 babies that are not born yet, talking to the mothers like prenatal care. Why would that be a boy with a flaming sword killing niggas? But if it's a female angel, a black one like you see in all the paintings, then she would come down, lit, and do some prenatal care like a doula. Right? And that's our culture. Israelites, can you imagine? A black woman, so a doula, like, you know what I'm talking about? Abdullah. And he's an Israelite. Can you imagine? Never got it. Based on a true story. That's what this is. That's what that story is. It's not no more exciting than that, though. That's what I'm saying. The crazy thing for us is that when the veil is lifted, we didn't see a different picture. They're like, we knew something was missing, but it didn't give you new colors or dimensions. It's underwhelming. It's like, oh, they colonized us. Mm-hmm. Now you know what colonization is. This is what it is. You can't colonize something by suggesting that everything here is new. No, you can only colonize something that's already there. It's not called colonization when you create something new. It's called founding. It's called building. It's called incorporating. They didn't incorporate the Indians. They colonized them. And notice that that's being applied to people and not land, not language, not fake maps. They colonized the people in America known as Indians. What I'm saying is they colonized us. Not New Jersey, not North Carolina. No. They colonized us. Compelled learning, integration, Social Security, IDs, digital IDs, ICE. They colonized us. Captives, prisoners of war, captivity, no options, no exit points, nothing to call your own. That is the colonization. And now that you're captive by their attention, you gotta look at their images and their dimensions and accept it. That's colonization, guys. That's why you don't have your story or know who the fuck you are. Your mind is colonized. White people are taking up too much space. As within, so without. You understand everything. They have no space in our Bible. And that's half of our problem. Our issue with God. Because white people inserted themselves into it. I give you permission. Take white people out of your mind when it comes to Bible, God, Jesus, Jews, or Israel. Because they're Afro-Asiatics. Once you get that relationship back and that understanding and review and reread and reconsider things, and then I'm the one filling in the story for how it got here again, because it's my family, And then you're here watching the family of the Jews tell you the story about his family too. So now you got it all clear now if you watch this video. Oh shit, that makes sense. Why God would lead me there. So you can understand what captivity means as a Jew in Israel, which is what we are currently. And that whole book is about these stories only. Think about how the quantum universe managed to finagle this shit. And then we're the first generation who actually see it and read it. What time is it in that story? Oh, collage of stories about you being in this position and getting out of it. Lined up with right now. And got one of the kids speaking up like, yo, I realize we're in these conditions and I feel like the energy, we should be getting out of it. You know what I'm saying? We're not at the start of our story. We're not in the middle of it either. We got people who are pointing fingers at Jewish people. And Jewish people ain't got nothing to say about it. They haven't responded to none of these allegations once ever.
Whatever you go on to do next.
That's what I'm saying is that is a social, intellectual, and ideological problem because they heard everything else that everyone else said. But how come they never hear what Jews say that he a Jew for real? How come that's never in context? When a Jew proclaims they're a Jew, where are they? If I go, I'm Indian, grandmother, Black American, African American, and I'm going to church because I'm Christian, they already turn their brain off. Because they know you're stupid. If I go, something Malcolm X, no bacon, Nation of Islam, for my people, they go, oh, that's one of our CIA assets. They turn their brain off. You ain't serious. If I go, I'm from the hood, from the streets, the hood nigga section, it's like, his granddaddy's probably a Mason. I ain't worried about it. And if I go, now whoop be a Nation of More, it's like, put a bug on him, send him some little girls, we'll get him out of here. But if I say I'm a Jew because I'm a descendant of the king of Jews that came to America, Al-Qaeda Khan, Prestor John Smith, St. John, and everything in those degrees, because all those degrees belong to Jews anyway, so how could it be anyone else at the same damn time, Bruce? How many fucking St. Jude, John, James, John Muhammad Smiths make it to America and King James English anyway? Goddamn bitch, if anyone speaking again, King James English, but swarthy Moors and niggas. I know. That's all I gotta say about it. It's tying the lasso around stupidity. We're just reversing colonization. That's all. No pitchforks, no fires. My grandfather colonized America with Africans somehow, but his grandson is decolonizing the mind of African Americans or something. It's a crazy story, bro. We'll land it one day. The son of the guy that just freed the 10 tribes is in America with them, bringing the rest of his family from his mother's side to America after they were just betrayed. Fall Granada. 1592, plotted since the 1540s. They slided to the 1400s. False story. You can't slide that story, white boy. You're not in none of those stories. Plus, the real white boys, the Russians, Anatoly Fomenko already sorted it too, so 2 for 2 for the Jews. Yeah, anyway, so if a Jew confesses he's a Jew, it's like another angel gets his wings or something, because I don't hear no one contest me on this. For real, it's really hard to argue with a nigga who's just telling you to read a dictionary. Is it not written that Semites are Afro-Asiatics? Yes. Is it not written that Semites are Jews? Yes. Well, would it be implied by these 3 dimensions that all 3 of them are the same? Simile, metaphor, custom, tradition, time period. Maybe. All right now. Were Afro-Asiatics ever white in human history? No. So what is Jesus? At the very least. Level 1. Most people have cognitive dissonance and get stuck there. They'll go, their brain will sidestep. And I'm not even these people, I know how their brain works. They'll sidestep that and go, well, it doesn't really matter fundamentally. God created all of us, I don't see colors. Jesus is white, I'm okay with that at least, but even if I change this color, I still feel the same because I have a personal relationship with the divine somehow. But although the one that I'm using the name in vain of, one of the 10 commandments I'm breaking every day and I'm not honoring my mothers and fathers. How could you? Because you're not even honoring his kids. But he's your God and shit. But okay, but at the very least, Jesus isn't Afro-Asiatic, so he's black for real. Now he takes over his father who made him in his image. What color is God for real? You only run into a trap if you're using our Bible, though, and claiming that you know our Jesus, Christian. So our Jesus is a black guy, and for him to be a black guy, his father would have to be a black guy, because that's how seeds work. If you want to know the seed or the root of the tree, you would look at its fruit. Well, if Jesus is the fruit of God, then what is God's tree, nigga? So how can anything here start in these dimensions of English about a black God be white ever in human history in this language? Or any of its derivatives, if God fundamentally has to be a black man for his son to save everyone who's described as a black person. New Testament is dedicated to a black guy whose father is a god, and like father, like son, as above, so below, they're both black because they will both look the same. He will make his son in his image, correct? So if Jesus is the image of God, what color is God, nigga? And if God is that color in all Abrahamic Judaical religions, it don't matter what the subset indention servitude of such a God is. Even the fucking Roman Catholics would have to be worshiping a black God if black God had black Jesus and black Jesus has a black Mary, and they still pray to a black Mary now. So if black Mary got chose up by a God and had a black child, what color is God? One more time, religion. So you understand, like how saying Hebrews and Jews and stuff are black is kind of like an idiot fucking thing to talk about to begin with. The whole fucking God in that Bible is black, nigga. If his kid is. Do you know how fucking works? And that's where it falls apart. That's where it falls apart. These niggas don't understand how gender and sex work. You see how it shows up even right now. They got genderless sex workers. Like, I don't understand, nigga. How is it so hard to find with these damn astrophysics, autistic genius on a chalkboard ass niggas can't fucking figure out world history because they don't know what the fuck a Semite is? And my last name is Semite because my name is Dwayne Desan Smith. I am John Smith the 13th. I'm the 13th Semite that's been here since before the United States in a fucking row in the same place. Come on, God. Of course my father is black. Who is his father? Dummy. The Holy Roman emperors are chosen by their father, God. The Holy Roman emperors are black people. Those are my fathers. The emperors of the Holy Roman Empire, the real one. The rulers of the world. 1751. Mm-hmm. 3 in the chat, if that made sense. Because I don't know where I went with that one. I just thought we read the Bibles on Sunday or something. We know how gender works. Joe Gallert and M. Diesel's going crazy. TBFB says, now all I'm getting is that Jewish guy you're talking about explaining all the credits in Section 8 cheat codes. Yeah, game over. Their free stay is over. M. Diesel, big time shot Gallert. We can learn through observing experience as long as we learn to do better. Resting. M. Diesel, of course, they try to insert themselves in history they was never part of. They didn't ever live in those parts, never. Yeah, they even when they did that in other countries recently, they took over the narrative. That's what the kids from the other countries are saying. M. Diesel says lots of black and white footage of Tartaria. Yeah, man. Peace, family. Shogun said he get it. 3. No. I think that's the degree of common sense that Thomas Paine said people were lacking, and hence entering a deranged occasion once we get to George Washington's letter. Like something happened to them niggas. And the crazy thing is, if the Boston Tea Party was over drugs, then that's what happened to them niggas. They're partying too much. These are Barbary pirates. Like Blackbeard, Redbeard, that's all the same time period. So these niggas are known for drinking, and hence when white people got here, what's the first thing they introduced? Prohibition. They're all formerly eunuchs, mamelukes, and pirates. So they're trying to get them off the alcoholism. Come on now. Fuck with them. It'll make sense, I promise, one day. One day it'll make sense. Assassin's Creed can't keep acting like all them stories keep happening in a different epoch. Go back to Assassin's Creed after 3, when they start exploring the dimensions. like Black Flag, Egypt, Mexico, and all the other shit, France. That's all the same time period. Different games focus on different areas, but I'm saying like that's all contemporary civilizations. Everybody ain't got the same education, bro. That don't make them less dangerous. That makes them more dangerous. The more math you have, the more words you have, the more thoughts you have, the more rules you have, the more order you have, the more structure you have, the more tech you have, the more architecture you have, the more art you have, the more peace and chill you have. Now contrast with that something starting from the bottom. They kind of do that to our fathers, but they did to their greatest granddaughters, you understand? What happened to us doesn't take nothing away from our family. Shit, what happened to us don't take nothing away from us either. We was chilling. Weed, tobacco, half naked, fucking on bitches, raising 20 kids. Like, we weren't prepping an army to go back home. We're in our promised land. You understand? You wanna conduct yourself as a warrior in your promised land. You conduct yourself as a gardener. Confucius say, Sun Tzu and all them niggas. Come on, Day Sign Part 2 on Sunday. Like, so this is kind of like the like on video games. This is not the PvP zone, and that's why there's no PvP here ever. But they want us to believe they beat us in war somehow. Cut it out. We don't know how many niggas the UFOs took home. Don't forget that part. I've seen the UFOs before. Ask the Salish and the Dogon. Ask the mermaid people, the Refuge in Haiti. We can't even account for how many people the others take in all of our stories, let alone where they take them. You can't assume they died because they constantly take them. You remember? They take them in the sky, Salish, that's the Pacific Northwest people. They take them, Africa, Dogon, sister colony, and not necessarily blood, but tradition. And then you got the Refuge from our Bible, by the way. But the Haitians and most of the islands report of something or someone's that takes their kids underwater. That'd be scary. That'd sound like Epstein and Ghislaine's submarine if you think about it, but nah, sometimes their daughters come back. And when the Haitians come back after spending time with the mermaids, they come back as witches, if you will, or, enlightened with some dark shit, war, defense. And that's crazy. Salem witch trials, Rihanna's grandmother, she ran from Boston and went all the way. They said she got with a white or British something and came to Barbados. That's a damn European war. So a nigga ASAP Rocky and Rihanna left Boston, Massachusetts, Benjamin Franklin, Benjamin Banneker, Prince All Masons. So they left that time period, went to Barbados where Rihanna's grandma lived, and y'all snuck a white boy into the story? Why would a white boy from coming over here over Christianity be marrying a fucking witch, you dickhead? Anyway, so ASAP Rocky and fucking Rihanna go back to Barbados, Salem witch trials. What year is that? Cut out. Salam alaikum, my nigga. Cut it out more. Salam alaikum. You know what's crazy about it more? And all my cousins out there? Where that shit happened? Boston Tea Party in the Salem witch trials. You notice how it's all Boston league. All the niggas have the Tartarian buildings. But the crazy thing is, it's Essex County, Salem. So Salam, Allah, word to Muhammad, and it's Essex County, Isa, Jesus, Mohammedan, Quran, Massachusetts. You understand what I'm saying? And that's the French Indian suffix. Like Bridget, Massachusetts. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Tell them stop fucking playing around with our language, bro. Our language always tells them. There's no other way to describe that since we're the ones that describe them. They're just stealing the word model. They can't redefine the words though. That's why Edamon fucks them. They only teach you connotative linguistics in school. That's evil. That's witchcraft. to make every time you see that gold dress and someone says blue, to where you start to figure out what color this shit's supposed to be. You never seen a blue and black dress, idiot. So why would your brain default to that? That dress, that Greek toga, can only be white and gold. When have you ever seen a black and blue toga? Israel. Wake up. White and gold, royal. White and gold, holy. White and gold, divine. White and gold, angels. I see black and blue. Nigga, what? Why would the dress ever fucking be black and blue, bro? That dress, that design, that toga, that angelic uniform, that God of War bullshit, Athena, everything in between us. When has that style ever fucking showed up in black and blue, bro? And you got niggas arguing on the computers today about how their eyes work. Fuck your eyes, nigga. Fuck colorblind, nigga. You ain't never played God of War? Weird story, Aries. These niggas is funny, bro. Three. M. Diesel. Fayetteville, you got it, man. Lafayette, Raleigh, North Carolina, same story. He's a European guy, a Jew, who started North Carolina. Cool. Beasley's off the coast of the Carolinas. Hi. Newburgh, all of us. Hi. Beasley, South Coast. All of them. They're all Jews. French Huguenots. French Huguenots are the Moorish Jews. They came to Americas. Look it up. They're Moors. They went to South Carolina, North Carolina, where all the Lafayette French Huguenots live. Raleigh, all that. Mercury City, same story. Los Angeles, City of Angels, Jews, yeah. Mercury, Moors, same story. Even what they named it, Lafayette. It's like, oh, it's French, it's a white guy. How? The whole world is black, but particularly the Huguenots are black, and those are the ones that came to the south. From Andalusia, the Moors, that speak French. That's not what that language is called, though. That's what they call it now when they grouped it together. Some Napoleon shit, some African idea, I don't know what they did. That's why Point Du Sable, same thing, Lafayette. Those are the Huguenots from Andalusia. They came to America. That's hence why they founded Chicago and founded Raleigh and all that shit. Those are Jews. Then they turn African. I don't know what happens. Africans are not Jews. Jews are Afro-Asiatics. That's why they're, you get what I'm saying? I think they blackwashed it, then whitewashed it, then Jewish washed it. And that's the order of bullshit too. Yep. It's Jew, Moor, then they African washed it, closer to the Civil War, the ambiguous black, and then they white-ized it, General Board of Education, and then through media they Jewish washed it. Damn. And America started with us. That's all I kick with. That's a lot of fucking tricks to not land this shit either. Because one of their damn kids should have been shown up again in history. You can have all those Holy Roman emperors, all those kings, all those castles, and they all white. And all you got to show for it is maybe Meghan Markle and the nigga she married to. What United Kingdoms did you fucking unite just 250 years ago if you're down to one ugly couple? Or two? What the fuck's it got to do with the King, Queen of England? First of all, what happened to all the royals that came to America? They all, what I'm saying is if you leave little ass Europe that they claim to come here and you can spread all over the coast and have kids, royals and nobles, knights and everything, Sir Knight, the Immigrant, John, come on now. They're all here, had kids, go back and forth, whatever, right? They go back. After the revolution, they just all pack up, fuck my house, I'm going back. And then they come back as white people, but only one royal bloodline left. What the fuck did y'all just unite in 1775 if there's only one royal bloodline left, you dumbass? You're following Queen Alexandria of there? That little Jewish gypsy looking woman? Cool, you can do that. I ain't mad at it. I don't know who the fuck she is, but she sells drugs. Cool. Alrighty. Did they live in America or something? Okay, so what happened to all the British royals and nobles and Irish, British, and royals and all the royals, Val, Andalusia, and everyone in between them? Where did their kids go? When they be cousins with Queen Alexandra and Victoria and all them niggas over there to this day? They have the same grandfather, Rothschild Bank. Like, what the fuck? Where them royals at, bitch? Fuck who banking for them? Where the fuck is the queens and kings of all those things in America, bitch? That's where they went, nigga. I got the shit manifest on Ancestry.com. Dude, swear to God, all the royals and all that shit is back and forth to America. Don't play with me. I said the royals. I ain't talking about people. I ain't talking about visitors or pirates. I'm talking about the royals. Where are their kids today if they're white? They already came to America. They came to America before white people came to Ellis Island. The royals of England already came here. All right. But I'm just saying, hypothetically, if we can imagine if we had brothers and sisters of 20 kids, like, where's the white kids' parents, son, you know? Donde? Don't tell me they had plantations. Why the fuck would a king have a plantation dedicated to City Muhammad? Don't fucking play me Imperial Majestic. White people, you ain't got no answers for this. Where did y'all go to school? What did they teach y'all before they integrated us? Because that's a weird story. Y'all know too much about Greeks and Romans to not know they're not niggas. Come on. It starts with Egyptians, Hebrews, and turns into white Greeks and Romans? And that pharaohs and the Caesars is the same bloodline of grandmothers? The fuck y'all talking? The fuck y'all talking about? I'm asking McCraw Hill this. Because I met some smart, so-called smart people who went to school for history for real. And you think that you're a visitor, new generation to America, you take the history for real. And they're like, I'll just be saying shit. What? Why? You can do anything with your life. They don't even have to talk about it and sound stupid. The people, white people just say, we don't know. White people, y'all got this far because not one of y'all have had the gusto, I guess, to really say to it, we don't know. And in absence of that humility, you made up a whole bunch of stuff that got us all fucked up. And then put a fucking price tag and a degree on it and said, so what? So, now, because you did that, you abused your degrees. You abuse your degrees by abusing the sun. I was abused too. I'm a royal. That's like blasphemy to our kingdom of spirits and people, right? So once you proclaim it, it changes something. So now they're accredited school degrees that made them professionals. Remember, they're kids that just got degrees thinking pay grade. No, we're talking about the legacy of education. Professional degrees that kept black people out of certain businesses. It was too expensive for niggas to get, too socially hard to get accepted to. And maybe our IQs ain't hard enough, although we created empires called Romans. But you know how the story goes with white people through their Jewish cousins writing the script for them. Now, smart, but now they're taking away the professional degrees that built the middle class to what it has been since the 60s. Weird. They're turning their degrees down. That's interesting. Why would Donald Trump, Jewish Nazis, you know, you've heard of the cool double-cross gray stories where there's red and blue people on the same team, purples. Why would they want to turn the degrees down of their own middle-class per capita descendants? Those people that have the most of those come from parents and households that had the most of those. And maybe one, you can squeeze another extra generation if they parents actually fought in wars. But no more than 5 generations tops, and the people talking on TikTok now sound like the second, third generation entire family in America at best. Second generation at best. And like, fuck. We got the loans, we got the degrees, went to the schools, we got the, you know, the area, but it didn't manifest the pay or the job or the hiring But now, as things are supposed to go higher, now they're saying, nope, you ain't even gonna get paid that good for those jobs no more. And you're like, why? It's to make it cheaper to hire foreigners. You know what the crazy shit is? That spell that the Nazi blue-eyed people are playing with the Yiddish is that the justification for all of these recent moves that Trump is doing follows the logic and pathology politically and socially is like good science, because that's how white people treated black people, political and social issues. It's a form of benign neglect, but it's worse. It's gaslighting. So the same way black people, decent black people, not thugs, not shooters, not killers, not everyone was injured, but black people bringing their grievances, it was kind of like, benign neglect. And that's not really what it is. You just need to gather yourself by the bootstraps, and everything else is going in a positive direction. Look at the immigrants, look at the whites, look at the Portuguese, look at the Italians. It's everyone but you, niggers, right? That lasted through my childhood. Remember, I didn't grow up in the slave plantation. And so now, that logistics, the way they described that to us, and I saw it on social media. I was always arguing about this, by the way. I'm not green when it comes to these debates with political-minded people or religious ones. In fact, I've been debating this stupid shit for 20 years. But today, though, when you say it, you're like, well, Trump ain't really targeting black people. He's just cutting back on the budget because we're going towards AI and technology. It's like Martin Luther King bootstraps and farmers getting federal spending for extra technologies, but the niggas ain't on their land, what their grandma say. Imagine everything. Plymouth Rock ass niggas. So then you go, well, black people are not just getting killed by police for no reason. They're just part of a criminal area, and they're just trying to keep the streets clean because there are people doing some terrible stuff and kids are missing and all these things. And they're like, black people, stop making excuses. You gotta police your own community if you don't want that type of force to be there. So what? And now here we go. ICE, a foreign force, largely Mossad, Mexican-ish, brown, white, not niggas. And they're doing the most against white people. And white people are like, oh my God, I told you, they're targeting us. And they're like, what are you talking about? You sound paranoid like them niggas. All y'all gotta do is listen to the orders given to you by ICE, go to work, go home, get off the street corners. There's no reason for 3 or more of you to be out there. Y'all got kids to take care of, right? I mean, she was a mother, he was a father. Why wasn't he worrying about raising his kids? Isn't that the problem right now with their repopulation problems, and all their kids not doing too well in school? Wouldn't it be wise, instead of marching all day at your big age, to be reading the books to your babies? Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, the exact social, political language model used to put niggas into a delusion and gaslit, subservient, lower middle class, and less lifestyle is the same exact political jargon being used by the White House to, smooth over the noticing of how this shit is mean towards people. Now that white, pale, and mind you, they create the narrative for that too. Like, the Jewish people are narrating this story too for the white people, which is the craziest thing about it. Don't miss it, because that's the one thing always in common. But the way they package it has left the political, social class of normal people who've been beefing with people like me for 20 years on the internet about this obvious thing. And now that the targets are white, the white pundits and the white people and citizens and around the world, they're kind of like, damn, black people are right about something. Nah, please don't do that, y'all. Please don't do that. Please don't do that, okay? Please don't have that conversation either, black or white. Don't even do that. Please don't do that. For real, that's evil. That's a fruitless tree is what I'm saying. That's a fruitless fig tree to even, like, that we're going to resolve it because we're being killed too. We miss when it was just you. Don't do that, okay? Because that's not the right answer. That's for like united or segregated, however we go forward. That doesn't matter. That's not the right answer. Saying that we were right about tyranny and occupation and colonization is not the answer that no nigga colonized when they're here. Don't tell us we're right about colonization and then tell us you're the persons that colonized us. How's the colonizer kids telling us that we are right about colonization? One more time. How are colonizer kids telling us to colonize that we are right about colonizers? One more time. All this overstepping boundaries is happening from a foreigner. I'm an Indian, so they're colonizers. And they're acting like colonizers. You can't walk on your own streets. Only a colonizer would do that. You have to follow these laws, but we don't. Only a colonizer would do that. So I'm saying fundamentally LCD, so we can take race and, you know, all the political, religious things out of it. White folk, since you're not Indians or Moors or Jews, white folk, y'all can't start 2026 talking about niggas who've been colonized and or worse were right about tyrannical force from colonizers and say that you created a constitution of armed militias and freedom of speech, yet you're fine with them silencing ours while I have been alive 40 years in a row, and it's 2026. There's no way, like there's gotta be a time lapse on this shit. From Bernie Sanders to Martin Luther King, from there until now, you can't just say just right now. There's enough evidence to show that niggas have been right about how shitty being colonized by United States Service Corporation of Booty Pirates is. The Epstein list, oh my God, you missed Comic Ping Pong. And then this, on Fourth Strike Mossad Special Edition, running out of money to do it good, but they got AI to scare you. Cool. Don't tell me they're using arts and automation and propaganda and rewriting narratives and people into stories that weren't there in order to justify heavy-handed colonization. Please don't tell us, because you taught us that you colonized us. So how do you have a 40-plus year blind spot that colonization sucks? Be right back. Just food for thought, please. They not teach us that they're ancestors and why we're fucked up in lower class because get over it, we got colonized, planted flags and boats, but Trump says that don't count. But now that same force that we've been complaining about for 40 plus years, that happens and now the target is white and they go, you know what, black people, you colonized people, colonization is starting to suck. Can you fucking imagine? What changed there? Let me know in the chat, white people, what changed? When was America great? The colonized America, when was that great again? It was great when black people were the targets by ourselves. That's what, and you're telling black people were right about that? You think so? Let me know in the chat how you feel about that. Yeah. They said they have 101 facts about the Moors. Oh, like, wait till you get 101 facts about Indians. And then the hidden collection, 101 facts about Jews, nigga. We're master builders of thoughts, not actions. You have to think before you act, nigga. Master degree, Mason. Nigga, please. They haven't even mastered fucking speech. So imagine their thoughts. So anyway, yeah. There's no way for this, the spirit of this story or history of political narrative authority to even exist for real without people being asleep to what the dimensions are. They just went willy-nilly with it, bro. Now they're in too deep, like LL Cool J, no pull six. Root of the trap. Tribal's contribution, insight, magnification cannot be put into words as I put into these emojis. Chuck Gellert, you out there near Kent, England too, the hometown. Gellert says, I'm following God's time, to God be glory every time. A lot of people can't log in, they took away monetizations for most. They on the Yiddish service now. Same thing with TikTok. Yeah, they took over TikTok a few days ago over there, and they had an outage reported on our side of town this 24 hours, but I checked TikTok when they were talking about it. Mine was fine, so they probably been putting me on that server. But yeah, they moving shit around. Disguised as more control, as if they don't have all the control already, but it's really budgeting how much money they don't have left. So if they just moved it to a new server, it's a cheaper server. Don't forget that, okay? They're not upgrading their servers. These people are idiots. They were sold because they had the money to waste because they stole it from us on idiots of technology. Remember, they thought an AI company was going to take over because a bunch of Indians playing fucking games in the call centers acting like they were answering the prompts. And that's what caused them all to chip in originally. So they have to double down. They can't get that back. So they have to act like saving face, like they don't look like the jackass that got played by Cindy's. And all of a sudden, Trump sent the passports back from India, right? Trump is part of all the tech and crypto bros who invested big time into AI services. To this day, ChatGPT, OpenAI hasn't made a profit. But this other company, remember Tragic, remember 2023 in Charlotte? They were like, yo, these agents and these connections and these APIs, and then Trump, Musk touched Trump. Elon Musk said, wait a minute, we're gonna put a paywall on our API because something's coming. They'll be able to afford $100,000 a month. Like, nigga, slow down, bitch. Start at 1,000 next time, you greedy bitch, right? But they all prepared and AI and everything. Right? Let's not talk about the lawsuits and copyright infringement. Let's train the AI anyway, but let a nigga sample something for 5 seconds. But anyway, you see how they treat Jews and Israelites different. But when the little white South African does it, don't worry about it. We're gonna make our money back. Who is we, nigga? This is not y'all data. You're training on our data. Are we French now, nigga? No, I'm the Woody at least now, nigga. So tell them they gonna go to hell for all that shit in real life. They're gonna live through the hell of the curse that they casted, because it's never innocent. It's not like them getting carried away with their own genius. No, them getting carried away cause injury to everyone else around them. That's why they fuck up. They don't fuck up for being evil geniuses that built too much shit in the basement. No. They did it at the expense of everyone else. That's 2 different degrees of narcissism and 2 different degrees of accountability and 2 different degrees of karma. God's watching everybody, but what these niggas is doing, the reason why they're gonna crash is because they pulled us with them. That's a different story. That's a totally different story. They have to go to hell for that. So, India set them up with the dummy mission. They came over here, took over tech support, took over the networks, took over the shit. And then this big, because they're taking over tech, that means they're in the rooms with white boys and Jewish boys, selling Silicon Valley RTP ideas for the future of automation and things. So as soon as the Cindy people jumped onto AI and sold this service, and this is a Silicon Valley level, not some kid in the village jumping on a train with 1,000 people. We're talking about people who went to school in America, UNC Chapel Hill, wearing Nikes and probably spray cologne on them still. So they grew up with niggas. So they still hit them in the head with the bullshit. Y'all don't remember that. That's crazy. They talk about the Great Depression in 2008, but they don't talk about how the fuck they got the biggest juke crossover, no hands ever, through the back, behind the back, bullshit that they did because of India. They ain't got a 7-Eleven over here, or they're not a Patella or a Dunkin' Donuts. They are not here no more. They hit them niggas hard. That was never put your eggs in one basket moment for AI investors. Not because they didn't have more money to make somewhere else, but because that idea isn't real. You understand the difference between wisdom and rich and idiots? They can be idiots and still have a lot of money. These idiots with a lot of money invested into a paradigm based on an idea of a company that doesn't exist. And because they're the big investors, big fish, they're first in, but then the little niggas trying to be like them who pay hundreds of millions of dollars to meet these people, looked at the data and the chart on Twitter like, oh, they're investing in this thing, and all these other people wanted to, but if they wanted to, they wanted to clone that idea as a service model to get other sucker money at other power centers, Miami, Atlanta. Like, oh, if that's the model, that's what the big fish are investing in. We're gonna clone this. We're in college and high school. We got AI, the AI we have too, and we're gonna position it for a round of angel investments. And as they level up, we'll level up. So it'll keep the money going for a couple of years until someone really figures it out. So you cloned all of that energy, idea, outcome for something that can never have existed to begin with. That's what I'm saying. Check that shit out. Ain't that a bitch? We're missing now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. IV, I guess. Red hearts, red hearts. 5 red hearts. IV. 1, 4, 1V. Yeah. That's crazy. V. 5 hearts. Yeah, 5 heartbeats. Who released 5 hearts? Last time, this time last year, that's crazy, Mr. Now. That's January that happened, where I saw the Etruscan blue star fly. And that one was cool enough, and then a day or two later after I said it, another one flew. I was like, all right, nigga. So that was the Etruscan royal blue star. It was 5-point stars. And that was a red 5 hearts, individuals, 5 Vs. 25-7, 5-2 lines. Notice, that's not what that is. That's 1-1-3. Or L3, L's. Yeah, that's how you make a heart, with an L and a 3, right? Damn. 5 L's released. And I was making that joke earlier. Every time a nigga proclaim he a Jew, an angel get his wings. Roma, heart, Amora, 5 angels are free type shit. I understand everything. Shout, glory be to God. We be talking parables, they say. Be listening and fucking, I don't know, I ain't got disrespect those people, but I'm really starting to understand that they don't see the same color dresses I do. Good. That just proves different pedigrees have different brains for real. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Stay the fuck out my land and my business and my fucking estate and my trust and my money and my fucking resources, bitch. These things think they're bigger than the program because they just fuck the words up. But if TCIP has an autocorrection algorithm based on a simple drawing in the sands, then I do believe the Hebrew alphabet has a self-correcting algorithm as well, if you speak and think of it long enough. Since it's mimicking your blood. The language has an immune system. Down to the bones of the language. Down to the etymon degree. Down to its oldest reference. Down to the king who decreed that any other nigga besides his family had to speak it. It's the kryptonite. It's not even the truth is their kryptonite. It's like actually taking the surface level shit serious and digging deep enough to really get it, erudite. That's their kryptonite. It's cool to scan to know the surface level of all the things, surveyor, itemizer, but do you know what's at the bottom of that bin? All right, so do you really know what you have? Or do you know you just have a lot of something? Because the only people who act like that are pirates. People who rob or steal things. You know, people who buy the little storage rooms. Like, oh, look what I got. Like, you see? It's Pawn Stars. It's, the storage wars. Like, and you understand? Like, that attitude, that energy. Well, I'll buy it in Louisiana Purchase. I'll buy this Negro land for $10. You got it. Like, murder sold separately, I guess. I guess it's allowed for these Christians to kill Indians, but, God frowns upon heat of passions. No, it's okay. God doesn't care because they're not human. Meanwhile, this nigga baby is born with a tail. Got 6 fingers and shit. Who the fuck they talking about? Got hair on your back, you grow a tail, and all this extra shit. Well, I'm saying for them to come here and demonize Indians or Moors as non-human is weird because we don't typically grow tails. Right? Like, how did a tail generate this? Like, God created you, Adam created you, Solomon, David, and Jesus, your grandfathers, and you have a tail. They circumcise them as kids. They're born with tails. Sonic and tails. They really do. Not all of them. This particular group. Which just proves that they have a common ancestor that has a tail. This is what I'm trying to tell you. And that's what I'm saying is like, that's crazy. That tail comes in your patina per capita more than anybody else's babies. We know how your grandfather was like raping niggas, so I get it, but I'm just talking about why you got it to begin with. They be born with tails bigger than their penis, bro. That's not, you understand? That's a genetic instruction. They have an ancestor that has a tail. So you understand? If you're a eugenicist and you worry about DNA and you isolated black people, but you have no mention of the science of who are these people with tails, right? I mean, we talk about science, eugenics, and who's inferior IQs and shit. Well, why are these niggas born with tails, bro? Who grandma is that? I would love to know, baboons. Because I saw about the baboons being transported too, by the way. Maybe a baboon is on a monkey in a zoo. Maybe a baboon is a nigga with a tail. I understand something. Curious George ain't got a tail. I guess he ain't a monkey. He ain't Bubbles either. Don't do that. He's a monkey. Dragon Ball Z, Kakarot. Monkeys without tails. I get it, but I don't. The closest thing we get of some deformity in our tribe is an excerpt that refers to Moses with horns. That's the age of Aries and a ram, and that could be a Viking battle helmet too, if you understand Samurai Showdown and niggas with boats leaving Egypt. But stretch of imagination, he had a horn grow out, and some people have that demonic condition. We play Fable, but there's some little villagers in real life that have it. But Moses is a black man, so we haven't seen that patina yet. So maybe his thorn, or his like a crown of thorns, but he has horns, you know. And they did blow horns to knock walls down. So for a nigga to have some horns on him, and just one generation later, Joshua was blowing the horn to knock walls down, maybe he's wearing it like a Viking. You know the ones with Allah on their breastplate? You know, Jesus' grandfather, the ones that Allah on the death cross? Yeah, like a Viking, like a Moor, like a Hebrew, like someone that travels the water. Big niggas, you know that. Bibles, religion. They got 12 disciples of gods and energies because their fathers are angels. You know, disciples in Jesus. Like maybe if Viking has king backwards with IV, 4th generation, but even if it wasn't that, because they just made that up when they found me. But then you have the Inca king. That's what Inca is. So it's Vinca. And this Inca manuscript all through Europe. And those are Morins. Those are black people. And the Inca over here in America, South America, with the roots to China. I'm sorry, Tartaria, Silk Road. Cocaine got over there somehow. Those are Incas, my niggas. And those are tall black people who would have boats. Just like the Vikings. But you call them Inca when they're in America. So we took this false Norse mythology, this false Morse code mythology, this false Moors mythology, and brought it back home. And that's just it. It's just that simple, guys. Because the language auto-corrects itself if you understand the language to begin with. It tells on itself. They're using a word bank. Well, I know what puzzle that word bank came with the first time, nigga. Can't walk me down. We got evidence of Vikings in America. We don't have evidence of you in America. So how the fuck you gonna tell me what a Viking is if that's your granddad? All right, now. We have evidence of them in America with a law in their breastplates. You don't. That ain't your granddad's in. The fuck? My granddads came to America. Get it? They can call them niggas whatever they want. His cousin got that type of drip. You saw Cisco and Drill. Everyone in Drill didn't paint their hair like that. Cisco the one doing round-offs, though, talk about Enter the Dragon. See what color he is? You see his eyes? All right, now. You see how that worked right there, just in Drew Hill alone. Just in Baltimore, right there. Just in Drew Hill alone. Cisco, you seen him right there. He chilling, all that Japanese shit. You seen it? You seen it? He's like the star of the show. Oh, hello, Jew. And his daddy's married to Arson's grandmother. Can you imagine how small a Jew world is in Baltimore? What? Niggas don't want to hear that. They'd rather believe that there's a white daddy with a list that taught all them goofy niggas how to speak the same way exactly with their black Indian grandmothers from Virginia. I'll never understand niggas, but I understand the Board of Education. We're gonna be alright, y'all. What's left? Shogun says DBZ is releasing the Super Saiyan God Saga. This time it's through the perspective of Beerus. Oh, his come up. Oh, I want to see that then. The L's weakness is the blackness. Kryptonite equals crypto, and crypto equals that. Necromancies. There you go. Dead law, Moorish Latin, Spanish. Gillert. I don't know who else caught it when El Mr. Now said it. What did Mr. Now say? What the boy say? What the boy say? What the boy say? You know it. Mr. Now is probably having wine and spaghetti. Medieval. For sure, we both might be Deshaun's cousin if we both did our genealogy. I don't think it's an if. I'll be honest with you, bro. I'll be honest with you. I honestly don't think there's that many different tribes of people in this timeline of a reset to begin with. Because every time it resets, it starts with a smaller group of people and it expands. And if we get to this point now, same year, same channel, same language, same concerns, same thoughts, similarities. There is no, I think. I've met too many people. I know what most people think about or respond to when it comes to me. I mean, if you understand anything I'm saying, I don't think it's a possibility. It's most likely. Especially because it's funny because most of you that are not from here are from my designations. Design, that's what design means. It means design. Designer, Smith, builder, same story. My whole name means the same thing. Dwayne, drawing, architect, blueprint. Design, drawing, design, same thing. Smith, builder, words, everything, same story. My name is the same things 3 times. So the meaning of my name is there is no meaning. All the words are the same, Foley. That just means that's not my name. It's the same story. It's all over again. It does it again. I'm like, what does that mean? I have a feeling I don't understand what that means. I'll get my name eventually. I don't have my name yet. My name that they assigned to me is a clue, though, especially because there's controversy around why I have my middle name. My middle name's been cut and dry my whole life. My dad was Dwayne Deshaun, D-E-S-S-A-N Smith. I was Dwayne Deshaun Smith Jr. And Deshaun spelled to include Sonia. So just spelled my dad's middle name differently. But it's the same name, same meaning, same reference. Nope, my dad ain't got a middle name. The devil is a liar. Like I was telling you about local Mandela effects. My middle name is my biggest Mandela effect. Personal, like my biggest personal Mandela effect. I only thought my name was a cool hip-hop way of spelling my dad's name. And that's why I was Dwayne Jr., Dwayne Deshaun Smith, Dwayne Deshaun Smith Jr. No. Dwayne Smith does not have a middle name. Any social security number or ID or birth certificate. Devil is a lie, because I know exactly how to spell it. He's Dasan, bro. And I know how to spell it. And then when you spell it, the way I always know how to spell it, it's Japanese for drawing, design. Okay, right in the middle, Essex, Isa, Jesus, builder, Jews. Jews and Japanese, same story. And I didn't find out till this time last year that my dad had no idea what the fuck I was talking about. I was like, this nigga ain't got no fucking Parkinson's or what's that shit called? Alzheimer's. He can't have Alzheimer's yet, nigga. Nigga just turned 60. He look younger than me. I don't know. Weird nigga though, so maybe. But nah. My dad forgot or hasn't heard himself be referred to as Dasan in over 20 years, so I get it. And then, if that wasn't enough, my problem wasn't whether or not he had a middle name or his birth certificate, because that happens to every nigga for real, but that's a weird story. But I was like, no. Why do I have this middle name then? Why would my mother make up a middle name and spell it phonetically like that? Like, her name is cut and dry. Her dad's name's Charles Edward, Theodore, Roosevelt, Banks, William, like all the Jew names. Why? And my dad is just Dwayne Smith, like as Irish and Jew as it gets. Moore, Iberian, James. But me, you don't give me the hip hop 85 degree of DA dash or apostrophe. No, it's apostrophe. It's apostrophized. The son. Son, like Sonya. The son of Sonya. All right, same story. Yah, Jah, God, the Son of God. Same story. The Son, Essa, Son of God. Same story. It's always the Son of God no matter what. Same story in our stories. We're Jews. But my mom named me Dasan because my dad's name is Dasan. And I'm like, final answer, Alex. I'm going to ask this nigga one more time. I'll wait for him to call me from prison. Thank you for accepting 1-800-telepathy. Hey, Dad. Yeah, thanks for calling. Got a question. What the fuck you mean you don't know what you don't have a middle name? Fuck the paperwork. No. I'm talking about Dasan. That was your middle name. And like, I had to listen to him scan for the significance of Dasan because that's my name. Like, at the very least, like, why are you asking me about your middle name? He didn't say that. He didn't say, Dad, everyone calls you Dasan, bro. I have elephant memory, bro. Aunt Tracy called you Dasan, and y'all told me my mom called you Dasan. Do you remember that? Yeah. Wait. Nah, don't give me that old man. I kind of, oh, that's what you're talking about. Don't do that. That's my name. You can't say my mom reference your name and give me my middle name, and you know my name, and then go, yeah, I kind of remember your middle name being addressed as I in a different spelling. AOL Instant Messenger, Desan, DESSAN 1414. And then you can't just kind of remember that. That was like our main AOL shit too, nigga. I think that was his Earthlink too, on God. I think it was Desan something at bellsoft.net. Like, I swore to God, I thought I did. But Mandela effect the bitch for real. But I was like, nah, oh, that's cool. I could have made that up. And assumed it through the whole time I've had this name. But nah. He kind of came around to it, and I was like, I don't like this answer. Let me try one more person. His own damn brother. It's been a long time. Hey, yo, Dad's brother. Did y'all ever call my dad Dasan? Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, back then, when your mom, son, and all that, your dad was hanging out, back in the day in the 80s, and blah, blah, blah. They gave him, like, it was like a little street name, they called him, like a nickname, they called him Dasan. Like, how come my dad don't remember that? I remember it. We never had to talk about his name before. You gave it to me bar for bar. My dad had a friend named Hassan. He was Dasan, and he went by that. I thought it was just his middle name, but he went by that name out loud because of Hassan and Dasan. I thought he was just, trying to match. They're twins today. No, it's a street name. Cool, I'm cool with that. Why would Hassan or Moore give my dad, a Jew Cherokee, the name of the Messiah? Just for a street name. Cool. It's D. He's the wave. Well, we just want to take the Essa and add it to a D. D dimension, 4, IV. A, B, C, D. 4th dimension of Isa. Fourth generation of such. Fourth cycle, fourth generation. Yes. Okay, I got it now. But they called him that. And then now I'm here, and I'm asking him about this, and he don't have no memories of being that guy. So it's a very strange case of the NPCism. But I would tell you this. The only thing that kind of makes me wonder the hardest is not even any of that shit or time or Alzheimer's. It's the fact that because he's in prison, they mandated the mRNA. Me, Jonathan, and a few others saw that documentary way back in the day. Somebody was working on a vaccine that could remove the God gene. It alluded to Afghanistan and Iraq and them people with Muhammad, and you would think, oh, that's because jihad or something. They want to stop the explosions, right? But if and then mRNA can do that, remove the God gene. All right, what's the effects of that shit? Well, let me think about this nigga who had God as a middle name. And I go, okay. My dad used to write me and talk about Christianity a whole lot. How good God is and all that. And it's a cool story. You know how it is when they go to prison, but his mom was like that. You know how we as Jews turn to Christians. But either way, 1960s edition. But what I'm saying is, he used to be very heavy on that. So much so, he went to seminary school, learned how to read Hebrew and Greek and shit. And that was like a big deal to him. He always talked about it. I haven't heard him talk about it since. And I don't talk about it. I be talking about this. He's like, oh, wow. I said, you familiar with John Smith, right? Yeah. I said, you know that's where we get our name from. I walk him down this hill every day, every time I talk to him. Yeah. I was like, you know he's a black guy. Word? Man, that's crazy. I was seeing on the news the other day, nah, you don't, oh, hold up, dad. You done walked off the plank, pirate. Nah. You heard what I said? I said, John Smith's your granddad, because he's my granddad. And he's a black guy. One of the founders of the Colonies. And they be like, yeah. Like I'm saying, I'm talking to the bones. I'm not even talking to a stranger. I'm not talking to a United States citizen. I'm talking to like his son. Like, nah, hold up, real quick. What I'm telling you is John Smith, I'm not talking to third party. John Smith, where you get your last name from, my name from, on your daddy's side and on your mother's side, because that's where it comes from. But your daddy's Smith and your mother comes from Smith, so you're a Smith, I'm a Smith, he's a Smith, we're all Smiths here. And Jews, and y'all know y'all Jews, and y'all know y'all Moors, and you know you're Cherokee, so three strands of braids or something, nigga. But out of all those strands of braids, you get your name from a black guy who founded America. And you're a Jew Indian. You study seminary school and read Hebrew. Your last name's Smith. I'm going to spell it for you. S-M-Y-T-H-E. You'll find it easier that way. And then you go, and you're like, yo, that's a cool story, bro. And you know what's crazy about that cool story, about that grandfather of yours? He's Esau. That's why your name was Deson. You're his 12th grandson. You're Dwayne, Deson, the 12th. So it'd be like, 12 disciples. 12 disciples. Must be Judas or something. I don't know what's going on with these niggas. You only get 3 strikes, you're out for me on the NPC wars. So shaky background story on the middle name, shaky understanding of his own name, but he's studying Hebrew and language for benefits and I know how it is. It is what it is, but I'm just saying, like, damn, nigga. You think you'd be more excited because it's yours. And then third, we're gonna walk him down on this Jesus thing real quick one more time, since he went to seminary school, Mr. Christian Letters. And they have church in prison on this day that the Lord has made. And he understands that his family celebrates Sabbath on Saturdays, but he's still doing shit in church on Sunday because prison rules or something. 501c3s collectively on a bond system. They're banking on them. Anyway, they have died. John Smith and all that, and Esau and all that. Cool story. That's just stupid. Those are words. But do you know that we're the bloodline of Jesus, dude? Because he's training seminary school. Dude, 60. You know everybody. Every type of person, too. So have you figured out the final answer on this? Who wants to be a Jew in there? That we're the bloodline of Jesus. That's why I told you your grandfather's who he is, because that's his grandson. Man, you got to slow down. No, Dad, I need you to stop being a fag about this. Like, for real. Like, I don't know how much you got Mr. mRNA Man in prison, but do you know? Like, I want him to answer it. Do you know that we're the bloodline of Jesus? And I had to yell at him, and I had to curse him out. And he said, yes, son, yes. But you don't remember your middle name had Issa in it. I don't know, bro. I don't believe in clones that much, but there's something wrong with that nigga. He named his son his street name, then forgot what his street name was. And his street name is a Jew name. It's Jesus in the 4th degree. It's also Nissan. It's also Ninja. It's also Assassin. And that makes sense. Because that's what he was. The King of Kings is an assassin, first of all. That's what Assassin's Creed, the blood type of the assassins, is about. The Hashish. Aziz, Azule, it's all the same thing. They're from bloodline of assassins. Probably his mother's side, Mary. And that's where you get, you seen it in Doom. They're telling the same story. Bloodline of assassins. That's that Sheba side. They're ninjas, Khans, Mortal Kombat, Noob Saibot. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's consistent. It's consistent as fuck. That's why my middle name is Japanese. Ninja, design, that's a drawing, design. But in the context of when they use those words, the design of what? Ain't no AutoCAD and 3D Studio Max back then. Feel me? And then so for Issa to be a designer or builder or smith or carpenter, you draw that first. So Square and Compass, Benjamin Banks, Spinnaker, Jew shit, Israelites, Pennsylvania, again, of course. Where's dad is from? Where my mom's dad is from. That's where they got us. But they decided to have me in Jerusalem. Same story. Where am I really from? I don't know. But that middle name's a bitch, boy. Every time I'm Nissan. Okay. Nissan Altima. It's always around us. I'm just Nissan Altima. Yeah, man. My family of Jews are weird. They know they're the descendants of Jesus in real life. And for whatever reason, they cannot talk about it. His excuse is prison, being monitored by phone calls. I'm like, what they gonna do? Keep you in prison, nigga? What the prison gonna do? Keep your ass in prison for having a prison phone call? An inappropriate prison phone call in a prison that they're not trying to let you out of, nigga? Like, what they gonna do? Add more time, nigga? Like, you're 60-something, my nigga. Like, I hate to say it like that, but his situation is not, optimistic, if you will, in terms of time and being released. So to Stonewall Jackson, 20 years of background stories and family histories, why he has a good memory, to forelo just in case the guard who's barely listening on his cell phone flags him for another, we're doing a review and we can't let you go. So you had that weird phone call and now you're staying in prison. Jesus' grandson. What, nigga? What the fuck are we talking about? Yo, the guard has no degrees. He was just like, he's talking to a schizophrenic son or something. His dad's in prison, right? Like, come on, who are you hiding this information from, Mr. Seminary Catholic? You know what I'm talking about, nigga? Nah, don't play that game. Because in no universe, a nigga who forgot his middle name, in no universe, a nigga that I know when he was outside, in no fucking universe, was he supposed to say yes to that question? Especially after I cursed him out. He didn't address me cursing him out. Strike one. I don't know that nigga. And then strike two, the question was serious. Because I cursed him out. I've never cursed him out. And then three for him to say yes. So he can deflect, lie, mislead, all kinds of other storylines and all kinds of other questions. But that very direct question was like, where your grandfather stay? So you do know. All right. Now you know that I know. All right. Awkward. I'll make it awkwarder. I'll make it awkward. I'm gonna make it awkwardest. If he knows, then his family know too. And they're currently Hebrew Israelites from some strange reason randomly about 10 years ago, around the same time I saw the UFO. But you know, everyone has a story. Strangers come up and convert your whole family to a whole new religion for some reason. You barely got it right when it was Christianity. But I'll let you have it. But this guy relates to those people. Well, he's not Hebrew Israelite. He's a Christian. He's a believer. Who knows he's a descendant of Jesus. Yeah. They didn't get all the books in prison. But then his family's Hebrew Israelites. King James Version, of course. But they weren't about Revelations and going to the woods or something. Like, nigga, what year is this? All that happened already. Anyway, I wish they read real stories about their actual grandfather who came to America already. Which is why they have his name. And all the tribes, and all the Huguenots, and all the Beasleys, and all the ladies, and everyone that came with him. You feel me? So the word that's weird about it is, I know about Jews, the real ones, and the ones that did the dark stuff. Because we did. Not all of us, but there's Jews that are black. But I'm sorry, the black Jews who did the child sacrifices and all the shit you saw about in the Hebrew Bible. They're with the people who did that, so they borrowed that tradition. Their race. It's like being in occupation. And that tradition of killing the firstborns. That tradition of Jews to black sheep the firstborn, because the firstborn is your 10th, Malachi 3:8. That's when you dedicate to God. And if you're in a negative blue dress polarity, that means that's the one you sacrifice to Molech, because you're not talking about the God of the Bible at that point. But if you're talking about it at a literal Holy Roman Saint degree, the one that's dedicated to God, the one you sacrifice to God, is the one that you raise as righteous. Moses. Levitical. Leader. That's the one you send to college. Right? And I was the oldest. I was probably the only one in my family that was good enough to go to a college to keep that tradition up. And they didn't. So they sacrificed me instead. They black sheep me. Similar to him. He's the oldest, alleged, of his mother. And then I look at his mother. She was the oldest of that generation. And she was the one that died with nothing. And then I go up to her mother. She was the one that died in captivity when mRNA came out. You know, I just kept trying to look at it a certain way. That's all. It's like I feel like they're perfectly fine with whatever that happened to me. And the biggest crime of the century wouldn't be that it happened to me. Maybe why, but if you just let me know on that little key thing right there, that Smith means Semite and Semite and all that, and I know now that y'all know that the colonies, at the very least, constitute of the tribes of Judah, and knowing that our ancestors are that directly, and you're still carrying on this benign tradition of some nigga slaves in captivity. But what would be the purpose of keeping that up after the 60s, let alone now, if none of these niggas have shit to show for it? Benign neglect's a motherfucker, bro. Like, how do you neglect to tell somebody that their family, at the very least, is seriously Jew? Like, at the very least, seriously Jew. Like, no, we're Jew when we're Jew serious. We're the bloodline of Jews for real, kid. We can work out the Jesus dynamics later, because white people said he's white and they killed him or something. But the Bible says he came back to life and kept going, so. All right, there's room for kids, Mary Magdalene. That's what Leonardo da Vinci said, so whatever, like, that's not even, I'm not tripping on that. It's common sense at one point, but I'm just saying, like, for a family of niggas, Indians, South Carolinians, and New Yorkers, to just be, as a matter of fact, there's black Jews in the mafia. My grandfather, Lucky Lefty, Uncle Louis, my cousin. It's like, these are Jews, 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 Jews. So why are we carrying on as a family, as a tribe, and we never talk about how Jew we are? What's this Sunday church Christian bullshit that y'all on? From the beginning, I mean. Way before they converted. Wait, I'm talking about day one. Like, you learned that shit from your grandmother, bro. You learned that shit from your mother, probably. Like, your dad, too. He wears all black, too, like a damn black Jew. So, like, and he alluded to shit, like he knew some mafia members when he was a kid. And, you know, we assume Scarface Italians. He did something for the black Jews in New York. He just won't tell me what it is. But what I'm saying is he created a third-party distance between that moment as a high schooler doing something alleged that he wasn't supposed to do for this mafia person. I was like, there ain't no one more mafia than your damn uncle, so what was it? Like, I'm your son. Like, what the fuck, I won't call the police? Them other niggas got you locked up. So, yeah, it sucks. It sucks that they know something like that close to what I've been looking for my whole life. And that's why I've been looking for it. Because I'm around the influence of people who have a niggified version of something important for benefits in the underworld. I guess we permanently just give up in the way it is because we don't have the social credit or benefits to find out who the ringleader is. And the problem is, I can see how you can get away with that in New York and the Great Migration and all these kids and families are breaking up and drugs and alcohol and partying and cocaine taking over. I get it. Niggas are distracted. Their grandparents just got fucking blasted by COVID-19. I'm sorry, Spanish flu in the 1920s and 30s through all the dirty people they brought in the Great Depression. I get it. A lot of people died off, raised by their aunties. I get it. But they somehow, you still find a more to call you Isa, and you still know you're the descendant of Jesus. This nigga a demon. You gotta answer the question about Jesus, boy. He raised me like he was a demon. I get it now. Like, you know how how Jews describe demons or people with demons in them? Like, just for alliteration purposes. If that's what that is, that's what my dad is. My dad's a demon. Ain't no way in Hades, bro. Nah, that would have saved me at least like 20 years of notes, for real. Start me there. Start me with Jew, Jesus, and I'll figure out John Smith right away. Like, not John Smith, the white boy in Disney. John Smith, Prestor John, the one they're hiding in Tartaria. Oh shit, he looked like us. Got the curly hair and everything. That is sound African, bro. Them Hindu eyes. His mama must be Sheba, like. But who is daddy? Temujin? Tamerlane? Tamerlane had a son named Hakata? Wait. That's Solomon and Sheba's kid? That's crazy. That's crazy. It looked like it too. It looked like it. We still got the chinky eyes though. When Native American Indians we did. But John, his eyes are a little bit bigger because of that Hindu Ethiopian genetic thing that happens to those people. But then he got our hair. Like, oh, nigga. Oh, I see you, nigga, with your Juno. Oh, I see you, Junos, nigga, big nostril, nigga. I see you. And that's just one of my grandfathers of Jews. So that's the one that created my dad in them. Persian, and whatever that is. So, yeah, back in 13 generations ago. So, the sellout class of the Jew, Indian, South Carolina, Cherokee, Chalike, Moors, Mohammedans, however we factioned up. Like, bro, I'm telling you guys, now, for my dad to have said yes to that question, and knowing our socioeconomic status and our background stories, then there's other people who are quite decent, if you will, who know even more than that nigga. And they quiet. Shit's a riot, though. We're talking about divine timing. Because God uses demons too. In divine timing, my dad is abandoned, again by his father as a teenager, just in terms of where they were living. Dad moved on, left the house to the badass kids, and they didn't keep it up. And my dad goes to this Morrisville County, and there's a Moor there named Hassan. And this Morrisville Moor changed my dad's name right in enough time for him to meet my damn mother and introduced his goofy ass self as Desan. Just for him to get my mother pregnant, for to make it real by making their son's middle name Desan too. That's the only reason why my dad had that name. The timing of it. He met my mom the same summer he got that name. He introduced himself as Desan to my mother. I think someone who lost the love of their life would remember that story. At the very least. When you think of my mom, what does she call you? Okay. She called you Dwayne. Her sister didn't call you Dwayne. Your brother knows the story. Your brother was dating one of her sisters. Same time period. He was cursed. He's the firstborn of his mother. I was cursed. I was supposed to die with my mother. My mother made an audible to save my life. I ain't supposed to be here talking to y'all, boy. If my mom was scheduled to die that day, I was scheduled to die with her. She only left that house that day for something for me. For whatever fucking weird reason, nobody fucking knows who called her. And that's fucking weird for a woman to get a phone call. Remember back in the day, you had a phone at home, no cell phones, so they call you in your house. Memorize your phone number. So she get a phone call, get up, make an audible. She's going by herself. Get off the phone. My aunt don't know. My aunt's my dad's sister. My aunt don't know where she going. Told me to stay with her type shit. And my aunt, all right, where you going? Ain't you going to do the thing with this guy and us? Where you going? You making a stop real quick? Got a phone call first, though. Got a phone call first. And I keep asking niggas, yo, who called my mom? It wasn't my dad. Because where the fuck was she going? Without her kids. Without being dressed fully. Who the fuck she talked to on the phone and said, I'll be right back? Not Miss Diva. She graduated college. She wasn't going outside in no sweatpants. She got a quick phone call, made a quick decision, kept her kid at home, go wherever it was, and died 5 minutes later. It's very similar to how they say you get unplugged out the Matrix. That's a weird fucking story. All over a nigga named Desan. One of Jesus' grandsons. Man, where in the King James Bible is going on, John? So you're gonna find out you probably have a lot of those elements in your story. And that's why. It's genetic. It's a code. It's our operating system. Our operating system is not our brain or our mind, it's our blood. That's where the data transfer is happening. From organ to organ, heart to heart, mind to mind. It's your blood carrying the data. And your blood is not yours. Hence, the story ain't yours either. This is just your turn of it. So, Lord willing, if I have a boy one day, and he's my firstborn boy, y'all can hold me accountable. Make sure I don't black sheep his ass. In any dimension. So he doesn't have to live a more left-hand path than I did. Because he felt alienated or, you know, how weird niggas are when it comes to benefits. We're family. We gotta stick together. As long as there's a benefit to do so, and I'm handsomely compensated, because you know I'm tired. Whatever you need, man, make sure you call me. Oh, man, you called me. Oh, man, love, much love, because God is good, man. It's all going to work out for you. It's all this fucking championing we need to stick together about if you just want to tell me a parable. You think I didn't read Proverbs? You think I didn't read Proverbs? I didn't know God is good and he'll take care of it. That's a weird story. Think about who I am one more time. What the fuck is talking? What are they talking about? You know what I'm saying, bro? Like, that's how they played the game this time. Like, this, I'm talking about since the 60s. Like, these kids are from the 60s. These are boomers. So the boomers who were integrated into school, and obviously churches as well, and interracial marriages. So they're Wile E. Coyote with their degrees, unfortunately. And when the Jew mafia secret rabbi thing gets slipped in, you kind of identify it thinking, maybe. They're saying, no. The white Jewish people in New York, one of those are your grandfather. And that's all it would take, the wrong gender. Because you know how they are. So now you're suggesting one of them is your grandfather. Into the mafia. Because then you inherited the white Jew story instead of the white one. I get it, man. They're the ones that told me, Senator Beasley was at their granddad's funeral. I said, this blonde hair, blue-eyed inverse over the curly hair. He looked like Justin Timberlake. He's a Jew? He's a Beasley? Yeah. That's your grandfather's people? Like a cousin or a brother or a nephew? Yeah. He looked white. He's passing white. Mm-hmm. He's a Jew, though? Mm-hmm. He's a Beasley that's a Jew that looks white. Mm-hmm. So you think his white side of his family is the Jew side, but you niggas came out Indians with the same name. And names come from the land, from your mothers. Okay. Okay, Dad. Okay, y'all. I never thought about putting squares in school. So your candy was cheaper, your tests were easier. I got it. Is that the test questions is what the difficulty was. It wasn't the source material. It was what they made you think about to answer questions. All the mind control in our advanced degrees in school wasn't the source. It was what type of question you had to answer with that source. Shakespeare, but it's a different discussion. And that's what I've noticed with like how my brain automatically does that. That's just from school. That's from the discussions about the same stupid shit that everyone else read. Equus, To Kill a Mockingbird, like the same fucking book, same fucking source, same fucking Cliff Notes for me. But the teacher, the nerd that went to, language arts and Louisville and all this shit, they make you think about it different. A raisin in the sun. Let's think about these poor niggas from 150 years ago. With one nigga in our classroom. What? White people, y'all make that shit too awkward. For them to have an advanced class where there ain't supposed to be a lot of niggas in it, they sure love covering niggas' stories by themselves. That's how I learned what lesbian white girls and feminists and liberals were. They're the only ones that raised their fucking hand. The other conservative girls were ditzes and valley girls, but the country versions. They didn't give a fuck about none of that. There's that liberal, Jewish, flower girl descendant that raised her hands having all these deep-ass discussions about Romeo and Juliet for no fucking reason. And now they're writing fucking think pieces for all your fucking social media bullshits. Especially for the White House. I noticed something. Our valedictorian, actually. What's her name? Hannah? Anna? What's that? I don't know what the fuck that girl name was. She was in my language class. But she became valedictorian because the Korean cheated. And anyway, I saw her when we were 21, 22 years old. I had turned on cable TV and C-SPAN was still on. Helen. And I turned to C-SPAN and Helen is on there from my English class in a suit or whatever the fuck and beefing with this white kid, her contemporary. And I was like, ain't that a bitch? She went straight to the White House or Congress, wherever the fuck that building in C-SPAN be at. But what's funny was that kid was her ex-boyfriend. I was like, this bitch never had a boyfriend in human history. Nobody wanted that girl. But she all passive-aggressive and antsy and lesbian-like with this guy. He looking red like he about to cry. And all they talking about is politics. But she's very like that. She was always like that. Like liberal, feminist, like, like a bulldog when it comes to like serious topics. I was like, she fucking in college? Yo, who is fucking this woman, Harpo? That's a weird story. But I looked at his face. I was like, that makes sense. But damn, that's how she treat a nigga that finally fuck her? That's crazy. You know, chew him up on C-SPAN and some nigga from your high school randomly see this nigga get flamed up. That's crazy. You see how small our world is? Now imagine how much smaller it was when it was just us. Yup. Radim Dragamaka from Czech Republic. Russia collapsed or something. Yugoslavia. Jan Don from Yugoslavia. Like, they sent all them people from those conflicts that the United States caused straight to North Carolina, bitch. All of them. Czechs. Yugoslavia. All that Europe shit. These are the stories of their kids. They never been white in America before in human history. But these are the ones who want to do politics. I don't want you to miss that shit. I named all the kids I went to high school groomed for politics to this day. None of them were firstborn generation. None of them were like a Boston Tea Party or Civil War white people. They're all millennials. Either fresh off of a bullshit or mixed for the first or second generation ever in human history over here. So they get into that Republican, Democrat, liberal, feminism. I think that's why isms is where they lead, because everything else will be peer-to-peer or, you know, tribe-to-tribe or land-to-land, birthright. It'll be real civics. But because they immigrated a lot of, if you would, smart or gifted white kids from Europe, enough time to be here to pick up those positions for the next generation or next wave, they have no connection to white people the way we think they do. They have no connection to slavery or KKK. They have no connection to the land or the South. That's not their story. That's not why they're here. And socioeconomically, and the schools they get to go to and where they get to work determines them suited for a whole different way of approaching reality. They look at it universally as a global citizen, if you will. They're not looking at it like, oh shit, the Indians got done bad. They look at us, you know, the so-called black. They'll look at me and see an African-American former descendant of slave by default because they wrote that book 100 times, but they're not looking at me like, that's my classmate, and logically, I could tap in on him, and you know what I'm saying? Like, we can address black people because I know the perfect black guy. He only forced himself to talk to me every day for 4 to 5 years, right? But no, they try to go international, intercontinental politics and stuff like that. I seen it, so close, so close. Radim Dragamaka especially, because it's funny because that's a little nigga, and he's a little mean Czech, Russian attitude, like he the bad guy in a bad spy movie type of nigga with glasses on and everything. Like, he's the type of nigga, like, rub his fingers together. He has a good idea. Like, Radim Dragamaka from Czech Republic, bro. I'm from East Orange. I met him in Raleigh, and he becomes a fucking mayor, senator, you know, someone in those fancy Tartarian buildings in West Orange, New Jersey. I'm like, man, get the fuck out of my face. I'm telling this little punk-ass nigga in 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th grade about how I come from the hood nigga section. And he picks his thing out of college in the city that I was talking to him about, but the white side of it. He knew better than that. He's like, I knew someone from East Orange. Yes, maybe I could take over the world if I start in West Orange, where Edison was. Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like, it's that close. They're that close to us. But they miss it every time. That's how I know white people don't have a chance in the 80s. I went to school with the smartest white people. Their worldview will not allow them to fix your problems. They're not real white people. They met an Indian before too. So, nah, they don't do what they do. Remember, their family has a story of being politically betrayed in recent history. And you know what's so crazy about this from the United States standpoint or federal standpoint? I don't get it. These kids look at all the conflicts for the first time in human history of what the United States did to other people before they get to their grandmother's house, right? Like, most of these kids I went to school with, it happened to their grandmother or grandfather. So they are now in the United States, freedom, everything. paid for. And they see United States history for the first time, like what happened to Indians and blacks and Africans. They learn about slavery for the first time. That's not their testimony, what their grandma say. And then they get into positions of power in politics, and I wonder if the real nigga switch hits in. Like, hey, yo, fuck all the people connected to the people who made a decision to overrun my grandmother's village. I'll stay chill long enough to get close enough to the CIA dossiers and the skiffs so I can find out which CIA operation got my grandfather's abuela killed. Like, I wonder if they ever have a real nigga moment like that. Y'all think so? Y'all think like the people that recently came from the fall of the curtain, the Belgian wall, like all the shit that happened from the 70s and 80s especially, to get these millennial kids, half-breeds or 100% from there, in school, into politics, into university, and through IB, by the way, International Baccalaureate, by the way. Like, all of them over here because of some smoke and some drama from what they say. Do you think they ever have like a real nigga moment by the time they get into politics for real? Like right now, today? You know how these songs of Judah and Korah is? Them niggas been listening to me for a long time. If I remember them, I know they remember me. I was like the only nigga in their class. You ain't gonna forget the only nigga in your class. As big as I am, as goofy as I am, you ain't never gonna forget me, bro. I see Matt Harrell or Jan to this day, boy, and they'll act the fuck up. They'll have a serious ass face like they went to the military, and they did, and I'll catch them on a beach town off the coast, and they'll look at me and light up like it's fucking Home Alone, my nigga. Like, I went to school with a different type of white people. They remember the Alamo for real, in their own little special way. The Alamo is just their grandmother's story, though, wherever that Alamo is. So you put them into political positions, quick. Like I said, Danny's already in the Vatican. He's a little Indian kid. Him, Helen, Redeem are in all the same classes the whole time. I'm only in their classes sometimes. You understand something? They're in all the same classes all the time. I only get a cameo of one of them niggas in my classes sometimes. That was the real cream of the crop for the overt program. Them grandfathering nigga Indians in was the, you know, the underhand, the hidden hand doing that for me. But the overhand was these kids that I'm describing to. Matt went on to IBM, Tomas Barreto and Amos Barreto. They're from one of those countries. Their last name's Barreto. They look kind of Jewish in the nose. Weird color eyes like a husky. Dark hair, though. They're not from fucking over here. But Tomas Barreto and Amos Barreto. Straight to fuck to it. I was in all the classes in middle school with Tomas and his little brother in my damn Spanish class. What the fuck going on? Anyway, them boys. Nah, those ain't white people. But they're the ones working at RTP, IBM, and Microsoft and everything we've been using since. Nick, Matt, yeah. They did. They parents put up money to send their ass there. Yep, they did. I got invited though, you know what I'm saying? Low-key nice. I was low-key nice back then. I was low-key nice for real. They invited me out to the summer league with Bill Gates. It was like AAU, but for like computer programmers. But that's when you start networking with those people who are going to become those people. Right now, 2026. I guess I took knowledge to the internet. 9th grade geometry class did my first tutorial video. I'm like, why the fuck am I shooting a tutorial video on VHS? This is 2000. About routers and modems, tech support in 9th grade. Like, what was my fucking PE ass teacher for geometry, advanced geometry? Why are you making us doing tutorial videos anyway? I still to this day have no fucking clue how the fuck. Advanced geometry, which is geometric proofs, was the midterm. And then the final exam score is based on this tutorial video. And I was like, bro, you didn't teach us how to edit videos, how to shoot videos, or how to do tutorials. Why are we doing a video? Every individual student, too. Remember, at this time, everyone didn't have a camera at home. So what if, you know, white people, okay, but me, like, what if I didn't have a camera at home? What if I didn't have the dongle to put the edit on a computer? Because my dad is one of those. But I did that video, and because I did my first YouTube video in 9th grade, I got a high score, and that's the only reason. The year I got into Fight Double F, that's the only reason he passed me in advanced geometry. He loved my tutorial. It's not a true story. That's a weird story. If you read Robert Greene's Mastery, all those ingredients will make sense. Robert Greene's Mastery kind of like, he thought about it too. Like how nothing in your life is, I want to say random. He's not doing it spiritually. He's saying none of your time spent mastering something is lost. Everything is cumulative when it comes to skills, like talents, like things you have to build up. So you might start on one path, then finances in life make you take another path, but eventually those two paths merge. It's cumulative. Fibonacci. So I was in the school with all those jackasses, but due to socioeconomic reasons in prison, socioeconomic reasons, due to Jewish socioeconomic reasons, this Jew boy cannot follow them as much as I would have followed them. But they saw my tutorials first. Yeah, man. Yep, God just put me on that class real quick. Like I needed to pass that class to pass my ass getting whooped too. So I got into a fight for my life to keep my grades up after that. And then the final exam is a tutorial about modems. All right, we got it. He's out of here. Yup. I think that's how they be inviting us. I think them teachers be part of like little fraternities or little organizations that be scouting kids and shit. Because it's weird for an advanced geometry teacher who looks like a fucking football PE coach to just bust out the technical assignment for geometry. Is geometry connected? But not really. Like, it's a geometry reference for your tutorial idea, but not really. It was silliness. It was madness. It was mad that had to be a video either way. You could just write a paper about that. You know what I'm saying? Like, how is geometry useful when you're at home in the summertime? Well, geometry shows up in my life every time my friends come over and my cousins sleep over. We make pillow forts. And we figure out the hypotenuse of the pissy sheet from the 4-year-old to spin it to the dry side towards the sun. And then we stack the pillows up and wrap them in one. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could write a paper about some shit like that. But I had to learn how to use a VHS and convert it to VGA or whatever the fuck it was for the computer. And then burn it back and bring it to class in a regular size tape. So I learned how to do file conversion. And I hate my fucking voice. And I hate the fucking idea. I'm so glad it wasn't a paper, so I didn't have to read it in front of everybody, because I would have been fucking social anxiety be damned. But it was a video. It was a YouTube video, right? It was like a movie theater release too. You get to sit in the back of the theater and see how people react to it. No one reacted. They were droned. They were asleep. It was like my voice. I just remember the darkest hair brunette white girls to respond. Interesting. Categorized. Genetics. She responded. She looked at me and she was like, wow. It was almost as if she said to me, I didn't know you were that smart. I was like, niggas. What do you mean, wow? Nigga, I'm not in class with you. Y'all niggas in class with me. Show them, let them know I wasn't in class with them. They was in class with me, bro. I'm a different type of Negro. We're Jews. Your Jewish intelligence academic arm made sure all of you had a real Jew in your classroom. I was not in class with you. You were in class with me. On Project GATE from the CIA, a Jewish organization. So, they put you in class with me. I didn't get it. Don't let them lie to y'all. But them kids, they're the ones who are the liaisons for all the shenanigans going on today. And the kids like them from other regions. That program of kids, I'm familiar with it. I moved to other places and met their equals or their doppelgangers. Same bullshit, same program. They're primed for liberalism. They're primed for, they primed those kids in IB for a borderless virtual reality. They don't have time for no dumb shit. They don't have no time for no hillbilly shit, no nigga shit. They don't have time for none of the things that most people in other groups intellectually deal with. They're straight to like taking control of systems. Straight to take control of the system. And they have to understand 48 laws of power, how to manipulate people as groups, politics. So their parents are that. They come to this country and they push their kids through that. No other choice. Remember, they come from a country like, if your dad was a carpenter, you're a carpenter, you're a carpenter. So same story. They send them through school and they do the same thing they would have done if they kept their ass back in their home country, but they do it here instead. And that's why it looks like that. And that's why you would see like, oh, the United States turned very socialist. There's a lot of commies out here suddenly. I'm like, huh? The fuck y'all talking about? Y'all niggas y'all turning some shit into a democracy. Who the fuck you think you've been voting for? These are their kids. They have no other reference point, niggas. They don't have an antebellum slave story either. So what other pick of sociology would they choose, nigga? Conservatism of white supremacy hegemony clauses? Hell no. They're a different type of white people. Yeah. That's the undertone of what they did with the smart white people. The autistic ones, they put them in infrastructure, both politics and technology. Coders, programmers, linguists, writers, readers. CIA shit, for real. The plots you be seeing with the normal people in those CIA and military movies, those guys, their liaisons, the people they run into with the newspaper or the briefcase and meet them in the parking lot, them kids, those kids, that type of shit. Them. The person that briefs you when the nigga with the bullet touches them. The person that's been assessing the situation, and then now the soldier shows up, like, tell me who to kill. The people that tell you who to kill, these niggas. The Hillary Clinton types, them niggas. Exactly. Helen is like Hillary Clinton. Yep. Rhodes Scholars and all that stupid gay shit. So I think a lot of what's going on today socially and politically is that brand of political paradigming. If it's the millennials' turn, then y'all better brace for impact. This shit ain't ever going back to the 60s, boy. They have no reference point. They're literally driving it. I don't know what happened to Yugoslavia. I don't know what happened to Czech Republic. Maybe Harut can tell us, but I don't know what the temperature outside was for their grandparents in order for the Berlin Wall and the USSR and the Cold War. And a lot of them niggas, man, fuck it, stupid as hell. My dumb ass was about to say something about Iranians. Can you fucking imagine? Same classroom, same cast of characters. The girl that sat next to me in 9th grade, my other English class. It's the first time I ever saw an Iran girl, ever in human history, like in face to face. And she was pretty-ish, but she had very hairy arms, and it stood out, you know. And she always wore really short shirts, tried to be a valley girl, white girl. It's like, I thought she was supposed to be wrapped up. And then you go to Iran and you see the malls and stuff, it's like, oh, it's one of those girls. But her dad had to leave the fucking country. All right, now she in class with me. You understand? One more time, we run that back. She was not an orphan. She was not one of them girls that lived in a village. I don't know if it was Iran, South America, because she looked more like that, or if it was Iranian next to Moscow. I don't know which Iran she's from, but she's Iranian. Iranian don't mean she came from Iran, but you know how nationalities go, but she's Iranian-ish. She's sitting right next to me. This is goofy as hell as she want to be, but yeah, it's strange to realize that all of my classrooms were conducted with a representative from all of the countries of contention in the United States military shenanigans. That's all. Like who they gave passports to, who they gave visas to. Like in these regions, they gave democracy to, and they're like, hey, you're a scientist, you're this, you're a coder, you're this. Get a free boat pass to America, Willy Wonka style. And they throw these millennial kids into schools with us like they've been here the whole time. She's Iranian. Her dad's from Iran. That nigga ran, and if she in the smart class and her dad is the smart Iranians that ran. Plutonium be damned, I guess. All right, now, regime Drachmacher. This nigga talking about politics like we're eating tea and crumpets in 6th grade. This dad had to flee the Ukraine or something. Like, that's back in the 80s. Like, no, this nigga, no, that's a nuclear scientist, baby. All right. You see what I'm saying? It's kind of like they piece together their own all-star team, like a reverse Olympics, but through academia. They are, they're human trafficking, almost. It's probably an exchange program. Oh, come on now. And who was our exchange program girl? A damn girl from Colombia. I always think about Colombia as big booties, cocaine, and bad bitches. She was the first bad-built bitch from Colombia that I seen, and they put her in my high school. And they put her in that class with that girl that sat next to an Iranian. She was more fond of the Blink-182 lesbian trailer park girls, the girl from Colombia. Weird story, bro. And she had emotional issues. She spoke a weird version of Spanish, of course, as you can imagine. But she was whitish. Paleo for sure, but dark hair and dark eyes still. But she came across like a white girl with the little chokers and, Lincoln Park bitch, but from Colombia. I was like, all right. So that shit about Colombia hype as fuck, because them bitch, that's a bad built bitch. But anyway. She probably had a crush on me and I didn't read the signals. So anyway, she looked like that, but it wasn't too bad, but it wasn't a Colombian, you understand? So, all right. Got the Colombian, Iranian. You got the future valedictorian Helen right at the back. You got the Colombian foreign exchange student right there. You got the Iranian at arm's distance. All right, we got the black super church pastor Tehran, our future R&B singer choir boy. You right there. That one hoe from their middle school I didn't go to. I went to the smart one. She right there. And that one girl who daddy about to get me to NC State, she right there behind her. Birds of a feather. And then, there's a bunch of random autistic ass kids with glasses and nerds and Indians and Asians. And I'm talking about one Vietnamese kid, one Korean kid, Devin, one Chinese kid. And my favorite, the half and halves, RTP edition. Michael Wilson, half Chinese mother, breadwinner, coder for IBM, and a white programmer father who gets to stay home and raise 3 kids. What is he doing during school hours? Anyway, Maury, and then you have the other one, the inverse of Jeanette Allen, my favorite girl in high school. She died after, she got in a car accident after high school. Wow. Similar to my mom, like, bar for bar. But my favorite part of the story, I was like, what the fuck is Jeanette? She has a little sister that came to school, has these fucking husky colored eyes, light skinned, she's like a fat Jeanette, or thick Jeanette. Beautiful hair, eyes. I'm like, what the fuck is these bitches? Like, for real, it makes sense. Your name is Jeanette. There it goes, dead giveaways you. And it's Allen. Like, all right, Jewish, but do you light-skinned passing? You look Afroasiatic like I do. Come to fucking find out on some RTP shit. Her mother's the Israelite with dreads, and her father's Chinese. I would have never guessed that. On A. Marie, I would have never guessed that. That the daddy was Chinese. And that the mama was a sister, like with some Afeni Shakur type shit, like that type of sister too. Not even like a black girl that knew Chinese dudes in college. No, like the Black Panther, Bill Cosby show. You know what the fuck I'm talking about. Lenny Kravitz ass, crowd ass girls. You know what I'm talking about. Janae, Benet, Ramses, and all them niggas. Jeanette, like those type of niggas. French Indians. And I go, okay. With a Chinese daddy. Interesting. And then that Sinners movie, in that same region, they put Chinese people in that story. And I was like, oh, that's a cool fucking story. He's Chinese, but is he from China, though? Anyway, Jeanette Allen. So, such a beautiful girl. Died way too soon. So, yeah. So they did that. Like, I guess the AAU Board of Education of GT programs, they like, seriously, guys, they graded a profile of like, a random cast of people whose families could have not ever possibly ever been part of the same community. And that seems perfect. Like how evil that setup is, because you arrange that classroom specifically, whether it's through testing or serendipity. It's weird that I can see all the different degrees. And there's other classes, so they could have just grouped us together. Nah, they kept it degreed. Like Cindy, Indian, the dark-skinned ones, Sri Lanka, like if they're around, they position them equally. Very weird, very fucking weird. But then you think it's the gay program and CIA is behind it. It's not, guys. what I'm saying is the CIA's been busy, y'all. The CIA is the busiest bee of this whole story because they're the only arm of the United States history that turns it white. Doesn't mean they're white though. I'm just saying that white influence in politics and the way that we think it's always been is after the birth of the CIA. Ever since. And ever since your president has been connected to the CIA. So it's all together. Even Obama, his mother, white CIA. So CIA did that to millennials from an international baccalaureate, aka recent immigration kids from, it's like, that's what it is. You know how World War I and World War II was Project Paperclip? And they were launching or paperclipping the identities of these scientists who worked for the Nazis, the intellect, and brought them in, gave them new names, properties, incentivized them, NASA, military-industrial complex. Cool story. CIA. And then by the 80s, Project Gateway, projects, and the Gateway program, and all that, that's all CIA. And they launched all that at the same time. So moving niggas into projects for the first time. The question is, who built those projects and why are they there to begin with? That's not no city had that many white people living that tall, nigga. You only get from 1868. So it's weird that whatever those buildings used to be, burnt down, stripped down the bricks, they floor it up, unify it. That's how you know these motherfuckers edited it. Because the way they look inside doesn't match the grand wall of what it ought to be. And they stack niggas from the islands, Indians from the south, you know how it is, Section 8. And out of that group, Project Gateway, and that's how you're filtering those kids in those areas, in those school systems, through these programs, these magnets, these honors rolls, you know what I'm saying? Like, throw them here, whatever social experiment that is socioeconomically, and then out of the kids that are gifted, throw them here, raise them around these new white people, and then throw them into the university system. May the best one win. But if it's CIA operatives, you need a control group, so they wouldn't just be like, you know, Manchurian candidate, the next future groomed senator or president, which I'm sure most of these kids would be. Because what we don't understand in that program, or as millennials, or people who didn't play Counter-Strike, beat games like, you know, Tom Clancy, Rainbow Six, or Call of Duty, and then take that idea and reference seriously when we keep saying to motherfuckers out loud that we were in that project. What we're saying is, we are in a CIA program. And then what we're saying is, whatever the reason is, we don't understand, and nor do we have the brief or results of it. So like, it's like, yeah, cool story. Intelligence agencies are grooming kids for positions later. It's called a project. It's a different story. Like Project Paperclip was a different project. It had a beginning and an ending, an intention. Well, what was the intention of Project Gateway? They said, you know, it's aborted or it's defunded or something like that, randomly. Like, cool. Tax funded. Cool. So what are the results? What's the over and unders? What's the percentages? What did we learn? What did we put too much money into? What happened to the niggas? The stressors that you put on all those niggas who they asked, well, did you check in on them? Was that fruitful? Or are we just gonna keep bringing Indians and Asians in, right? You didn't get none of that. You didn't even get that banter in the political front about education or teachers or salaries. They did that project with the CIA, with the school system, and then they stopped or defunded or whatever the fuck it is. It ran out, expired, alleged. And they have all these CIA agents who became teachers and put in the school systems that are still there to this day, right? Because they didn't die because the program ended. So what were the results according to all the agents and participants who knew about it, who were not the kids, but the people who were hired for that program? Where is their testimonies? I know NDAs exist, and we said a Central Intelligence Agency, and it don't even matter if it's them. It just has to go through a federal funded program to be a program, meaning it's paid for by the federal government and their agents. Same story, and you got the education involved, definitely. On Rockefeller and Rothschild, you do, nigga. It never not been the CIA and FBI involved in any of those things, including the damn school itself. So now double down on that bullshit, that the school itself was on bullshit, and then on that same bullshit they give everyone else, the CIA said, let me double down on this shit, nigga, with all these foreign kids and one or two nigga Indians or something, and just see what happens, baby. Nope. And this is the reality we're in after doing all that. And shit don't add up, it don't make sense. Even my classmates or my horizontals are not as competent about nothing that's not groomable to a world that doesn't exist, which is the fucked up part. they're groomed for a world that's not going to exist in that way for them. But they definitely set the tone for whichever way this goes. So yeah, I wonder if the CIA. Oh, I just wonder about the CIA sometimes, man. Pray for your strong agencies. I'll be wondering about the CIA, bro. Because no doubt about it, that's what that was. Like, if my life wasn't fucked up enough, right? I got this weird Jesus survived storyline. I got this weird Beasley Jew, Indian, secret mafia, lucky lefty. Someone did something bad, allegedly. We ain't gonna talk about it forever. Everyone's gonna die first storyline. mRNA against niggas and how that affects us. They're all dead. And terrible cancers and everything between us on Pfizer, right next to UC Chapel Hill, Fauci, HIV. And I've been seeing them when I was a kid. And I remember this research because she made me take it seriously when I was around 6. So every main storyline is like, throwing our face, throwing our face, throwing our face, throwing our face. And then the family, the betrayal, the money, the girlfriends, heartbreaks. You know how it is. The dreams, the music. One day we're going to get signed. I won't give you everything. And then it doesn't happen. You know our story. You're living through all that. And as you're living through all that, everybody's story, and then you go, wait, what they say about the CIA? Yeah, you know all that shit that your dad was like really serious about? He's gonna whoop your ass if you didn't do good at it? I ended up getting a job at Food Line. What about it? Yeah, that was the CIA. Huh. Nah, y'all can't do that. To the millennials and Gen Xers, or the people who raised these program people, bro, fuck what these idiots on TikTok talking about. These motherfuckers talking about swallowing fluoride and pink water and little sounds in their ears and the fifth chosen one awakening. Shut the fuck up. That's not Project Gateway. That's initiation. Did you pass initiation? Because if you started in Project Gateway initiation protocols for kids and they accepted you and then they groomed you, and then they threw you in these other extra programs that are still theirs. Depending on where you ended up, if they did all that shit to your ears, whatever school system you ended up in then, and I know this more personally because they tested me like they tested y'all in the north, but they IB'd me down south, where Fauci is, where UNC Chapel Hill is, where that school system is that's doing all this bullshit you call mRNA. Yeah, they're like the tech of pharmacy. UNC, Chapel Hill, RTP, Mellon Crab. All of it's there. So these are the smart people hub of technology. Like the smart, I mean, talking about like math, doctorates at science and molecules and shit like that. Their kids. There we go. That's North Carolina. Different than Silicon Valley, which is like tech, big money, you know, investors. That's not the same story. But yeah, nonetheless, yeah, Pfizer, all that. That's in North Carolina, Rocky Mountain. Yep, it's a ghetto story, bro. For some Jewish people and Jews. Both in the same territory. 2 different parallel realities, though. The Jews are there and the Jewish people are there. Yeah, that's the CIA, though, that organized that. Allegedly, right? Iran, all that. Yeah, I saw her. Czech Republic, that was them. I saw him. I saw everybody. Tomas Barretos, I saw them. Yep. There's all those stories in Rainbow Six, bro. They brought all those people, scientists here, and these are their extended families or direct families, I would imagine, if the CIA put them in a program in high school. So the victims of CIA coups and the survivors or sellouts and their kids end up in American schools in those hot cities, picked, curated for what they're involved with, and then they cherry pick them again by the CIA that throws them through international baccalaureate programs by the CIA. All right. So the CIA has enough fucking sense to follow the bloodline of people they took from Europe after overthrowing traditional or bloodline-based leadership. And those bloodline still people, sellouts or not, are over here, and the CIA followed them from, you know what I'm saying? Like the CIA followed them, then, and they, and then put an extra sticker on their children if they ever showed any competence or flash shot of being a problem like the people they got them from. You know what I'm talking about? I don't think you understand what I'm talking about. I think CIA knows how genes work. And I think it's very wise for the CIA to put, to put these cubs in captivity in such a way. It's like declawing them. That's what it is. They groomed them. They groomed us. I mean, I was in the program too, but they declawed them differently because they're not from here. They don't have no skin in a game that You know what I'm saying? They're not worrying about them doing something some niggas would do from America. They're playing a different game, bro, with those people's kids. I saw it firsthand. I saw it first edition. And I saw where they ended up, those kids, the ones that made it. Yep. Military, doctors, everything. Yep. Every last single one. All got weird backstories. All live in the nice neighborhoods. All in the same classroom. Not thinking nothing of it. Just so used to being groomed. They're just approaching it like they're just competing for the best score. That's some CIA shit. None of that other shit, the obvious in front of us didn't matter. It was just what your score was. Because you need this score to get those scores, and those scores are going to get you to that school. And like, that was their finish line. Their finish line was the degree. Not like today where like people got on social media, it's like, well, what's the best area and the best degree to get the best salary to do the best thing that's so easy to do based on LinkedIn, blah. No, their parents primed them for like a very specific outcome. And for the best version of that outcome, they wanted to go to that school. So it was almost predestined. Like their parents picked their outcome. So they needed, they're Chinese, bro. You know what I'm talking about? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like they're Chinese that are successful in America, kids. So that culture is pervasive in that classrooms. And since they were telling you how smart the Chinese kid is, the white kids, the Jewish kids, everyone adapted to that social model for what school is. It's about the final score. I'm Helen, I'm the valedictorian. That's because the Korean was cheating. The Korean was cheating because he wanted the highest score. That's all it was. It was a scoreboard for our generation. It wasn't about color, race, nationality. We the people. Nope, they took the fucking Pledge of Allegiance out by high school. So it was every report card for itself, every GPA for itself. Yep, that's all it was. The SAT is important, but it was like, nope. We need these 6.0s and 5.0s so we can go to A, B, C, and D schools. That's why it's so weird that the internet and everything's so gay. That wasn't them. That's after them. I don't know. I don't know why we had a dead end with my generation of people. I know who they are. I know what they're made out of. We got the drama kids from that time period. The ones who had the feelings and emotions and the goths and the dark hairs and the blue hairs and purple hairs. They had the other part of your school. And they're not dumb either. They're usually the smart people of the regular classes. And I think that's where they got pride fucked up. They're the smart people of Gen Pop, usually. The liberal, the crazy one, the one on the medicine, the one that has a weird backstory at home or abuse or something, but they fight through it, through identity and expression. And then they're kind of weird or queer, and they find other victims just like them, and they group up and link up, and they become protected. And because of that protection and that we're weird together, at least we are weird together, they form a whole new sub-universe around you. And thus they don't have none of distraction, none of things to stop them from finishing their homework or school, so they'll get better grades. Different type of thing going on with them. And they're a tribe, so they're helping each other too, more than any other group. I saw something. So they, straighten out and go through puberty and realize that everyone hates their mom or dad, and you end up getting in jobs and social areas and stuff like that. A lot of your influences, they're the drama kids. And their kids are the ones that run down the hallway like fucking Naruto with their arms behind their back. That's a whole different class of niggas. But most of them are white people, so you see it. Like, oh, those are the rejects. Social rejects, high school rejects, not society rejects, just their own classmate rejects. Smell weird, act weird, goofy. Don't know how to take a joke, ain't funny enough, something like that. There's something off about them, but they're still learning sociology. They're the thought leaders of our current moment. I'm telling you, I got this figured out. They are the thought leaders. They're the feeling leaders of the moment. They would have pushed out LGBT equality, DI. That's them. The AOCs, the drama kids, actors. The Shakespearean actors, though, not Hollywood actors. They're the Shakespearean actors. They're stage crafters. Everything they're doing is to get you to feel what they mean. Not understand what they mean, not hear what they mean. They want to make you feel their anger. even if it's self-generated about an ideology that they're too stupid to remember being part of ever. They'll cleave to it. You will not take my blah, blah, blah. You will not call me, you will not disrespect, you will not. Like, it's all about, you better do what my rules say because my crew is going to make you pay for the way you treated us in 9th grade. They're the nerds that wanted to be in control of the hall monitors. But now they're doing it through socialism, right? And they're the best socialists too, because they're the weird kids in the social playgrounds, schools, lunchrooms. They see it. Society passes by them. They're watching society though. That's the weirdest thing about them. Hence why they're always in the fucking stupid ass socialist YouTuber, TikToker, Instagrammer prototype. Nobody in their classroom would have picked them to speak up for them. And I'm not saying that to be fly. I'm saying they're not a majority voice. However, they take up the majority of screen time and stage time. Thus, they end up becoming the thought leaders while the people who actually got bitches and had kids are doing something else. So it's kind of like, you know what I'm saying, being cool in high school just takes you into, you know, fucking people and having kids. Whereas you having something to prove and have to get to that next level socially or through academics, you know, your story don't actually manifest until later. Hence, this is later. Mm-hmm. Bill Gates' Revenge of the Nerds. No, this is the Revenge of the drama students. This is the Revenge of the Drama Club. Revenge of the Nerds happened already. Y'all keep doing that shit just like you do with the Bible. Now them stories happen already. This one. Revenge of the Gothic kids. Reemergence of the cannibals and the pedophiles. Same story, same boat. On Vlad the Impaler. And then you have I don't know what the lesbian feminist black girls are about, because they never been African, they never been black, they never been feminists, they never been Jewish. So like their little world mind map about what they should be angry and disgruntled about, and fairness going their way and their dream of being the woman that they ought to be is completely made up. You know, and so, you know what I'm saying, it's gonna be really hard for a whole collective of millennial sisters to land that trick that was completely a made-up character to begin with. They gave our sisters who kind of read books in high school, I'm talking about millennials, they kind of gave them this advantage of like being chameleon. Like if you remember fucking Mortal Kombat Ultimate and shit 3 and all that, like you had Katana and Melina, and then you had Jade, the green one. So you have blue, purple, and green. But on 64, there's a, you know, debugger thing, a little cheat code thing, where you can get the female Jade, but you call her chameleon because she's all the colors fluctuating. Like she's a character that don't really fucking exist, but it's cool that you can trigger an event to use her or fight her. But all you're really looking at is Jade fluctuating between the skins of, you know, Katana and Melina. So it's like, that's what the prototype was left. Like, those were like the side dishes that they just had there to fill in the block of classism in this generation. Like, all right, you can be chameleons. In the world of Sindels and Sonya Blades, be chameleon. And most sisters won't even get that joke. They have a Nintendo 64, so they probably can't see it clearly. But yeah, they gave them a social class expectation, political view, and romance view, everything, Sex in the City, all that, based on because Sex in the City, like, for real, hit sisters in the head too hard, I think, and then opened them up for girlfriends, all the dumb shit after that. And then Insecure, then Baddies. It's like, it's all downhill, right? On some chameleon shit, like, you just every bitch in the Bible. But it starts with Sex in the City. You gotta think about who those white girls really are. It's not white girls in New York. It's not white girls in the hood. It's like white girls who went to school and are the cool, weirdo girls that I was in class with, which takes them out of the same white girls you would see Kim Kardashian, Paris Hilton class. Not the same. Paris Hilton and Kim Kardashian would have had Mr. Biggs on a yacht in Miami at 18 years old. The girls you see in Sex City are after the wall because they took their careers seriously, and they're the ones that smelled weird in high school. They're the ones that had insecurity issues. They're the ones that had to be top performers in order to get the attention they want in the hierarchy of social economics. And the only people there, of course, are white people and Jewish people. And that's what I'm saying. Sex and the City is about the hero's journey of a Jewish girl new to America. But you're the girl America's named after, acting like her. That's a weird story if you really think about it, chameleons. So they didn't actually give you a place to land. Even girlfriends for real, Joan and friends. Like, think about it. You have the Eartha Kit, Earthy Lynn, light-skinned mulatto, obviously. But her hair tells you a story about her mama, probably. And, you know, she's the earthy, free. She's a hoe, but you don't call her a hoe if they have tarot cards. Bitches is Wishes Part 3. Then you have the hood rat one. That's my favorite, right? Personally, I grew up with them in Newark, East Orange, New Jersey. Ain't it funny that she's the actual one married? So her problem wasn't being hood or ghetto. She has a nice paralegal job, right? With the light-skinned girl. Remember this. This is Kelsey Grammer, a Jewish boy from Cheers. Da-da-da. You want to go where everyone knows your name, Jew. Now you go into the story about Jews. And you see it. So it's the hood rat Jew in the ghetto. But she's married. And Darnell and that. And she ended up cheating because she ain't around these well-to-do girls who hit the wall already, never been married, don't have kids yet. You pay attention to the damn parameters because that's how the fuck these sisters who got educations act. And then you have Maya. I think that's her name. Don't get me telling myself. And she's the one that likes the white boy. But, you know, she's too bad and she's too bourgeoisie. This is a LA thing. You don't see it too much in North Carolina. But they pretended like they could be her. And they brought that dumb shit over there. But her, Maya, like... And then you have, of course, Tracy double kicked up on Thursday, Ellis Ross. With the big-ass eyes. Like, she got an Ethiopian grandmother. And her. And then you're like, on her white side, but she still came out tall. You sure he's a Jewish guy or a Jew handler? I don't know what it is, but Kelsey Grammer, right? But her, the narcissist of the whole show. High-functioning, autistic, apparently. Got a crazy friend group, brunches. They set the whole Atlanta code and culture straight out of Los Angeles, Jewish Khazar. And they said, yo, and then you supposed to get the job, and you the baddie, and all your friends are the baddies. Y'all baddies together. If y'all had Instagram when that show was out, it would have been wild. And then, like, you get to date and discover your feelings and make accidents and mistakes. And mind you, these bitches are lawyers already. They've been in school for 8 more years. And they're still discovering their childhood traumas and relationship dramas. But no matter what, girl, we still in the same girlfriend code. And we're going to be together no matter how cold it gets. Because they're almost like 40 fucking years old. Look at that fucking hairline, bitch. Then William, you understand the same thing? He get with a high-functioning, like Joan in Maya times 3 Super Saiyan bitch from the law firm. And like William, you know what I'm saying? Which you don't complete, you will repeat. So he's trying to get, you know what I'm saying? He's trying to get some hoes in his life. He had the cop hoe, you know what I'm talking about. There's always the cops and the nurses. And then like she's trying to take shit way too soon. Like this name was Darnell or something. Supposed to be wifing her up real quick and doing the things and working real hard right now. This is William, nigga. He went to college for 8 fucking years. He is not in a rush. So, you know, he had the light-skinned girl from I'm gonna get you sucker feeling on his ass, you know, and she's the one. She's way past the wall. And now she's using her authority and power to, you know, fuck on little niggas in office. It's almost like pedophilia, but not from age, but from position of power. That's more common in women. Anyway, a whole show about narcissism through the eyes of Jewish writers. And then you have, they're like, you know, William start fucking on her, and William's like, damn, I had all 5 seasons with the cop bitch, hood rat bitch. But she had a good job, blue collar. But now I finally got the one that was like, you know what I'm saying, we want to win together, and she's well-to-do, bourgeoisie, family ass, probably her daddy got more money than my daddy, but I'm a lawyer, I'm about to be picked top junior senior candidate, and then I'm fucking on a bitch that can make it happen, and I feel so bad. Goes home, talks to his girlfriend, a high-performing, high-functioning black woman who's had her life ordered step-to-step, degree-to-degree, IB to IB. I went here for this, I did this, I got to this part of my life, I'm at this age, I'm almost ready to go to the finish line. And then William is like, damn. And she tells him, like, what? She goes, oh, you slept with her. What? You gonna quit? No. If that's what it takes for me to get to the next step, then you need to go back and sleep with her again. And they normalize that because she's parallel with the same story with the white girls on HBO, Sex and the City. That's Carrie's degrees. So they have the patina swap, the white girl, high performing, and you gotta pay attention to their degree, their class, and their brunches. And then you go to Girlfriends, same Jewish people doing both shows, and you see a black version of it from California, heavily leaning, but it was compatible with the East Coast. And I saw it, I was like, okay, we don't got those type of light-skinned sisters, but we got their attitudes. Like, pick your character, bro. Like, choose your mic, Mortal Kombat girls. Like, y'all out here fucking picking motherfucking chameleons. These bitches don't exist in real life. But look at how narcissistic the outcome is for those bitches. For real, for real. Like, for real. We didn't call that word back then. Matter of fact, women didn't even know you can be narcissistic if you're a woman. But the show is about narcissistic women, for real, at the highest degree. At the highest degree. And it's no surprise when you know who wrote it. Who's not wrote it, but you know how it is. Produced it. You're like, oh, that's the way it is. You know, the magician behind it. Kelsey Grammer, like, really fucking do the science on this shit. But yeah, Germans. So, you, on Donald Trump and cousins. So, like, look how they sold that story through our sisters, Jews. And then like how our sister Jews really like those stories and really love this dramatic Shakespearean damsel in distress past 40 story. Those girls in real life would have to be in their 30s when that's happening, for real. They're not 23. They're fucking lawyers, bro. Joan's a fucking lawyer, bro. This is a story about these Jewish white girls who are past the wall and highly successful in high velocity workplaces with men that they've been fighting for since the 60s, which is the part where it skipped niggas and it became them and their opportunities. Do you remember? In this TV show, late 90s, mid 90s onward, Jamie Foxx show for the niggas who were in the regular classes, but these two shows. You can tell about what channel they're on. So like, when you understand, you can tell about what channel they're on and what rhythm is on that channel. Anyway, so yeah, Girlfriends is the biggest, clearest dead giveaway. And then if that wasn't enough, I finally got around to Insecure. I promised to God I wouldn't watch it on my own volition. So of course, another girl from the Girlfriends era would introduce me to Issa Rae. And I was like, oh shit, this is Girlfriends Part 2, but this time with just two. Jonah and Maya, or Joan, or the other one. The bougie ones. Damn. They ain't got a new storyline yet for my sisters. Like, Gen X ran it up for the Jewish people, and now Issa Rae, an African, I think? Or maybe she's an Israelite, or I don't know who Issa Rae is, but it's Issa right there, and Rae over there. Can you imagine? She might be South American with those features. But I don't know her family business, but she does the same story in Los Angeles about a girl with a real relationship with a guy pursuing tech. He has this idea for apps. I'm like, oh, so these niggas went to my high school. Because the same dream he's performing is exactly the same dream they sold us in IB. He's doing the storyline that I was supposed to be doing in California, Part 3, right? So I seen it. I was like, oh shit, I wait to see Issa Rae on Issa Day last year. I was like, okay, where is this going? Because I know this is a ghetto romance. And it's like, niggas ain't shit, bitches ain't shit either, and all the whole shit. And this is the tender culture situationship thing. And I was flowing with it. It was like, yeah, black girl magic, they can do anything, start businesses, sexual opportunities, a lot of implied prostitution in the way that seems transactional, but it's like softcore porn. It's like softcore. It's softcore hoeing. Those power girls and millennials wouldn't call it that, but real niggas know. They don't look like they've been in America long enough to call it anything. And then they grow apart, live independent lives, circling around the girl, Issa, the main character. And they go through the narcissism with her and her best friend. And that time was the more professional white collar, and she's trying to be the artsy party planner, do something for the community. So you got the Black Lives Matter storyline and the girl who finished IB and actually became a lawyer storyline. But they're still best friends from the same hood. So, you know what I'm saying? The guys and the music producers, there we go again, right? Music producer guy, tech support guy making apps. And then it's like, oh, they're telling the story about millennials with that same Jewish propaganda from Girlfriends and Sex and the City, right? It's just saying, sometimes we just gotta check the credits. And then you go, and assistant directors, like the people, directors who want to jump in. And I was like, how is this gonna end? You saw the narcissistic, high-performing girl who had mommy issues that turned her anger on. So she was unstable in stable relationships. And she was unbearable because she was never happy with anything because of her parents' story. And then she found out that she adopted this badass bitch attitude because she didn't want to be like her mother. How ungrateful these hoes are, just to misunderstand the type of dynamic her mother and father had when they were younger. It was like one of those situations like, you didn't understand it because it's none of your fucking business. But then you judged your mother and you became worse than your idea of her. Because you wait until the end of the day to have your family, but you're like, how could your mother deal with a cheater man or some shit like that? Like, and you saw it right there, it's right and open, right? You didn't see him have no think pieces on Twitter about that realization though. Like that trauma that the daughter assumed on herself because she misunderstood the dynamics between her mother and father. So it's the girl, the millennial girl, saying that because the mother came from a more stressful 60s, that she's weaker. And her weakness is defined by still being in a stable relationship with the same man 30, 40 years later. That's a weakness. You would have so much more when you had the first opportunity to leave him. And now look at all these girls. As soon as it get hard, it don't even have to be cheating. It could just be a minor inconvenience or the wrong seasoning. I should have left him earlier. So they have taught women to play the score game with their sexuality, with their business, with their education the same way. It's all the same degrees if you watch these TV shows. It's like, so it's taught these girls subconsciously to do the same thing, to run. She's a runner, she's a track star, but they only run when it gets hard. Because in a perfect universe, it's not hard if it's right. If it's right, it's going to flow, it's going to align, it's going to synchronize. And it has to be the right way too. Not just right, not righteous, you imagine if they use the book, but it has to be the right way at the right time, and it has to feel good. And I was like, that's what they get for letting girls direct those TV shows, because that's not the real feelings of the girls in the TV show. That's the bullshit that the girls want to think and project on a TV show. In real life, no one's carrying on like that with those variables. I'm the nigga in that TV show dealing with those bitches and those variables. They seen Issa tell my damn story. We're millennials. Like, oh shit, we twins today. Oh, that's the version, that's from the perspective of the bitches. Oh, y'all working on a new Dragon Ball Z from the perspective of Beerus. Wait till I get my turn to tell that story, faggots. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. I saw what they did. That show is why I'm not married today. What I'm saying is I just saw that show last year, but that show is my life. Yep. Dealing with bitches that are insecure. Went to the IB program. CIA, Hollywood, Jewish people. They did it again, man. Shout out to you guys. Yep, like campaign competition science project. She got a 3. You won't take my pride away, head asses. Shout out to Shogun. 6:30, we out of here on a Sunday. Me too, I get up out here. I appreciate you guys. I'm out here in the desert, in the middle of nowhere, for another couple of days at least, so to God be the glory. Thank you guys for letting me talk my shit, my shenanigans, channel my ancestors, and hopefully all of yours. Weird story, where your daddy come from. And yeah. Shout out to New Kind. Shout out to Mr. L, Jonathan Lee, Galert, Harut, Shogun L, TBFB, 13, the brothers from earlier, 32 lifers, I see you. JPX, he was holding it down today, I see you about 100 times, man. Appreciate y'all and your energy. Hopefully my weird little parables from the Aramaics manuscript of the Cashapp survival scrolls help somebody. Shout out to the G's and genealogies. Shout out to Genesis, shout out to Isis, shout out to Closure Slim. Whoa. E-L-E-L-O, bro. We out here. Ella, is it Ella, Ella-O? Elohim is the prefix, I wonder. But yeah. Shout out to Elos out there. And hola, ohalale. Can you imagine that's all the same word? Allah. Wow. That's how you do that. See what I'm teaching you how to do? Let them niggas can never, bro. Let them look. Tell them I'm a Cherokee Indian if they got questions. Like, tell them they didn't put United States or America together. They didn't put the kingdoms together. They didn't put the Bible together. They ain't put it together. And then they fucked it up. Their ancestors fucked it up. And then who's still putting it back together? They'll never be the said Jenga nigga on Khan Genghis, my greatest grandfather. I am the greatest grandson of Genghis Khan. We're warriors of thoughts.